I'm going to give you a quick demo of our CTN Network website, ctnnetwork.net. Join our community. It is free. You just type in ctnnetwork.net, and this is the homepage right here. And if you want to create an account, you would just click up here and create new account right here. Sign up with your email, or you can sign up with just clicking on Facebook or Google. So you can sign up with your Facebook account or your Gmail. So I'm already signed up, so I'm going to click in Gmail right here, and it's going to log me in. And as you can see, this is our homepage. Click on creators right here, and this shows you all the CTN family members that are content creators. Everybody is on here. If you want to go to one of their YouTube channels, for example, if you want to go to Crypto Talk Now, just click on channel, and it takes you right over to the YouTube channel for that particular creator. And you click on community. This is our community right here. We do have a forum, and this is a forum where you can post things, you can interact with one another. And there's also a blog right over here that we post our own content on. And if you click on CTN Studios, you can watch our live show and other content creators' live shows right through this CTN Studios. We do have advertisements for some of the content creators. There's the Crypto Smith, there's Waddy, the Crypto Hunter, and we also have live charts for the ISOs right in this box right here. We have a feature where you click on the heart if you want to donate to us. You can donate with Ethereum or Binance, BNB. And also, if you click on this button right here, we're going to have a call-in feature, which is already live. If you want to call us, just click on the green icon, the green phone icon, and click on call now. And during the show, between 9:15 and 10, when we announce it, when Max is on or when I'm on with Max, we will start accepting phone calls, and you guys can be live with the show. If you want to turn your video on, you can come on camera as well. So good stuff there. Now back onto the homepage. If you click on members, you can see all the people that are members here. All these people here, like Chaka just signed up, Gills33, Miguel. All these people here are members of our community. So you guys can sign up, and then you can chat with one another. So you can either click over here, message right here. So what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm just going to welcome him. I'll send him a quick message, and then I can click enter or just a little arrow. If you want to message somebody else, you can click on message, or you can go right over here into members chat and go ahead and message them and create a new chat if you want by clicking this little button right here. Now also, if you scroll down here, you can see some of the past videos that our content creators in our content creator family have created. You can go in here and watch some of the recorded videos. They're scrolling down here. Just choose one to watch. And that's it, guys. Thank you for watching this brief demo. Make sure you sign up so you can interact and be part of the community when we are not on the live show.
Hello, good evening, everybody. Glad to be here with you guys again for another day of this particular countdown to ISO 222. It's going to be big. Thank you so much for everybody who made yesterday's show quite the show. And if anything, before we get into the news and welcoming people, smash that like if you haven't done so already. We've got quite a bit to cover. Everything you actually see tagged will be covered tonight. And for those who don't know, yes, we set a new record last night. Not that I really wanted to do that, but 5 hours and 41 minutes exactly. Yeah, crazy stuff, right? All right. All right, let's go ahead and welcome some people from our community, as well as newcomers, hopefully. Let's go ahead and start things off with KK. He is here. Welcome back. He says, buy, then buy more. And he posted that a while back, man. He posted that like almost a couple hours ago. Or actually, I should say almost a couple hours ago. Almost an hour ago. But welcome, KK. Glad to have you here. Boomer F and Sooner. He says, happy March 20th Eve. Yes. Yes, indeed. Glad to have you here, Mr. Boomer F and Sooner. And let's see here. Gonna go further down. You're also saying what's up to Larry. Yes, we miss Larry. Hopefully he can go see a doctor on Monday and get that sorted out with his eye. All right. let's go further down. Thank you, Larry, for saying hit the like button. And let's see here. Let's welcome Crypto McDizzle for shizzle my nizzle for show. I promise when I get a little bit more time and I'm not getting so distracted with real life stuff, I am going to trim it up. And yeah, I don't like the salt and pepper look. That's just me. All right. Michael Montclair with the lovely Zara. He says, "Hey guys, heard of Shido token?" No, I haven't heard of that one. Hopefully it doesn't even have a hint of a shinobi in it. But that's just me. That's you. You gotta do what you gotta do. All right. Good to have you here, Mr. Michael Montclair. All right, you guys all welcome each other. Oh, there's the guy, Mr. JC the man. Well, guess what? Guess what you need to do? Oh no, he's gonna do it again. Yes, you darn right, I'm gonna do it again. So you need to go over to JC the man. Come on, guys. We only ticked up one since yesterday. You need to go over to JC the man. It's all one word. Hit subscribe. Why is that? Because he's a very passionate little YouTuber who wants to blossom into bigger things. And his video from the 13th is up to 6,000 views. He even has the one on XRP, 333 views. And yes, let's see him tick up to at least 70. Can we do that? Can we at least get him up to 70? So that means only 3 people here out of however many people are here. Yes, please go do that. Subscribe to JC the man, all one word. All right. Thank you, JC the man. Okay, let's kick it back in the comments. I want to welcome Mr. Coochie Boy. Glad to have you here, Cooch. And Sobo's in the house. Says, "Hey all, happy Eve, March 20th." Thank you for being here, Sobo. All right. Gonna go further down. Coochie's boys got Baylor winning. My friend, the one I told you about yesterday, if you guys remember this, the work for the place formerly known as Funimation, right? Did the red carpet premiere for Shin Godzilla. The guy I'm trying to maybe do some work for me in regards to taking pictures and filming some things about the Jasmine offices. He went to Baylor. Yeah, he went there for, I believe, 4 years. But that's cool. You got Baylor in the Final Four? Right on. All right, I want to welcome Brian Dowie's in the house. Always good to have Mr. Brian Dowie in the house. We got some news, sideline reported news from not just Mr. Michael Cornwell, Crypto McDizzle, for Shizzle Manizzle for show, but we also have news from Mr. Brian Dowie. So props to Brian Dowie. And here's an old familiar face. And when it comes to Crypto Winter, I'll state this much, right? If you're a content creator, you really have to apparently earn his respect. So always glad to see Crypto Winter here. If there's any other content creators out there, just let you know. Just like how you see me right now, I'm a little rough around the edges right now, but I'll be all right. Crypto Winter's in the house. He can come across a little rough around the edges. But overall, he's a pretty good dude. And glad to have you here tonight, Mr. Badir, Crypto Winter, a.k.a. Mr. Hump, not Dump. Always good to see you here. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. Man, it's going to be a great show. Last night was a great show. One of our best shows. I looked at the stats, and if you don't believe me on this, I'm going to show you real quick. So, yeah, we had like 65 concurrents. We had over, I believe, something like 1,500 views or something like that. I'll show you guys just real quick. Well, that's because you went almost 6 hours, Max. Yeah, that helps too, but not that I was trying to go the distance. I don't know. I'm excited, just like you guys are excited. So yesterday, okay, my bad. That was a real good show. We had 1,700 views on that one. So not too shabby. Very, very cool stuff. Smash that like button if you haven't done so already. Let's get back into the comments. Welcome a few more people. You guys are giving us some stats. Alabama over UCLA. Any team over UCLA. We'll just leave it at that. Yeah. Michael Montclair says, Max is finishing his dinner. Last bites before going on. No, actually, I'm not. I didn't have that yet. So I'm all screwed up on my schedule. It's okay. It's no worries. No worries. All right, so let's see here. And it's the 5-minute countdown. UCLA will need to get past UConn. Everybody needs to get past UConn at some point, whether it's men's or women's. Let's be honest about it. But thank you for that, Coochie Boy. Patrick Collier is back. Welcome back. Again, hopefully I pronounced it right. Thank you again for becoming a member. Very cool stuff. Thank you for being part of our fam. Yeah, absolutely. All right. We're going to kick it into news here in a bit, but I want to welcome Mr. Toby Shanks. He said, let's go to the moon, Jasmine. We will start things off with Jasmine. Again, guys, smash that like for we could get this particular broadcast out to a broader base. We're already at 57 wonderful, beautiful people, as Larry would say, on a Sunday. That's really good stats, to be honest. Weekends are not typically our best numbers, but cool stuff. All right. Coochie Boy says you got Alabama and Houston, with Houston winning. Cool. Very cool. Tim Shea, if I didn't welcome you earlier, I'm sorry, man. Tim Shea says, hey, obviously, he's saying hi to Toby, other members of the community. Tim Shea, the mayor of crypto, the crypto commissioner in the house, one of the most nicest, well-rounded people in crypto. If you have Tim Shea on your bad side, which I don't know why you would, you have done something epically, horribly bad, because he's in a Wadi stream. He's with Daniel Gayton, I believe. You were at Crypto Smith. You do some of the DGen ones, So, man, Tim, you rock, man. I really mean that. Like, you are very, very active in crypto. You're when we talk about community, you are the community. All right, let's see here. I want to welcome a few more people just popped in. River's in the house. Thank you again, River, for moderating and just being an active person here, man. That's awesome. Thank you for joining, especially on Sunday night, right? All right, let's see here. We actually have a crypto question. Seriously, 1 million per Bitcoin in 90 days. Your thoughts? No, I don't see that happening. I really don't see that happening. That is just, I don't know. Some people say, well, Max, that could happen because, as we know, there's certain blockchains that allow for the messaging of the old. So technically, ISO 222 with Bitcoin in a way to communicate messages or something like that, but not on transactions. So I want people to understand that too. I just don't see that happening, man. 1 million per Bitcoin. If you get, how about this? If it went to 1 million per Bitcoin, where the heck would Quant be at? With Bitcoin still has no utility. Do I still recognize it as opportunity? You better believe it. And of course that's what sells on Bitcoin. But are the central banks going to be transacting in Bitcoin? No way. It's not even part of the conversation. All right, 63, 64, wonderful, beautiful people. Let's see if we tick up to 70. That'd be amazing, but these are still great numbers. Thank you, guys. Cool Cat Crypto's in the house. Man, you missed a great show yesterday, Cool Cat, but it's all right. You probably had other things to do, right? Like normal people, right? No, you guys are all normal people. You get what I'm saying. All right, let's go further down. I want to welcome Star-Lord. Wow, good to see you, Star-Lord. What's good, Max? Yeah, I totally recognize you, man. I'm really glad to have you here tonight. McDizzle's in the house. Let's see here. My friend always says that, something about fungus. But welcome. And Mr. Dowie says, Max, I woke up from a snooze on the couch and you were still streaming 4.5 hours. Oh, geez. That's horrible, isn't it? Horrible, but good. I don't know. AZ Kirk's back. He says March 20th in Tokyo. All right, we're going to get into some of the things here soon. Edward Vincent, subscribe to JC the Man. That makes you the man for doing that. Thank you for that. And Toby Shanks, consider getting a custom avatar. That way we can recognize recognize a picture to the name, I guess you could say. Something about who you are, what you're about, maybe Jasmine, whatever you want to do. You don't have to. All right. So Michael Montclair says no, as in Bushido. They set their goals based on the Bushido code. Pretty cool. One of my favorite games for the Sony PlayStation was a game called Bushido Blade. I don't know if anybody here played it. Very cool game. Yeah, right back at you, man. Good to have you here. What's up to you, Coochie boy? And Edward Vincent, Top Shelf Crypto said, "What up, Max? What's up, everybody? Good to have you here. Um, welcome to Open Mind. Of course, welcome to Cool Cat, Alaya, Yisrael. Welcome, Mac. Greetings, Mac, and all listening. Much thanks for your efforts. You're very welcome. Oh, there's the man of the hour. You know I'm gonna do it. Hello, everybody. Is it Mentalec that we've been long awaiting for? Lionel Richie. Yes, he's the originator of the Lionel Richie thing. Larry started it. Star of the show is Mentalect. Thank you for being here, Mentalect. Appreciate you on both the live, recorded, long time supporter of CTN. All right. Oh, you're also in the Philippines. Well, shout out to Rafael Santos. I packed a lunch for today's show just in case. You guys got work tomorrow, right? Last I checked, we all have work tomorrow. All right. So HJFJ90, do you like Constellation Day? Yeah, I like Constellation Day. I'm not personally invested into it yet. So, I mean, I have most of the ISOs. I think it's a solid project. The Air Force connection. Was it what they do with data? We're always, what's the big hot topic the last few days, guys? It's not just ISO 222, it's data. What we brought to you guys with Nixera, right? Jasmine. There's, I believe, one other one, right? Might as well throw Constellation DAG into the mix, right? We don't talk about Energy Web Token. What about Energy Web Token, right? All right. Took the words right out of my mouth, right? Look at that. See? Constellation DAG is stout, future god crypto of data. Again, guys, key thing is data. All right. Let me see if we got any specific questions or comments. This is a good one. Menelex states, on-demand liquidity will be the origin story of future millionaires, even if XRP's price does not spike upon ISO messaging going live soon. Very good point. My thing still is understanding that it's the utility from all this being activated. Obviously, we're not fans of ETH's gas fees. So my thing is, again, the utility. If on-demand liquidity is the main utility to get this all rocking and rolling, to me, it seems like the price would spike, but you do have a good point. All right. Toby says he also prays that altcoins will pump, also to the moon. Salmare says, hello, Earthlings. Welcome. Glad to have you here. Just kind of going through a few more, seeing if there's anybody else. I want to welcome D Wittack 279 Mario, Bushido Blade by Squaresoft. Yeah, you know your stuff, man. Cool. Consider maybe even changing your avatar to the PlayStation game of Bushido Blade. That way we can identify you a lot quicker. Crypto Holmes is back. Welcome back. Sean Francis in the house. Thank you for being here. Well, if you got Cool Cat saying DAG is good stuff, that's pretty darn cool. Again, welcome, Cool Cat. Hopefully you had your cat food. All right. Tokenomics are actually based on the code of ethics of the samurai. Pretty cool stuff. That is cool stuff. We'll read this. John Francis, again, welcome back. He says XLM, Stellar Lumens, will hit 10 cents again. Seems like ages since it has been that price. Brutal. Yeah, I came into Stellar originally at 26 cents, but that was, of course, back in 2021. All right. Magic Power with his greeting of Hello, Guten Tag, Liechtenstein Exchange, and Jasby to the house. Oh, weird. Not to the moon, to the house. All right. Quant Papa is in the house. If you're a big Quant fan, I know that Cool Cat's not the biggest fan. That's okay. Follow Quant Papa on Twitter. All you do is just type in Quant Papa, even if you don't have his correct handle, it comes right up. One of the best researchers when it comes to quant. Some people, I think it was who was it? Our very own Frankie is pointing out that Quant Papa is like a quant detective, if you will, private investigator. Quant Papa, really great having you here. You're doing well. Stump Rider also is here. Welcome. And let's go ahead and get right into the show here. Although I'm going to welcome AOV, first time on the live. Yeah, man, I always see you on the record. That's so cool to see here. So I want to give you a warm welcome here. All right. Yeah, Larry always says it. I love it when they call me Quant Pop. All right. RAP Biggie Smalls. And let's go ahead and highlight this as a bookmark. Let's go ahead and kick it into high gear. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. Oh, there's another guy, OG Crypto from Twitter. Glad to have you here as well. All right. So let's go ahead and do just that. So we're going to start things off. I believe it is Jasmine. And on top of that, I think we also have a little bit of, what the heck is it? Cypherium. So we're going to start things off with Jasmine first, and then we'll talk all about the ISOs and so on. You got to keep in mind, guys, Cypherium is definitely part of that particular mix. So here it is in regards to Jasmine. We'll start off with Mr. Manila Will. Good content creator, great content creator. Another Filipino guy, right? So he says, interesting find, Mr. Russell. Thoughts on the relation between JMY and TT, both at 50 billion CES and both with the same creation date of 1179 days ago. One answer always seems to lead to 10 more questions. And again, a lot of times we have to follow what the heck is going on with this. Remember earlier, if you saw the recording, it came out with the whole thing about 500 million tokens, not $1 million. We wish. 500 million Jasmine tokens sent to Binance. And what was the other amount? Don't quote me on this. It was either 120 or 300 million sent to Huobi. So there's all that FUD, but then there's all this other stuff going on, especially the Binance thing. So with all the bad news that happened last week and so on, when it came to Binance US delisting of Jasmine, and oh, by the way, my helium as well. As you guys would say, mahelium, my HNT. There's that. So let's blow this up. And, you can see some of this stuff. I mean, this is a different particular token, right? But the point is following a lot of this on Etherscan. And of course, so I understand that, this is Tokyo token and so on. But the whole point is we like to track a lot of what is going on with a lot of this stuff. On top of that, I want to show you guys this. We're going to go to Cypherium. Actually, that's XRP. Hold on a second. So let me back out for a second. I'm going to go jump down to this thing with not Cypherium just yet. Sorry about that. I posted this yesterday, retweeted it, but I want you guys to see this. Actually, I didn't say yesterday, this morning. So shout out to Brian Russell, and look at what it says. All right. So you're wondering about the whole thing in regards to Jasmine and Tokyo token and so on, right? This is good. This is a nice follow-up. So it mentions Tokyo token JP is the issuing company of Jasmine, which can be seen on etherscan.io, as well as being mentioned in this job listing for a position at Tokyo token. Now, this particular guy who pointed this out originally, I know that's all in Japanese, but this guy, Bell Agri, seems to be similar to the SJM network that Jasmine Management is participating in. Now, why point this out? Well, the reason why we point some of these things out is because, again, remember how the fudders just want to say the offices don't exist, those are fake doors, these guys are a bunch of scammers, so on and so forth. But when you have other people do more extended research, you come to a broader understanding that no, there are some things you got to look more into. So when we blow this up right here, look what it says. All right. This is a project to build a nationwide network to disseminate the appeal and increase consumption of Sanriku and Jobin products and lead to the reconstruction and development of the fisheries industry in the Sanriku and Jobin regions of Japan. Discover the charms, it says. Sanriku Jobin Mono Network invites participation from a wide range of industries, local governments, and government-affiliated organizations across the country. This is a project to spread the appeal of Jobin Mono and promote consumption expansion. They want to deliver Sanriku and Jobin products through the company's cafeterias, lunchboxes, food trucks, you name it, right? They want to participate in a particular network, which they think will increase to consumption. In addition, by planning such events, the Sanriku Jobin Fair, and disseminating information, they aim to have full-scale reconstruction and further development of the fisheries industry in the Sanriku Jobin region. So it's like it is interesting. It's worth pointing out. Now you may be thinking, well, that sounds cool. I still don't get the whole thing with Jasmine. Fair enough question, right? Now when we go here, and if anything, I'll probably blow this up a little bit more. Could be a second. So when we go here, look what we have here. All right. And a lot of times you guys, track things on Etherscan just like the next guy. When we scroll down, look what we got. You have this right here on, it's a while back, but it's 1,179 days ago, the creation of Jasmine coin. So for some people are like, they have no connections to Jack Diddley squad. It's all, central base. It's all, just them. These guys have dishonored Sony, all these particular things. Then you also understand, like, no, that's not really the case. In fact, there's this whole, thing with what, guys? What we just basically mentioned, right? The whole thing with trying to improve the consumption of some of these particular ones that we outlined, and so on and so forth. I mean, different industries, but that's the whole key thing. Not just one specific layer, but other specific industries. You draw the connections. Shout out to these guys. They drew the connections. I thought that was pretty cool. All right, one more particular thing, and that is this right here. And let me go back to that real quick. So you got this, and it's an outline, but I'll get right to the gist. So it's again the job posting. So it says Tokyo Token Co. Limited, business planning strategy consultant. Job information, Tokyo Token Co. Limited. Occupation, business planning strategy consultant. They have an annual income of 15 million yen, determined through selection, so on and so forth. Talks about the company profile. Now, this is real key as far as the Sony Jasmine connection. So it says it is a very unique and attractive company that utilizes cutting edge technology such as Web3 and cryptocurrency, and also promotes primary industry support and social contribution projects. And when we go further down, we talk about, of course, the Tokyo token, but look what is mentioned here. Tokyo token provides support for corporate growth and business development through the issuance and listing of virtual currency specialized for the company, but was originally established to issue Jasmine coin to support Jasmine Co. Limited. It was a company that here, let me explain, Jasmine Co. Limited, which is also a group company of the Tokyo token. And of course, as we go further down, we know the whole situation with ex-Sony executives who are part of Jasmine. But look at the last particular line. Jasmine coin is finally 20 times more valuable and has been, like it says right here, realized large-scale procurement from all over the world. Jasmine coin is issued by Tokyo Coin. And understanding, and we'll take more of a deeper dive into this some other time. I might do it on a recording. But this right here, I think this is big for Jasmine, because Tokyo Coin, technically speaking, reaches a lot bigger of a broader base. Obviously, there's a lot more to this. They talk about some of these particular services, like we're talking about the whole thing. I guess what was it, fish, and so on. So you have support for farmers. They support the development and promotion of local agriculture. And they got this whole thing about the reduction in regards to the countermeasures for farming risks. So I mean, yeah, it's nice to connect the dots on this particular one and understand that when people want to FUD Jasmine, I think there's a broader thing. There's a bigger thing here, right? And of course, there's a lot that's mentioned here. So I'm not going to just take a huge deep dive on the live in regards to this, but I definitely want to point it out. I think this is very encouraging, especially for, let's face it, all the recent FUD. All right, we'll get into the Cypherium news here in a bit, and then of course we're going to get into a lot of the other things like obviously ISO 222, XRP, all that stuff. All right, so let me get back into the comments for a brief bit. And again, smash that like if you haven't done so already. Let's try to see what kind of maybe we can get this out to some new people who don't even know what the heck we're talking about, and tune them in. Some people feel as though that maybe you're like, oh yeah, Max, they got like 1 day. I don't know if that's the case. You know what I mean? I still think that there's still going to be quite a few that are not going to obviously pump with it all. But we'll recognize some of those, and if anything, maybe stack more. All right. Quant Papa's having a good time. Very cool stuff. Magic Power, Crypto Homes. Hello. Quant Papa. Maybe one day Quant Papa song. Yeah. Have to do a remix. You know what I mean? Like Gilbert Verdian dressed as Biggie Smalls, something like that. That'd be kind of crazy. Anyway. All right. OG Crypto. Really cool seeing you here, man. Really appreciate you being here. All right. Quant is okay. Just hate Ethereum. And let's see here. We got Crypto McDizzle for shizzle, Manizzle for show. He says CBDC limited to 20K would eliminate saving for the future. On top of that, he says a plan to keep everyone down. All right. OG Crypto, excuse me. It's going to be pretty wild. I agree. Cool Cats and Undercover ETH Maxi. Oh, God. Yeah, I don't think so in that case. And let's see here. We got Fern J75. Welcome back. Been a while. What do you think? Excuse me. Of BlackRock stating that they are getting into tokenization. I think this is very good news for LCX. I think it's great. In fact, we cover this. Excuse me. We covered that on yesterday's show. So we really went the distance yesterday. I don't know if there's a single person who went the whole distance with me yesterday, and that's fine. Maybe some people did. Maybe some people did what Brian Daly did, right? Had like a little power nap, woke up later, 4.5 hours later, and like, oh my God, he's still going. But the point is, we did talk about that specifically yesterday, right? And I do agree that was big. I did. I don't know, man. I must have put like at least 10, maybe 15 minutes focused on that particular topic. But I'm glad you recognize it as well, because that is super impressive moving forward. Because if BlackRock sets the standard when it comes to digital asset tokenization, others will follow suit. It's kind of like why we make such a big deal about with regulations, to get that clarity that we're looking for, because we realize that institutional money will come in massive ways like we never seen before, and that's where people have said, this is how we get insane market caps and so on. Very true stuff. Hey, we got 72 wonderful people here. Thank you so much. If this is your first time being here, we do cover utility-based tokens, coins, with crypto, obviously focus on ISO 222 and so on. But I'd like to go ahead and welcome you guys. But anyway, my main point is BlackRock is obviously, let's face it, guys, like the biggest name out there as far as like being a asset custodian. So if they're largest physical asset custodian, and they lay down the groundwork, right? We're talking about the foundation, right? And they get this thing done with digital asset tokenization. Oh man, I mean, for even people from Wall Street who just kind of heard about blockchain or heard about, let's face it, some of these guys like only know about Bitcoin. They might have heard of Ethereum. They heard of a thing called Shiba Inu. You know what I mean? Like just kind of like some of our neighbors, right? They know a little tiny bit, but they don't know what's about. But BlackRock laying down the foundation, oh my gosh, that will spread like wildfire to a lot of people in Wall Street, and then they will become more in tune with it. And if anything, they'll educate themselves more about what in the heck is this thing with, asset tokenization. You trying to tell me we can tokenize Wall Street? Yeah, that's an actual thing too. Remember, we're talking about the tokenization of stocks and bonds. We talked about that on yesterday's show. So I think it's absolutely huge. And moving forward, it equals a win big time, because again, that's the path forward for institutional money to start going gangbusters with this. And that's what we want. All these other particular projects, whether it's memes and stuff like that, I mean, if you can make money with it, you can make money. Great. But if you want the generational wealth, I think you understand where the path forward for that is. All right, smash that like if you haven't done so already. Let's go down a little bit. Blackwood's got a good comment. He says he doesn't think it will work for many reasons. Not sure about the CBDC plan. Will go as expected. Larry likes Liechtenstein. All right. I'm gonna read OG Crypto's comment. He says, I really hope that the CBDC sees if we band together. I really hope the CBDCs, if we band together, I simply refuse them. Yeah, that's a good point. Ray's in the house. Welcome. And he says, Ray, excuse me, how are all my CTN family? I think that's what he's trying to say. I'm here. Let's count down, Max. Yeah, glad to have you here, man. Very, very glad to have you here. All right. And let's see here. Hey, man, we just ticked up to 80. Let's see. Maybe we could break 100 tonight. Wouldn't that be awesome? But if anything, we welcome all communities, especially, ones that might be new to this. We got quite the show in store. And we'd like to, of course, welcome you to our particular community. We really appreciate you being here tonight. All right. P Nice is back. Welcome. XLM is creeping up. All right. So thoughts on price for XRP. There's going to be a lot of price fluctuation. I think we're going to see the start of that. Might not necessarily happen tomorrow, like some people pointed out. Like I think it was Benton earlier pointing that out. But let's get into some of our particular coverage tonight in regards to that. So I want to start things off, and of course we'll get into the whole thing with XRP in here in a bit. But I do want to start things off in regards to this whole thing with Cypherium. All right. So I saw this earlier, and I basically retweeted this, and it's a good point, and it needs to be brought up. So, if you're coming from Cypherium or you heard about Cypherium and so on, we don't like to do tribalism, but of course, this is the newest thing, right? Cypherium versus XRP, right? But take a moment to hear me out on this and what is presented from Model T 101. He is a person that also follows me. I follow him, and he's he considers himself a neutral net professor, musician, and crypto enthusiast. Cool stuff. All right, so he posted this about 10 hours ago. So this is still pretty fresh, guys. 1 billion CPH tokens will be burnt. In reality, like coins, right? Unless I check, Cypherium is a blockchain. So, they're also proof of work, by the way, right? So, yeah, they'll be burnt. Tokens, in this case, coins, will be burned from the transaction fees of the miner allocation. The minimum gas, listen to this, will be burned, but extra will be paid to miners. Once total burn accumulated 1 billion tokens, the mechanism will stop. How do we know that? Well, I think this is as big as it gets, but I'm going to go jump back. Yeah, as big as it gets. So you have that token distribution. At pre-sale, you had 400 million tokens. That was 4.75%. Pre-sale 2, as well as the partners, 200 million, 2.37%. Public sale, same thing, right? Look at the team reserve, 1,848,000,000. That was 21.93%. Marketing, 672 million, 7.97%. Operations, you get some of this, right? I definitely want to point out the team reserve, but here's the point. The point is, like he mentions, this is the current overview of the token metrics and allocation of the tokens. However, 1 billion Cypherium tokens will be burnt. Like EEIP 1559, tokens will be burned from the transaction fees of the miner allocation. Now, you may be wondering, I'm new to this. I thought everything was proof of stake nowadays. That's not the case. And this, again, is why, or what separates Cypherium from the rest of the ISOs, because it is proof of work, right? So look what it also mentions here. The minimum gas, right? Sky Guo is always talking about, for instance, and some other people, right? Shout out to Web36, who is now a Cypherium maxi. They have pointed out that Cypherium is going to be the gas for Fed now. Okay, so look what's also mentioned here. The more transactions that occur, the faster the burn. Once a total burn is accumulated, 1 billion tokens, the mechanism will stop. It's interesting stuff, and that's why I wanted to share it with you. That's why it jumped to the headline of today, along, of course, with Jasmine. The overview of the team control token metrics, allocations, and a link of the specific wallets, of course, to the Cypherium Explorer are as follows. You can look more into this, right? It has it right here. Shows, the stats that we basically need. But, if you wonder about the specific source, he backs this up. And I thought this was great because if anything, it's like people do want the source. So let's pull that up for just a brief moment. And it came, of course, straight from the Cypherium's Medium. And it has a whole breakdown. It's just kind of like what I was talking about, their proof of work and the hot stuff consensus, right? Algorithm to achieve high transaction speeds, improve security, stability, fully decentralized, make it ideal for a wide range of use cases from payments and remittances. That's another thing that doesn't really get mentioned. With all the whole talk about Cypherium, like, man, Cypherium, oh my God, like, this is really going to rival XRP, or this might even take the cake. I'm not saying this. You guys have seen on crypto Twitter, right? But the whole thing is, this does make sense. Not just payments, remittances to decentralized applications, and more. Now, of course, there's a lot more in regards to the actual token, but you know how we talk about gas and we always mention Ethereum and annoying gas fees? I want to draw your attention to this, especially if you're thinking about getting into Cypherium. Not financial advice. Smash that like button, but look at this straight from the Medium. Like Ethereum's gas mechanism, Cypherium CPH holders receive a proportional amount of Cypherium power. Yeah, I know. Like, what the heck? Give me the power. Where each power represents one share of the total network resources. This is good stuff. The primary role of CPH is that it is used as a means of payment for transaction fees when creating and utilizing decentralized applications and services on the network. Now, before we get a little bit more into this, I'm not going to make this a huge deep dive. Maybe, off the live, I may get into that. But I want people to understand that we're already right at the doorstep of ISO 222 mandate going live. For many, many months up until recently, at least with our community, and there's other communities that recognize it long before us, right? Shout out to Ted of Capital, right? I heard on the report that they covered it since, was it 0.0015? So like a penny and a half or something like that. Pretty impressive. Or actually maybe under a penny. I can't remember. It's some particular figure like that. But if we're right at the doorstep of ISO 222 literally going live within a matter of a few hours, right? We have got to recognize that while we had cheat sheet 2.1.0 and 2.0 and all those particular ones, what was the consistent thing not listed? It was Cypherium. But when you go to the Cypherium site, you learn more about how Cypherium is in fact ISO 222 compliant and is in fact one that looks like it's going to be used by Fed now. On top of that, I learned some other things recently. And, yes, I don't know everything, just like nobody knows everything. But when I found more information that Sky Guo years ago worked with the actual Federal Reserve, he was an engineer, right, working on the infrastructure of apparently the Fed now payment system and so on. Again, drawing you're connecting the dots. Totally makes sense why they are a big player now that's part of the mix. So again, let's get further into this just for a brief moment. If you're wondering about this whole thing with, the miners and so on, look what it says. This incentivizes users to participate in network security, which helps to maintain network stability. In contrast to Ethereum, like Bitcoin, which only rewards a single miner, Cypherium evenly splits the fees collected from a transaction among the committee members. Ooh. Wow. Remember how appealing at first years ago when people got into Bitcoin mining, right? People on one side flooded that. you're wasting your time. You're wasting your electricity. But for the people who believed in the Bitcoin mining, they said to themselves, nah, the reward will far outweigh the investment that I am temporarily putting in. What makes Cypherium really stand out is some of these things we just basically mentioned. A little bit more in regards to this, and I swear we'll kick it back in the comments, but this is the good stuff that you're looking for. This departure keeps the fees lower on the Ethereum VM because the committee working collectively allows the network to process a greater, listen to this, overall number of transactions, reducing the cost of each individual contract. Almost deserves a mic drop moment. Finally, I'm going to just state this, and I will kick it back in the comments. Thanks to Cypherium's hybrid consensus mechanism, which incorporates hot stuff Byzantine fault tolerance, that's what BST stands for, and proof of work, the Cypherium blockchain processes thousands of CPH transactions per second, and the mining prevents unauthorized new CPH from being generated. Now, I don't read them all this verbatim, but I mean, they do a great job explaining it, and I wanted to get it out because I saw this earlier today when I was doing more of my research to prep for this show. I was like, God, more people need to know about this. Even if you already know about it, there's nothing wrong with reiterating it. Furthermore, Cypherium uses proof of work only for securing the blockchain and selecting the validator nodes. Only miners with a valid proof of work can join the validator committee, and transactions are verified using the hot stuff algorithm. Therefore, the Cypherium network does not have an issue with the 51% attack. Who has the issue with the 51% attack? If you've been doing your research, you know who it is. It's freaking Solana. And that's why so many people are getting out of Solana. They still understand that, I guess, if it becomes distressed enough, there's still opportunity there. I do, at least. But it is what it is. I feel as though this really, really, of course, not only makes Cypherium stand out, but one last one real quick. Like it says, only if a hacker takes out 66% of their nodes can he truly sabotage their block. So for one, speed, efficiency, and security, and then the icing on the cake, Fed now, and it's ISO 222 compliant. Are you not bullish on Cypherium yet? Not financial advice, but I'm glad to bring it to you. All right. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. Let's kick it back into the comments. Hopefully you appreciate the coverage that we have here tonight. I'm glad everybody's welcome P9's back and so on. Let's see what we have also here. OG Crypto says, I haven't hammered that down yet for XRP. Interesting. All right. So what I'm going to also do is just double check the other screen, make sure I'm not behind on anything that somebody wanted me to look at. All right. That's fine. Okay. So let's see where we're at. And we're doing pretty good. And let's see where we're at. Let's see. Rayan says, God always loves who have been patient. Well, I'm a pretty patient guy too, but thanks for pointing that out. Patience is the key, says Quant Papa. All right. Let's see here. Cool Cat says, I have dishonored Sony. Stabs self in stomach with dagger. Jeez. You're gonna go Harry Carey, huh? All right. Calvin, welcome with the T6 glider. Coochie Boy, banks are all in a tailspin already. I know this is towards him, but I wanted to point this out and welcome you. Their hike could do many more. A lot of pressure in the Fed. It'd be interesting. Yes. Quan Papa says millionaires are made in the bear market. Very true. When the market is boring, slow, no pumps, no hype, the best times to scoop up that juicy tokens. Very good point. All right, let's see here. I'm going to go further down. Let's see if I have any specific questions or comments. Thank you, Larry, for saying that. Hope you get better. Ryan says, OG Crypto Quant don't need bank. Needed Quant, not only bank, business, insurance, and hospitals. All right. That's all right. Let's see here. Mike's Crypto. How you doing tonight? I'm doing good. Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully you're pretty psyched for what's coming up here soon. Right. Welcome to our particular countdown to that. And by the way, I know there's going to be a few people, maybe Mike Cornwell or whoever. I understand the difference on time, the time difference, right? So let's face it, a lot of things get mentioned on UTC. So we'll have to keep track of anything that, boom, here's the start, here's what was implemented. But I think that's the whole thing. I mean, we recognize that the start of that flip of the switch definitely is going to happen on the 20th. And then we also want to pay attention to what specific banks, and I mentioned this yesterday. I think Crypto Lulu will probably do a really good job of outlining that because he did it before. Remember you saying, here's the ones that are getting this thing going with ISO 222. It's going to be really exciting within the next few days to see how this all pans out. All right, Mike's Crypto. This should be an interesting week. Very, very interesting. I was binge watching The Mandalorian. Yes, Cool Cat Crypto. All right, hey, we don't agree on everything, but we agree on that. You gotta binge watch Mandalorian, and I was glad I did. So I'm glad I waited long after everybody else, and I got to watch like 2 straight seasons or whatever. I'm looking really forward to the new one. I still think The Mandalorian is a better show than the Boba Fett one, but I thought that was pretty decent as well. They're good shows, but The Mandalorian definitely takes the cake. Shout out to all the little Grogu fans out there. You always tell the ones who just know who Baby Yoda is, but they don't really know his real name. Anyway. All right, OG Crypto. When banks bring liquidity to quant, this is what I'm guessing the price will be based on market cap, is what I am trying to say. All right, fair enough. Thank you for that. Probably, but I'm being conservative. There's nothing wrong with that. We need people to be conservative when it comes to that. Because let's face it, there's a lot of, guys are just like, they just look at it from a moonshot perspective, and that's it. I'm a little bit guilty in regards to that, in regards to quant. People point out like, man, you're just dreaming, first $1 million coin by 2030, you're just dreaming. $100,000 a quant in the next few years, I'm just dreaming. But that's just honestly how I personally feel about it. But I don't really do that route with everything. I've actually lowballed it and been more conservative on my prices for XLM. Like I pointed out, I feel as though, XLM is easy 100x. Some people point out, Max, that one's 1,000x. So I get where people are coming from, but there's nothing wrong with, trying to lowball minimum of what you think is going to be. But just don't do it to the point where if it's a solid one and you see where we're going, that you end up dumping the position completely because you were too conservative and not understanding the scope of like where it's going to be in the future. And I don't say that out of disrespect at all. I'm just trying to have the perspective of I want to see us all obviously not only make it but then some. But the reality is some people will lowball maybe a lot of these things, right? Let's be honest. Instead of looking at it from 100x or 1,000x on some of these solid ones, XRP, Quant, XLM, even XDC, heck, HBAR, right? They will be like, all right, it 10x'd and I'm out. And that is such a shame, but that is the reality because we'll see all that volume kicking in. Things are really rocking and rolling, getting all that FOMO money coming in, and then people just pull out. But it's the ones that stay stay in the race, stay the course and so on, like a tortoise basically. That's a crazy thing. It literally is another case of the tortoise and the hare, right? Absolutely. Rayan states, he said banks need quant to use the technology we have. They must use it for interoperability, not only banks, businesses, hospitals, and so on. Yep, thank you for that. All right. Coochie Boy says, supposedly the money is coming from FDIC insurance, not the taxpayers. So, man, that whole thing with FDIC in itself. I mean, man, I think, was it Richard Common Sense Crypto? He was talking about that. Actually talks about numerous times. So it's like, what are we going to do if we do have a complete collapse of our current financial system? Obviously, we're going to a new one. FDIC only insures 250,000. Now, we talked about this before. I think you were here for this, Kuchu, but I don't remember. So some people stated, I think it was actually Sean Cryptosmith, right? Co-host of Tomorrow, right? Check that out. Great show. Utility Talk Now, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. But I was going to mention, that is, like my uncle, he inherited a fortune. No, I didn't see any of that. I'm not asking for a dime from him either. But the point is, he inherited about 15 million. So his thing was, he was like, you know what? I've looked into this. I know what I'm talking about. He's like, I don't want any risk at all. So obviously, I'm never going to talk about crypto with him. But with him, he was saying to me years ago, this is like over 20 years ago, he was saying, you know what? Nephew, not to sound like, what's his name? Jerome from Snowfall. But, he's like, you know what, nephew? My thing is, I'm going to have like over 20 bank accounts. I was like, why are you going to do that? And, naive at the time, right? I kind of knew, but it makes sense because his attitude was, I'm only going to get 250,000 insurance. That's too much of a gamble. So as a result, he put his money into, like, I guess, way over 20 banks, right? I don't know, 30, 40, something like that. I mean, you're talking about how do you keep track of it all, but that's how you went about it. Now, with that said, we have a bank collapse. And for people who assumed that, I'll just do multiple accounts. I'll do a checking. I'll do a CD. I'll do this. I'll do that. But it's all, like say 5 accounts per bank. All right. What about those other accounts? Are they truly insured? And of course, I don't know that. Some people say they do know that. But for my uncle, he didn't want to take that chance. So he spread it across. So I do think he'll be fine. But in reality, if we do have a global banking collapse, how and realistically can FDIC cover it all? And then some people will say, well, we just like anything else, Max, like what we've been doing for many, many years. We'll just print more and more money. But look at the debt clock. I mean, everything shows it's going to zero. So I think there's going to be there could be very well be a big mess. But again, I understand where some of you guys have mentioned. Shout out to Mike Cornwell and so on, right? And what we've been talking about for the longest time. Max, that's where Ripple's on-demand liquidity solves the problem. So let's see what happens. I think it's going to be big. But I did want to recognize that. Mike NN says, if they lay down good groundwork, that's what we need. It's got to be good groundwork. I agree. Totally agree. Crypto Smith, I guess your ears are ringing. What's happening? What's happening is I was talking about you, talking a little bit about Utility Talk Now. And we're going to have a good show. I got to get with you. I'll probably just go with you tomorrow in regards to what I want to talk to you about over this weekend. But yeah, it's going to be a good show tomorrow. Tomorrow's the big day. A perfect day for Utility Talk Now on the 20th. Wow. All right. Okay, that's a conversation with Tim. What's up, Sean? Another 5-hour streaming coming up. Oh, geez. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, maybe. Possibly. I don't know. I get excited about some of this stuff. Mike's Crypto Securitize has been working with NASDAQ since 19 Ripple funded Securitized. Okay. All right. Let me bookmark this. Let's kick it back into the news. Thank you again to everybody who's here tonight. Really, really appreciate you guys. Let's kick it back into our news lineup for the night. So we just talked about the hot, juicy stuff with Cypherium, right? Very cool stuff. And of course, I may take more of a deeper dive into it. Heck, even Crypto Smith might do it. Shout out to him. Was it for him? I don't even know if I would got into Cypherium, to be honest. He did a very great outline with the way he has got going on. And I want to state this, right? Let's take a moment to pause for station identification. And here is our website, ctnnetwork.net. If you're new to our particular show and so on, this is a new website we just put together. There's even an app if you want to go the phone route, not use your desktop, but it's free. Doesn't cost you anything. Okay. You can sign up with your email. You can sign up, for instance, you want to go the lazy route. You can just do, Google account, Facebook, wherever the case be. But if you're wondering about some of the other creators, if you go here, you click on creators right here. And by the way, we have a DM. You can send DMs. Like Sobo sent me a message. I'll have to catch up on that in a bit. But my point is, if you don't like Twitter and don't like the social media route, and just you're like, I like CTN, but I don't like social media, well then, good. Here's the good news. We have, for instance, a way you can message other people like Sobo, Rafael Santos, myself, and so on. But anyway, go over to the creators, and it's not just us, but we have other people who are part of our CTN network family, right? Like 2-Bit, Bleeze, Chaka, Classy Crypto. Of course, you see us there, Daniel Gayton. But my point is, there's Waddy, and of course, there's the Crypto Smith, and there's even Michael Montclair, right? He's part of the Crypto Talk Now network community, and so on. Yeah, his channel doesn't talk about crypto, but he's a great singer. He's part of the community. Again, the key thing is this is like one of our utility layers, if you will, when it comes to embracing our community. So after you go there, you click on where it says the Crypto Smith. It takes you right to his channel, right? And the cool thing is, like, check this out. Crypto Smith covers quite a few of these things. And let's see the Crypto Smith. He is our co-host on Mondays. At 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific, but he has great content. Look at this. I want you to check out, especially if you're on the cups of maybe getting into Casper, right? We do cover Casper here. We do have Casper news for you. But check out this particular video he did. It's not a super long deep dive, but it's just right, in my opinion, for all those people who maybe heard about Casper, but you don't know all the stuff about it. He gives a real good summary about it. Like he'll mention how it's modular, how Casper can scale, how it has workflows, talks about some of the particular partnerships and so on. But he gives you a broader understanding of something that would normally take a deep dive, like maybe of an hour, and he condenses it really, really well within 13 minutes. So definitely go over there, check out that particular video, especially if you want to learn more about Casper. Shout out to my co-host, Sean the Crypto Smith, and you can follow him on YouTube. It is the space Crypto Smith. It's all one word, and he does really good to keep you engaged. Like he does like a B-roll, which means basically like he'll talk about one of these examples from Casper. He was talking about the supply chain. So it's like, while you may be drifting off a little bit, he brings you right back in. How does he do that? He shows, for instance, footage of different, like, the shipping industry, right? Actual footage, and just, I don't know, it just keeps you in. He does a better job on that probably than I do. So shout out to Sean the Crypto Smith. Let's see him tick up, guys, to at least 1.75K and maybe even up to 1.76. That'd be really cool. You'd be more than glad that you followed him. He also covers Jasmine, obviously XRP, Cypherium, Corium, if you're wondering about the ISOs, and so on. All right, let's jump back to our coverage. I am going to get into the news here, and we're going to get into Mike Cornwell's news that he shared with us. He's a sideline reporter for Crypto Talk Now and also a great member of our community. All right, so let me just pull this up real quick. And let's see here. All right, just double checking I had it on the right one. All right, so, Mike's like, whoa, man. Yeah, it is well. We're all whoa at this point right now because we understand what's coming here soon. So it says retail XRP holders have accumulated, listen to this, 24 billion XRP. Metrics show, for instance, only 395,000, but we're going to jump into this. We'll play, for instance, like maybe 4 to 5 minutes, coming back in the comments, play the rest of it. So I want people to know about that. Last night we shared 24-hour cryptos, another particular video you did. So, again, guys, it's us as a community embracing other communities. We're all on the same page, right? It's not content creator tribalism. It's realizing that we're right at the doorstep of all this coming together, and it's big. So smash that like if you haven't done so already. Let's go ahead and play this. We'll play roughly 4 to 5 minutes. Come back in the comments. Again, thank you for being here tonight, especially on a Sunday. Here we go.
About the internet of value at Ripple, we're thinking much bigger than just cross-border payments. It's kind of like Amazon with rare books in the early days. Just this market happens to be a $10 trillion market.
You're at a historic turning point.
Said in the past that you are doing for money what email did for communication.
Moving the whole revolution forward. There's trillions of dollars parked around the world. RP.
Is there a possibility that Ripple could take over Swift one day?
Well,
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of Power Script. Let's get right into today's very bullish episode. XRP is pumping, and we are going to come down with a massive mic drop moment. Ladies and gentlemen, buckle up for this video because your jaw is going to drop. You're going to start clenching your rear end because the excitement you just won't be able to hold in. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode. If you haven't already, the XRP pendant. We have free shipping worldwide right now for the next 24 hours. Use code XRP at checkout. We have the black one, we have the gold one. We have the XRP pendant just by itself and the XRP LED car door light. That is free shipping worldwide. Use code XRP for the next 24 hours. 0.005% of the world's population, or approximately 395K people, hold a combined total of 24 billion XRP. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to break down some significant numbers here because a lot of people say 100 billion XRP is a lot, but it really isn't. We need to take into factor, and I've been keeping track. Yesterday, XRP's total supply was 99 billion and change. Within the last 24 hours, 3,077 XRP was burned, and that is gone forever. That number will change to 5,000, then 10,000 per 24 hours as the volumes pick up. Okay, so there isn't enough XRP out there. It is a deflationary asset as well. Let's get into this beautiful video. Circulating supply of XRP right now. I'm not going to read out the full numbers, so please follow along and share this video and smash that like button. You need everybody to see this. Circulating supply, 57 billion. Total XRP, 99 billion and change. Number of XRP wallets, 4,613,625. Take a look at this. What we're going to do in today's calculation is we're going to get rid of the two at the bottom. Okay, so the accounts holding anywhere between 0 to 20 XRP. These are what you call residual accounts. These are worth nothing. These could never be touched again. So that 1.1 million, throw that out the window, and there's approximately 14 million XRP in those residual accounts. Okay. And then now we have 20 to 500 XRP. These are individuals holding between the range of 20 to 500 XRP, and that's about 2.5 million individuals and wallets. So what we're going to do here is we're going to add those two up, and we get a number of 3.6 million. Then we're going to subtract that number from the number of XRP wallets. So that's the 4.6. When we do that, we get a grand total of 971,468 wallets. That just makes more sense. And I feel like if it's, we're in 2023, and if you're holding 500 XRP, you really don't understand what you're holding. So that is gone. Anybody holding under 500, this is not accounted for, okay, in this calculation, and it makes sense. If you disagree, let me know in the comments down below. Getting on to the next part. We're also going to get rid of is the 181,580 number, anywhere between individuals holding 500 to 1,000 XRP. Again, that's getting out of there. And we have a grand total of 789,888. Now, this is where things get very, very interesting. The number you guys see on the right is all the XRP that's held in that group, in that category. So amongst the 789,000 wallets, we are going to get rid of the top 57 wallets that hold anywhere between 100 million to 500 million. And in total, they hold about 12 billion tokens. So these are not your average investors. These are your Silicon Valley investors. These could be corporations. Again, we don't know who's holding big, large sums of XRP, and that's very fishy.
We are going to play the rest of this. This is really, really good stuff. And again, shout out to Crypto Mike for providing this. So we're close to the 5-minute mark on this. Roughly about another 4 minutes or so, something like that, slightly under. Let's hear the rest of this. This is good, good stuff. Here we go.
12 billion XRP is held by 57. They're exchanges. Some are Ripple. But again, it's a very significant amount. So with that being said, there's about 24 billion XRP combined in between 789,000 people. But wait, that's not right, because multiple individuals, including myself, have multiple different accounts. I account for maybe 6 accounts to my name. And anybody that has 1 account on this list, well, I can account for 5 more individuals. And I can only speak for myself. And I know there are dozens and hundreds of individuals out there that have multiple wallets as well. So which means we're going to take that 789 and we're going to divide that right in half. And we get 395,000 individuals, AKA wallets. There are 395,000 XRP holders, and they're holding 24 billion XRP combined. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. If I've missed anything in this calculation. Again, this is very conservative still. 395,000, divide that by the world's population at 7.888 billion, gives us 0.005%. 0.005% of the world's population, or approximately 395,000 people, hold a combined total of 24 billion XRP, ladies and gentlemen. That is absolutely insane. And this video is for all the people that, say XRP can't go to $100 because it has 100 billion XRP circulating. Well,
Are you not bullish enough yet? I mean, my God. And if anything, 24 Hours Crypto does a great job on this particular outline. If you're not following 24 Hours Crypto, all right, he's doing really well, close to 46,000 subs. Follow him. He deserves a follow. He's providing us this. So again, guys, it's not tribalism here. It's embracing other communities and understanding that we're all in this and we're at the doorstep of all this coming here soon. Man, you wonder why I do extended coverage? This is why I do extended coverage. So if anything, we're going to listen to the rest of this. We got quite a bit in store for you tonight. So by all means, grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack, whatever you want to do. But continue to join us here tonight because, man, we got the outline for you tonight. Shout out to Mike Cornwell for the sideline reporting, Brian Dowie, our community. Thank you so much for being here tonight. Smash that like button. Let's play the rest of this. Here we go.
It's 99 billion, but this is just the tip of the iceberg, folks. And there's such a small group of individuals. And did you guys just see that XRP just spiked to 43 cents? The tip of the iceberg, folks. And there's such a small group of it. It just spiked to 43 cents and came right back down to 39 cents. Oh my goodness. But this video, I hope, really gave you guys a better picture of how many people actually hold XRP. It's a very small individual portion of the world's population, very small. There's actually way more Bitcoin holders than XRP. With that being said, let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. If I missed anything, I'll be down there interacting with you guys, and we'll be back with another episode. If you guys don't miss the chance on the free shipping worldwide. Use code XRP at checkout.
We started building RippleNet with the thesis that crypto liquidity would eventually be able to support robust global payments, large payments. RippleNet was designed so that customers seeing the benefits of our fiat-based network could flip the switch to ODL once the market was mature enough. And this is exactly what's happening. Flip the switch.
I think what we're building has, it's solving a real problem. And I think all of the tokens, my advice to anybody would be, understand the utility. If there's real utility and there's real value being delivered to a real customer, there will be value in the token.
All right, that was awesome. Yeah, shout out to 24 Hours Crypto, Mike Cornwell providing and so on. Very cool stuff. Let's jump back into the comments for a brief bit. We'll give you guys some more in particular news. I'm excited as all hell. I don't know about you guys. I'm sure you are too. But very, very cool to see some of these things, especially outlined like that. I mean, come on. Some people may say, well, that's not that big of a deal, only jumping up 5 or 6 cents. To jump up that amount on the fly, not too bad. And that is just, again, the tip of the iceberg, dust of the iceberg, if you will, right? Little slivers of the ice. All right, I'm gonna go further down. Man, I'm way behind the comments. We got great problems tonight, right? OG Crypto says he thinks it's still too early because we haven't seen the banking collapse completely. Yeah, I hear where you're coming from, but the thing is, they're gonna need this tech, and that's what excites me so much. Yeah, patience is key. I might have already read some of this stuff, so I apologize on that. Yeah, I did apparently. Ugh, my bad. Yeah, I had multiple stars. So let's see here. All right, yeah, I'm way further down. I need to come. Well, I want to welcome Kev Cleveland. He says, "What's up, Maximilian and all? Welcome back, Mr. Kev." Let's see here. Talking about FUD. Mike's Crypto says, "Clear some FUD on the Fed people saying no XRP. Their big partner is Volante." Yes, thank you. We talked about this last night. They have RTS. They are a Ripple partner and use ODL. Very good point. We basically talked about that last night's show. Like that, Mike's Crypto is reiterating that. So kudos to you. Sologenic is tokenizing the stock market, says OG Crypto. All right. Here's a question. I'd like to also welcome you. Adam L. Is Coinbase the only exchange to grab Cypherium? It's not on Coinbase, unless they came out with a listing today that I didn't know of. You can only get Cypherium off of 2 exchanges currently. Again, unless something big happened that I didn't see. But it's basically MEXC and what's the other one, guys? XCOM or something like that. Forgot the exact name, but yeah, only 2 of them. I got mine off of MEXC. Didn't have much problems with it. At first, I thought I had problems with it, but I had to go through a third party to purchase it. I could use just my US-based debit card. Same problem like with KuCoin, right? Yeah, I had to go through a third party, but it was no big deal. Glad to be able to do it. And on top of that, they reward you, I believe, especially if you're new, with 20 USDT bonus. So that wasn't bad. I believe it was for like futures and stuff, but still, I mean, that's not bad. Cool, you know. All right, let's go further down. Coochie Boy states, "We early folks." Let's see how far. Oh man, 32 minutes ago, 33 minutes ago. "We early folks, the average Joe Blow only heard of Bitcoin and Doge, so we have plenty time remaining on the clock." Yeah, that's a good point of looking at. All right, let me see here. Quant Papa says in 2009, mining 1 block would earn you 50 Bitcoin. Yeah, I mean, and imagine this. So it's like, you know, I have that premium membership with Investor Place, right? There's a video on Investor Place where they show, for instance, Charlie Shrem being credited as the first Bitcoin GPU miner as far as on television, right? There's clearly other ones. But as far as on television, it was on CNBC. And at that time, he was in Bitcoin at like $5, something like that. And even then, I remember, for instance, because I actually did hear about it, I just never got into it. Shame on me, right? I should have got into Bitcoin. But like on Reddit and so on, guys are talking about like, you know, oh, you're just wasting your money. Look at all the darn electricity that's being used and so on. You're barely going to break even. But those guys realized you're missing the bigger picture here. The short term, yeah, I probably, you know, might not break even, might actually end up costing me a little bit, just depending on, you know, on the matter. But man, oh man, just like Juan Papa said, right? Mining 1 block would earn you 50 Bitcoin, right? And of course, we get it. In reality, a lot of those guys along the way would have took their profits, right? This whole talk about like, yeah, man, this guy got into Bitcoin at, I don't know, like Charlie Shrem at $5, and he, you know, diamond handed it the whole time, hodled to 69K. I don't think that's the case. There might be a few people who did that. In reality, the whopping majority, probably 99%, didn't. That's the point. All right, let's go to a few more comments. I want to welcome Selma Flood. He says, "You may see a 30K Bitcoin at the end of the year. No sooner than that." All right. Well, thank you for your comment and welcome back, Somo Fudd, OG of OGs. McDizzle says all the migration activities have been successfully concluded. The new T2 system, Target 2 system, is fully operational and working normally. CLM/RTGS will remain in CLM RTS/RTGS RTS 2 until Monday at 1800 CET. Thanks for the update. Let's go further down. I want to welcome Mr. the artist formerly known as Blue Whale Ricky, now known as B Money Ricky. Welcome. Glad to have you here. And let's see here. Wasn't it like 549 trillion? That's a good question. All right. Kushi Boy says, especially if the U.S. markets decide to buy into Bitcoin. That's a good point. Crazy on Cyphereum. Yeah, I mean, Cyphereum is nuts. And that's my thing. It's just like, at first, I watched Crypto Smith's videos, just like anybody, it's like we're all introduced certain things at certain points. And then you keep hearing about it and hearing about it and hearing about it. So, we were first told about Cyphereum many months ago. And then, I was just like, well, what is this about? And then when I saw Sean covering it, but again, when I saw the whole thing about ISO 222, I was like, oh my God, why is this not on the cheat sheet 2.0, if you will? But I'm glad, Mike, you have your CPH bags packed. I have one bag. I'm okay with it. I mean, of course, I wish I had more. I may actually get more. I think that's another great one. But I'm not going to become a maxi in any of it. And I don't mean no disrespect to Web36. I think he's, very passionate about what he has and so on. That's great. Be passionate about anything, right? Like, if I wasn't passionate about, crypto, talking about all the time before I became a content creator, then I wouldn't have ever been a content creator for crypto. Still would probably have been doing my whole gaming thing. And, don't get me wrong, it was fulfilling, but I really enjoyed doing the whole crypto thing a lot more. Ripple R Prepper says, by now, are the streets hemorrhaging red enough? What do you think, Max? Oh, man. So, we've seen volatility. We've seen a little, bit of ups and downs. Like right now, market looks pretty good overall. And we'll show you that to you real quick, just briefly. You guys see it for yourself. But, we're at 1.17 trillion. Bitcoin could very well hit 28K. Ethereum, I think, easily gets back over to 1800. Let's just take a brief moment to look at some of this. I mean, Conflux is just like, shout out to anybody who got into Conflux at what was it? Something like 4 cents, 6 cents, 8 cents, something like that. VeChain is finally starting to do all right. I don't know if that's new support level for VeChain, but we'll have to look into that. My Filecoin is doing well, but I'm not looking to marry it. You know what I mean? That's my power swap. But what's the consistent thing you guys see here, right? So VeChain is technically ISO 222 compliant in regards to what? Inventory. We go further down. We have Quant. Again, it's an ISO, not necessarily ISO 222, but what? ISO TC 307, but also makes a lot of these ISOs interoperable. You have XRP, obviously another ISO, Stellar. But the point is, look at all these ones. We talk about Hedera. So, I mean, if you recognize anything being low, maybe you take advantage of that. What is on sale right now? Let's refresh this real quick. So let me see. And on this particular one, I'm not gonna do a 7-day. I mean, I know you guys like me doing 7-day. I'm just trying to look out and see if there's anything really red. Don't pay attention to ALBT. Obviously, that's the old one. We got Nexera now. Okay, Cyphereum. Maybe you do take advantage of Cyphereum, because you got to keep in mind, we did touch the 10s in Cyphereum. And shout out to Miguel if he's watching. He had a nice pullback on that. I don't know if he came back in the 8s, so that's not bad. Maybe take advantage of that. People talk about the power of the DCA. Let's see if anything else kind of stands out right now. I would wait on ALI personally. We do talk about that. But anyway, yeah. I mean, even Telcoin, right? We talked about that before. That's another one I'm going to take a deep dive into later. I think there's something there in regards to that too. I know that's not necessarily ISO focused, but obviously the one that really stands out right now is Cypherium. Let's take a look into XDC for just a brief bit, right, before we kick back into the news. XDC has a slight pullback. You got to keep in mind, I mean, XDC for the longest time, right, was basically, what the heck was it? Under 3 cents. Now it's 3.5, 3.5 cents. Let me just pull that back for a second. So I believe XDC, we saw like it up basically like 25% on the week or something like that. Let me see if I can even see it on the particular list. There it is. So on average, about 19 to 20% up, right, for the 7-day. So even XDC, right? I mean, technically speaking, you don't know if this thing's going to pop off here soon too. So do you load up one last time at XDC? I can't answer that for you. But for me personally, I think the answer is yes. I might wait just a tad bit, but we're at the doorstep of ISO 222. Might not necessarily be a bad idea. So I think obviously there's a few of you guys who recognize, the ones that might have a little bit of a pullback, ones that might not blast off yet, and you take advantage of those particular ones, right? If you feel as though it's XRP, I mean, you got to do what you got to do. I mean, if anything, where are we at on XRP real quick? So we were just at that page. I mean, it's slightly up. So, I mean, you got to do what you got to do. I mean, some people want to be technical and say, well, technically Max Cardano is an ISO. Yeah. We don't really talk about it as much. I mean, I don't know. I think it's $4,000 into Cardano. But I overpaid for it, and I paid for it a long time ago. So I didn't take advantage of a second DCA because I feel as though there's better ISOs in that particular project. All right, so let's go further into a few more comments, and then we will get back into the news. Mandalorian is awesome. Yeah, it is awesome, man. I love that show. It's a great show. Glad you like that show. Let's see. Nexera's pumping nicely. Just the beginning. Great return on investment in 18 months, you believe. Cool. They have no idea what quant really is. A lot of people don't understand what it really is. I'm glad you understand what it is, Quant Papa. Follow Quant Papa on Twitter if you haven't done so already. Gives you lots of info. He gives us lots of info, especially on our show, on our recorded. So thank you for that. Let me go ahead and bookmark this real quick. We'll jump right back into the news that we have. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. Thank you so much for joining us here on this wonderful Sunday night. And we got some more coverage from the one and only Mr. Mike Cornwell. Here it is. He says, blockchain solves the liquidity crisis. ISO 222 goes live tomorrow. Yes. Tate, I guess that's the guy that introduced us to ELK. And we have an ELK update later. All right, so let's go ahead and jump into this particular thread. And look what it mentions. This is straight from the Federal Reserve. 1 million followers. My goodness. Coordinated central bank action to enhance the provision of U.S. dollar liquidity. Right? Yeah. The money printer goes brr. And that's basically the way a lot of people are looking at it. Like, our money's going to collapse. They'll just print more. Well, the problem is that's the problem. We just kept doing it and doing it and doing it. People say that Bitcoin was made as a hedge against inflation. In reality, it was a hedge against money printing. Are we going to repeat history and not learn from past mistakes? Well, let's jump into what we have here. I'll share this tab instead. So here's the press release, and this is from the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System. This was printed, and I will double check this because I did put out a Cypherium video a few days ago. And shout out to Crypto Smith Sean. Man, I'll say this, all right? This is not me necessarily making excuses, but this is just reality. So you guys know, and I'm sure some of you guys do it too. You read a lot, and when you read and read and read like crazy, like a madman, and you have specific dates that come up, especially like March 20th or anything in March, right? Sometimes you're doing speed reading and it just flashes up on the screen. And so I had a Cypherium video, and it was actually the date of the article was like March of 2022. And of course, Sean pointed out, I was like, oh my God, I can't believe that. Yeah, it's from over excessive reading, which some people say, well, that's a good thing, Max. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, but I just want people to understand. I'm sorry about that. I am human as well. But anyway, I did double check this date, March 19th, 2023. So anyway, I want to point that out. So coordinated central bank action to enhance the provision of US dollar liquidity. All right. And it says for release at 5 p.m. EDT. Now, if you're wondering, and shout out to Brian Dowie in Toronto, Ontario, Canada, the Bank of Canada, the Bank of England, the Bank of Japan, and even the European Central Bank, the Federal Reserve, and the Swiss National Bank are today announcing a coordinated action to enhance the provision of what? Liquidity via the standard US dollar liquidity swap line arrangements. To improve the swap line's effectiveness in providing US dollar funding, the central banks currently offering US dollar operations have agreed, listen to this, to increase the frequency of 7-day maturity operations from weekly to daily. If you're just coming in, that right there sounds pretty darn impressive. Now, these daily operations will commence on Monday, March 20th, as in tomorrow, and will continue at least through the end of April. The network of swap lines among these central banks is a set of available standing facilities and serve as an important liquidity backstop to ease strains in global funding markets. Ease strains. You know, at this point, my thing is this: all the talk of people saying, "Oh man, yeah, that's just all controversial." That's just a line of BS. We're going to be fine, man. I hear where people are coming from, but at the same time, when I see what happened with Silicon Valley Bank, and I see what happened with Silvergate, and all these particular things that all led up from even last year, right, to this particular time we're in, is it all coincidental? Or does it really feel like some of this was really planned? And I'm not the type of guy, by all means, to hop on conspiracy theories. You want to talk about conspiracy theories? I have visited Dallas. I have gone to the JFK Museum. I have followed extensively that whole thing. That's a whole other thing. But this whole thing that is coming up here literally at our doorstep tomorrow. So it says, thereby helping to mitigate the effects of strains on the supply of credit to households and businesses. And of course, this is where some people stated, all right, well, if that's the case, then Cypherium's where it's at, right? With the whole thing with Fed now, right? So I wanted to point that out. Pretty cool to get this particular update. I mean, that's big. Glad to share it with you guys. Let's jump into one more particular one before we kick it back in the comments. Again, shout out to Mike Cornwell. Did a really good job helping out with the show, right? So, Washer Guru just in 5 hours ago, at least. Several major banks announced coordinated action to increase U.S. dollar liquidity provision in the global market through swap lines. A reiteration of what we just mentioned. So, it's one thing to get it printed from the Federal Reserve, right? It's another thing to get Wash Guru, but the thing is, it's going a little bit more mainstream on crypto Twitter. Obviously, not mainstream for you turn on regular, media outlets like your television, so on. All right, so I'm going to stop share on that and kick it back to the comments for just a brief bit. See what we have here tonight. Make sure I didn't miss anything on the previous or the other screen. I didn't. That's good. Just trying to keep up with the flow. Can anybody report, did we actually hit 100 earlier? I know we were in the 90s earlier. That was pretty cool. All right. Tim Shea says, Mike's crypto, Nexera is Quant's less expensive cousin. Should be 100x. I will agree with that. And I still stated, I didn't panic. I didn't dump for a loss or anything like that. Have we looked at Casper? Oh, yeah, you better believe it. That's one that we do cover here continuously as well. We do have some Casper updates for you guys. If you want to stay. Rippler Prepper says, yes, Max, you were correct. You can make money off of great entry prices, but you can also make money off of great exit points and by exercising patience. That's a good point. Thank you for that. Glad that everybody loves The Mandalorian because it is an awesome show. God candle tomorrow. Yep. Thank you very much, Mr. Lottie Dottie. We likes the party. Mr. Tim Shea says, Max, take a nap on Larry's couch. Yes, I have Larry's couch here, actually. And I turned it into a vinyl couch. And if anything, I have poured an entire gallon of Vaseline all over in between the cracks, because tomorrow everything is going to get really, really juicy. No, I don't even know why I mentioned that. DGen Crypto Talk, late with, never mind. Yeah, but thank you for that. All right, so that was just bad. All right, Reyes, yeah, we just lost some people on that one. Hold ground, and we still early for CBDC. Just have faith. OG Crypto, I'm not dumping anything. Good, man. Stay the course. You made it this long, especially through crazy Black Swan events of 2022 and some of the recent ones that happened, right? Depegging of stable coins. Yeah, they're repegged. I get it. Ethereum does looks like suspicious and so on. My thing is this sideways. I'm not trying to flood it, but I'm trying to be real at the same time. So the thing is on the charts where everything's like perfect horizontal lines and stuff like that. It's like, what's going on with that? You know? All right. Let me go further down. All right. Who thinks positive price action tomorrow for ISO coins? Says Lottie Dottie. I think there definitely will be some. I don't think it's going to be all of it, but I think you're going to see some price action. I don't know if everything like, the glitches that we're hoping for, and that the glitches don't just stay as a glitch, like they literally go and stay at that. That's one thing. It's going to be interesting. Is it going to be enough for mainstream news to take note? We'll see. We'll see. I'm not a fortune teller. McDizzle says probably the most regulated. I mean, CPH is a FedNow partner. Yeah, very good point. All right. So, all right. This is a good point from Lottie Dottie. I know they are Fed partner, but a Chinese company with suspect devs seems so fishy. Now, I get where you're coming from, but my thing is this, right? So, Sky Guo, right, CEO of Cypherium, his background with actually working with the Fed Reserve, right, as an actual engineer for the infrastructure and so on for FedNow. So, my thing is like, okay, I mean, technically speaking, I mean, we do live in the United States of America. We are supposedly the most diversified country out there. So with that said, I mean, some people want to say, well, he's Chinese and stuff like that. What about his ties? But I don't think that's the case. I really don't. And maybe that's just where we agree to disagree. All right. Some of us says to be ahead of the game, I study up on the blockchains. That's a good rhyme. I like that. Snoop Dizzle, Faux Shizzle, My Nizzle, Slick Rick. Yes, Slick Rick was pretty good back in the day. All right. Let me go further down. Hold on. Oh boy, can eat it. I'm gonna say eat an eggplant. Yeah, I'm not gonna say the other. Solana's ripping. Really? It is? Let me see that. I gotta see that. Now your name is Troll. Oh, okay. I thought your name was Trock Talks. Is Solana really ripping? Let me see. Let's see what's going on with Solana. I don't know if it's ripping. I mean, 1.86% up on the 1 hour, 3.29% on the 24 hour. I don't know about that, but I hear you. All right. Let me go further down. Read Edward Vince's comment. That's so funny because I was thinking when that switch flips, what total number of wallet holders are about to make a pickle? Cucumber? This seems to cover that topic. Oh, okay. All right. Cool Cat says only 4 XRP wallets like mine. Wow. Very good point. All right. I'm going to highlight another particular comment from. I'm reading a lot of OG cryptos because he's a good guy. He follows us on follows us. I can't even talk tonight. Too much talking from yesterday. He follows us on Twitter, and he said this is his first live stream, so he does get a little bit of more comments read, right? He says, guys, if you want to learn more as well about ISO, my buddy from Digital Asset News is great. Cool. Hey, Miguel. Welcome back, man. Glad to have you here, Miguel. He says he likes Jasmine by far, just his personal preference. He has 300K Jasmine. Will continue to add every Friday. Well, that's nice. I add Jasmine once a month. I used to be able to do stuff where every 2 weeks and so on, but that's okay. All right. I'm gonna welcome Thapello Morena. He says they need this teach. Sorry about that. It looked like I lost internet connection for a bit. That was weird. Sorry about that. My internet went out, it came back in. So I apologize. Sometimes on the weekend, my local internet service, provider, they'll do updates. I like it better when they do it like at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, but I'm back. Hopefully you guys are still with me. Let me double check the other screen to make sure I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. All right, so I did see a super chat came in. Sorry about the interruption. Like that wasn't planned. All right, so let me see where I'm at. Man, I'm way down. Way down. Oh man, where is that super chat? Way down. All right, here we go. Of crypto, right? Thank you so much. I always recognize you from the recorded. Gonna put Vaseline couch because it's gonna get juicy. Jeez, bad. I try not to go the degen route too bad. But yeah, thank you for the $2 super chat. We do like to provide you crypto, news, education, AI, and also entertainment. So thank you for recognizing that. Guys, I'm so sorry if I skipped anybody. It was not on purpose. I lost when my connection went away. I lost a lot of those particular comments. So sorry. Please give me the benefit of the doubt. His internet must be on the BSV network. No, that's horrible. I own some BSV. I have 3.7. You know what? Shout out to Cool Cat Crypto, right? I will hold on. Let me see where I'm at on my particular portfolio real quick. I think I'm in the profits on it. So actually, it wasn't too bad. It was one of the ones I bought the same day of Filecoin. And let's see where I'm at on this particular one. I mean, it's not a lot, right? I'll share this with you guys. Don't flood my BSV, as Mr. Cool Cat would say, right? So this is not a lot of money, but it's something. So I took advantage on March 11th, right? I came into BSV. I thought this was a bargain personally. $32.54. Bought myself 3.7 BSV, right, for $120.40. But look where I'm at. At least I'm in some profits, only 13.44% up, but that's $16.19 in profit. And as Cool Cat would say, and I have looked more into this, when people do find out that this is the real Bitcoin, and especially this whole thing that got going on, who was it? With Visa, MasterCard, and so on. My point is, I was like, you know what? We all got to take a chance on something, not financial advice. But I want to look more and more into BSV because, Cool Cat's very passionate about it. I was like, you know what? It ain't going to hurt me to throw anywhere from like $120, $150 at this thing. And I did. If you want to do that, you're welcome to do that. I'm just saying. So I'm not complaining. I'm still in profits. I'm good. All right. So people say screenshots, it didn't happen. It happened. All right. My BSV. My quant. All right, Starlord, Max, what are your thoughts, or do you have looked into Render? Now, I'm glad that you actually did mention Render, and if it's the one I'm thinking about, I saw a brief thing on crypto Twitter in regards to RNDR. If it is Render, if it's not the project I'm thinking about, then forget it. Don't even think of. I'm not getting comment anymore. But if it is the project I am thinking about, I think there is something there. I have to do a proper deep dive into it before I give more of my particular comments. I know that's not really answering what you're looking for, but I saw a few people on crypto Twitter mentioning it, showing some videos about it and so on. And again, I'll have to revisit this. I will add it to my particular research notes, which is a lot, right? And you have to keep in mind there's only so much time in a day. I know some people complain like, you just write this down, but you never get to it. I do get to some of them. All right. I have a whole bunch. Here's some proof of some of the ones I got into. And I did do more research. Obviously, Cypherium. BRL. We're probably going to do an AMA with them. And I did research them more. I just didn't do a video on them yet. We talked about ALI for many, many months. But anyway, so as far as the ones I did a video on, I did on Hello. I did on Affinity, Miguel's Affinity. I did Lattice. Somebody requested Lattice. So it's not like I don't do any of it. All right, so RNDR, I believe. I'm going to say that one. But I know I still need to do arc block. There's only so much time in the day, and I'll put it this way. Don't believe me? Try becoming a content creator yourself. You'll find out. It's pretty time consuming. All right. Boomer F and Sooner says, okay, I'll repeat. Max, did you say you're going to put a jar? I just thought I'd throw that out because you guys are always joking about Larry and his couch and Caroline and all sorts of stuff. And I was like, I'm going to give these D-gens what they want, It's bad, Who was it? What's that guy's name? Lloyd Banks, a G Unit. He's something like, no Vaseline in the M16. I only feed my body creatine. My favorite jewel is diamond. My favorite color is green. I piss Louis XIII. Anyway, long story. All right. I shouldn't say that stuff. All right. Crypto Winner says, you damn right. $13 is profit all day. Take it. Satoshi has a few surprises in store this year. Yeah, but you can't. You said you can't disclose all that because of NDA. That's fair enough. All right. River says, tell us more, Cool Cat. I'm down 8% on the BSV. Thanks, Cool Cat. See, hey, I came in. I saw BSV, Filecoin, and I was like, wow, these are really down. Like, this is rock bottom. And so I'm happy. I'm happy with that. Grab 10.5 just to appease my effing cat. Jeez. All right, just hang on. Satoshi is at war with Silicon Valley. All right. Brutal war going behind the scenes. Interesting. I'm like Max with BSV. I'm up and we'll get more. Cool. Very cool. Let's welcome Wayneside. Check Crow and Crow tokens. He says, serious up, man. He's got either popcorn there. And of course, he got some drums. So that's either popcorn or that is mac and cheese being stacked. I don't know what it is, to be honest. All right, me and my homies play this game. Some call it Amtrak. Some call it The Train. Great song, not to blame the Boomer F and Sunu who is in the game. Get with Mr. Selmo, who don't spread the FUD. Drop mean coins because they're all a bunch of duds. Don't know who I be? You got to learn it. Tune into Crypto Talk Now. That's how we do it. Something like that. I don't know. All right, I'm going to highlight that. Let's get back into the news because we're at an hour and 48 minutes. We still have quite a bit lined up. Oh my God, it is going to turn into a 5-hour show. I can't believe this. All right, so if anything, let's see where we're at on the news. And Mr. Mike Cornwell says he wants us to look at the metrics. All right, explain. Oh, we talked about this last night, man. Oh, there's more. Okay. We'll get into that a little bit. I want to get back into the news for just a brief moment. Actually, that's fine. That will make sense. That'll be good for the lineup. All right. So last night, if you guys tuned in, we did talk a little bit about some of the things that spiked. Remember? If you were here for that. If you weren't, that's okay. So yesterday, I believe it was 24 Hours Crypto or somebody like that talked about the whole thing of how we spiked, right? Excuse me. This is where it was. We mentioned this last night, right? And it's good to point some of this stuff out. There's more, right? Like Billy Mays back in the day. He was my favorite of the pitchmen, right? It wasn't too wild on the other guy. Anthony Sullivan, a little kind of annoying. But Billy Mays, oh yeah. So here you go. Let's pitch some more. Number of payments from one account to another. Look how this has really, really spiked. So from where we're at yesterday, and then look at some of this. All right. Worth noting. Let's go further down. This is to March 2020. Okay, cool. Oh, man, this thing's getting stuck. Uh-oh. I hate when that happens. All right, so we got some of that. Number of new accounts activated. We see some spikes on that. Average number of transactions per ledger. You definitely see some activity going here. Number of closed ledgers. Maybe people don't want me to report on that, but you got to show what's going on with that. All right. And if there's anything specific you want me to highlight on this, Mike, I can. For some reason, though, I don't know if it's because I'm sharing this and it's right live from it. Sometimes it gets stuck, like when I click on it. But yeah, thank you for sharing that. Let's get into the next part of our particular news. So it is more from Mr. Mike Cornwell, and let's see where we're at. Let's see here. Here we go. These all go live March 20th. Target 2, 1.8 trillion. Man, this is good stuff. So look at this. Euro EBA, 200 billion. Australia's HVCS, 200 billion. NZ Clear, New Zealand, 390 million. FXYCS, Japan, 15.5 billion. JPM, right? Imagine JP Morgan, 9.7 trillion. It always makes me shake my head when I see their CEO not realizing that there's this thing called quorum that basically exists. Now, I'm not talking about quorum, I'm talking about quorum, right? And he basically bashes blockchain technology and stuff like that. You know, crypto in general. It's like, hello, you know, it's kind of like like an NBA owner, a franchise owner who doesn't pay attention to, like, you know, some of the data of, you know, some of his players. Like, you know, does this guy average 30% from the 3-point line? Does this guy average only 50% for the free throw line? You know, some things like that. It's like, come on, did you not get the memo of how much money you were personally invested as a company into blockchain? Anyway, things like that disgust me. All right, so let's go further down. You have Canada Lynx, 150 billion. How are some of these other big players in the trillions, right? Bank of Tokyo, Mitsubishi, 1.89 trillion. CB of West African states, 5.7 billion. I have to mention that because, let's face it, Africa, and, you know, they don't exactly put out as much in GDP, but that's pretty big for them. All right, Bank of China, 1.1 trillion. Bank of America, right? We understand the Ripple connections. Excuse me, allergies. 1.5 trillion. Bank of, Wells Fargo, 1.9 trillion. We talked about Wells Fargo, right? Basically, they put out a notice, apparently. I should say put out a notice to everyone, like on a mass email. They didn't do that. But if you went to their site, this was pointed out last night, that they definitely took advantage of upgrading and preparing for this whole new flip of the switch. Citigroup, right? They used to be the biggest bank in the world at one point. 4.1 trillion. U.S. Bank, 404 billion. All right, let's go back. Okay, how about this? The biggest one of them all, Nostro Vostro. You get where I'm going with this. Obviously, Nostro Vostro is not necessarily a bank, but the whole point is recognizing what Ripple brings to the table with that on-demand liquidity, and especially if you've been doing more of your homework, understanding this whole thing with Nostro Vostro. Nostro Vostro is what gets it done when it comes to taking on the debt of the world. And you better believe that's where we're going. You know, when you hear Powell, you know, here's the thing. Powell will say one thing on one hand about they're not embracing crypto, but then you hear him say on the other hand, oh yeah, but, you know, real soon here, we're going to be going live with instant payments. Huh? Is this planned? Are you saying this because you don't want anybody from, and I hate to say this, but, you know, let's face it, the peasant class, right? You want to keep it just with the 1%. Are you saying this because you don't want, you know, the non 1% to come in and get that generational wealth? You still want the elites of the world to just snatch it all up? And if that's the case, then it has to be the case, because come on, instant payments. I mean, we showed you guys the clips, right? He's literally being interviewed and saying, no, this whole thing with CBDCs and, time to crypto is a bad thing, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, we have the technology real soon to go live with instant payments. Huh? So is it Cypherin? Is it the instant payments, Ripple and so on, what they provide with Nostra Vostra? And I definitely think it is, because when we see the whole outline here, don't get me wrong, these are all big players, right? Especially, BNP Paribas. Anything in the trillions is a big deal. But what's the biggest deal? Nostra Vostra, 27 trillion. And oh, by the way, talk about, having it be scalable, right? So Nostra Vostra in itself, in reality, this could be way, way higher. Some people say, nah, Max, that's not the case. Yes, it is the case. Look more into it. Do not dismiss the key element for Ripple, especially with on-man liquidity, is the concept of Nostra Vostra. And of course, not last week on Monday with CryptoSmith, but the week before that, when, shout out to Sobo, when we brought up the whole thing in regards to Crypto Bellwether's philosophy about, we've been lied to with ISO 222, and it's not going to be Ripple that's going to be doing the payment rails and stuff like that. And it's just a big lie and so on. Well, he didn't mention, and I don't mean any disrespect to him, I think he's a good content creator, nothing was mentioned about Nostra Vostra. So again, guys, understand that that is the underlying layer that helps get this all done, right? It's not just, some of these things that you see on the surface. So shout out to Crypto Mike on that. I'm going to get into another particular one. And here it is. Hold on a second. This is from Brian Dowie. He wanted me to share this. I don't know if he wanted me to share it, but I'm going to share it anyway. You guys obviously follow Mr. Crypto Hulk. So Crypto Hulk came up with an update. It says BRICS nations to use, listen to this, guys, XDC's R3. Like it says RT Crypto. Remember we talked about XDC and that R3 bridge, the core to R3 bridge. How huge is that? Why do I keep talking about that? Well, listen to Crypto Hulk here for a bit. Great content creator. He gets kind of angry at times, but that's okay. He's passionate. Listen to what he has set here. In my opinion, Crypto Hulk should change his name to like Judge Dredd or something like Crypto Hulk / Judge Dredd, because I saw that picture he had where he's dressed as Judge Dredd. That's a good look for him. But anyway, yeah, good, really good content creator. Give him a follow as well at Crypto Hulk. Listen to what he has to say right here, especially if you hold XDC. Ooh, it's gonna be nice.
Check this out. This is XRP. It's a bridge asset, global bridge currency. Look that one up on Google, by the way, you'll see. What I'm going to show you today is the BRICS nations. They're coming up with tokenization. Accenture is helping the BRICS nations. The BRICS nations are not the enemy. All these other channels on either YouTube or whatever trying to show, oh, the BRICS nations are going to take over American dominance, blah, blah, blah. No, they're not, dummies. You got Accenture, Ripple Partners helping the BRICS nations, okay? Deloitte, Ripple Partners helping them. ABSA, Ripple Partner. NetBank, Ripple Partner. You got the fucking clue? All right, check it out. Here's your first proof right there. Deloitte uses Ripple technology. You can see that right there in this article. You got Bank of England. They picked the Ripple Partner Accenture. That was in the article. ABSA, that was in the article we just saw. They're a partner with Finastra. And here's a Finastra page. Ripple to bring blockchain to Finastra. Oh, ouch, Crypto Hulk. You're really doing it big. NetBank to accelerate ISO by using Volante. And Volante on their page is all about Ripple. There's Volante. And later in the article, it talks about R3. Yeah, and if we see here in this article right here, R3 and Ripple joined together back in 2016. There you go. This is Crypto Hulk on YouTube. Check out my deep dive of the BRICS nations and their cryptocurrencies and how Ripple is right there with R3. See you later.
All right. So,
a little bit ahead of where Rudy was free throw wise.
Yeah, no, I watched a lot of basketball. Hold on a second. So you may be wondering, like when he's talking about some of this, I mean, a lot of content creators do talk about the whole thing with, in regards to like R3 and so on. Let me show you something just real quick. Some of you guys saw this particular video I did not that long ago. But anyway, hold on a second. Let me pull up our Twitter thing real quick because I do want that back up there. All right. So let's see where we're at. Oh man, I almost lost it. Here we go. So here we go. Crypto Talk Now. So the other day, and I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to take it the wrong way. You said a bunch of people idiots. I don't know. Maybe you say I'm an idiot. I don't take it the wrong way, but I put BRICS, a threat to America's GDP power ranking. That's my main thing. Yeah, it is a threat to our GDP power ranking. That's even putting aside, I understand what he's talking about with, these guys are all tied into these particular technologies. Okay, I get that. But my main thing is, you better believe that BRICS is a threat to America's GDP power ranking. And I also understand the whole thing in regards to, the G7 countries and so on. The UK, Japan, you name it, right? And how you can add that to the particular mix. But the main point of why I put that video out is understand the whole concept of, America's stance in the world when it comes to, like if we have stories of some countries in South America, they're no longer paying in the US dollar for, oil and, gas and so on. And they're, going through, by paying with other means and so on. That is a real threat to America's GDP and so on. That's the main point I'm trying to point out. So if anything, I want people to kind of understand that it's not me hopping on the bandwagon of covering this whole thing with BRICS, but I, have a broader understanding than compared to a lot of people, right? You guys maybe understand it as well. We do have to recognize what's going on in the world, especially when it comes to crypto in general, right? But on top of that, like, who are the bigger players, in the background? When you hear stories that, for instance, whether it's Russia, China, especially, right? Remember their stance on, they're anti-crypto or they're not going to, they're banning all crypto. And then you hear, for instance, but they are adapting or bringing on board this one particular blockchain, whether it is, Conflux, or whether it is, for instance, Casper. Somebody pointed out a while back the particular Casper connection for, a particular city in China, or whether it is some of these other ones, right? The point is, we all got to recognize what the heck is going on, because at the end of the day, when we try to get that generational wealth that we're looking for, and all this thing gets burned down to the ground, that's not what we're looking for, right? So we do point some of these things out. Obviously, other guys do it as well. Shout out to Coach JV. He talks about a lot, the BRICS nations, obviously, rich common sense crypto and so on. So I like Crypto Hulk, but it is what it is. All right, so here we go. Let's kick it back to the comments here briefly. We have more news for you. Thank you so much for being here tonight. And let's see where we're at. So Crypto Winner says he took 0.01 profit, 0.35 profit, $5.30 profit. Heck, you got it more than me. Ain't leaving nothing this year for market. We said market maker. Okay. All right. River says time to dig into the lunch I packed. That's 2-hour mark. All right. I respect people. If you got to get up really early in the morning, you got to do what you got to do. That's why we have replays and stuff like that. Mr. J Crypto says, with all the information out there, this show could last 24 hours. Yeah, I'm not doing that. I'll tell you that much. There's no way in hell I'm going to be able to do that. I have appointments in the morning, and there's just no way. That'd be really weird. Like some of the people that come over here, they see some of the green screens and stuff up. I haven't really told them really what it is about because, they're here to do business. They're not here to me talk their ear off. But, yeah. Thank you, though. I think that's your way of giving us a compliment. That's okay. Thank you, Mr. J Crypto, for being here. Olamide Adams is back. He says, Mick Big Macs. Yes. I am the weird-looking sandwich you're looking for. Lionel Richie. All right. Crypto McDizzle lasted like 5 hours yesterday. No, not like 5 hours, McDizzle. 5 hours and 41 minutes. A new Crypto Talk Now network record. Not that anybody's really keeping count. Maybe me and Larry are. But anyway. OG Crypto says, gotta go see it, man. This freaking 2-hour show. I don't know about you guys. I'm outie. I'm lickety split. All right. Olamide says, West African amount is low because most of those other countries got the gold, oil, and diamonds on. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, man. Cool Cat, they don't want us poor folk getting any. Yeah, us peasants. But you know what? For the first time in history, the peasant class is going to come way far from behind. All right, Crypto McDizzle. Central banks print money from thin air and steal the world's wealth. And they've been doing it for how many years? How many years? You know the answer to that. All right, let's go further down. Enslave the plant, and we all working pulling out natural resources. Very good point. Blackwood says, the banker's one true god is Nathan Rothschild. Yeah, the Rothschilds. I was literally going to mention something like that. That's crazy. I know that you put that out at 8:10. That was 10 minutes ago. That's not too bad. I guess sorry if skipped a lot of comments when my connection got rogued. I lost all of them. Off Crypto, why is my name gray and others are blue? I have no idea. It's coming across on my screen, right? And by the way, thank you again for the super chat from earlier. Olamide says, I finally started using XRP Ledger with Zoom. Oh, yeah, because you're moderators. Yeah. All right, XCC is a beast. I agree. Quant works with Accenture. Thank you for that, Mr. Quant Papa. Go ahead and give him a follow if you haven't done so already. I want to welcome Enjoyable Lifestyle while the countdown, because why not, man? Why not? Some big things. This is the date that we've all been looking forward to for many, many months. Some of you guys maybe like a year or more, depending on how long you've been into this. All right, so let's talk about this real quick. Equilibrium, welcome. He says, what are the implications of the liquidity deal those banks and the Fed agreed to? That's a good question. I guess here's your answer. McDizzle says American dollar dominance will shy if America turns in the printer, I should say. They will only hurt themselves now onto the whole world with Fed now. Crypto Consortium Jackson, welcome. What do you think about Stronghold? I wouldn't mind getting into it, to be honest. I do realize it's part of the QFS, the Quantum Financial System. It's like in the top 20 of that particular system. I also know it's built on Stellar, but I haven't taken more of my own deep dive into that. But I don't on the surface. And again, I'm not going to try to BS you. On the surface, it seems good. I just need to research a lot more, and so that's my thing. So I'm not going to do a long thing about Solon, but I'm definitely aware of it, and it is part of the QFS. Mr. Burns is Rothschild. I could do a Mr. Burns, but I'm not going to do it right now. All right, so let's go ahead and jump into more of a coverage. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. Really appreciate you guys being here tonight for the special edition of CTN countdown to March 20th, ISO 222. So earlier, we had some reporting from Mike Cornwell, also Brian Dowie from the Crypto Hulk update. Pretty cool stuff. On top of that, we have looks like some more from Mr. McDizzle. So let's jump into that for a brief bit. And it says, boom, world waking up to the fact that a bank deposit is an unsecured loan to a leveraged counterparty. Yeah, no kidding. Like some people have gotten that a long time ago, right? But it's okay. Says that the FDIC insured fund has only 128 billion. Yeah, exactly. How, it's one thing to have it to be insured, but if it only covers a certain amount, and we're going to get into the trillions, or some people said, Max, in reality, it could be the quadrillions, right? Very true. So it also mentions that total deposits in U.S. commercial banks equals 17.6 trillion. And here's the big one. That money itself is a confidence game. Always has been. Just pointing out something. You guys probably already know some of this, but it is very interesting. It makes you think, they don't have enough to cover it. But who has enough to cover it? Ripple with its on-demand liquidity, especially with this whole concept of Nostr of Ostro. That's how it gets done. And so for all the people that just want to become Cypherium maxis, and don't get me wrong, I have some Cypherium, you got to go back to what's mentioned right here. It will all make more sense to you. All right. Let's go to this next tab. More from McDizzle. And we do have, of course, some other news. So, shout out to Mr. Man. I do follow him. He follows me. Good guy, right? Let's bring this up. Okay, now he brought back. All right, cool. You know what? I don't know. We've heard this one before. Yeah, I'm gonna. It's just too many on the. You know what? So on that one, I'm gonna skip. Apologize. Let me jump to this next particular one that I did find. It's Dan Pena, man. He goes off the rails sometimes. All right, so this says this is from the Jasmine movement, but it's a guy who also recognizes ISO 222. So look at this just for a brief moment. ISO 222 goes live in less than 24 hours, literally less than a few hours, right? Look what all is tagged here: Quant, XRP, XDC, HBAR, IOTA, XLM, Algo, Quant. Obviously, I just said that. All right, so maybe I could expand this a little bit more. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Key timeframes. All right, let's pay attention to this real quick. So we have, for instance, April 2023. We're always talking about, this whole thing with ISO 222. Earlier, we talked about, some of these other particular systems, right? But do we talk about CHAPS enough? Do we? Well, look at this. In April, CHAPS goes live with ISO 222 messaging, enhanced data optional, purpose codes, legal entity identifier, structured remittance data, and structured addresses. Now, as far as where we go all the way out to November 2023, this year, you have even SEPA to upgrade to the 2019 standards, same as Target 2 and even SWIFT. So keep in mind, a lot of the big things start happening tomorrow, right? Depending on where you're at, tomorrow's already here. Also understand some of these other systems, they're part of the mix. CHAPS and SEPA are also going to happen, and it's going to happen this year. Now, of course, when we go further out, we'll talk more about this, because I don't see their show going away. Well, let's talk about this real quick. So how about second quarter 2024, faster payments expected to commence migration to ISO 222. Full details to be, I should say TBD, to be determined, but excuse me. 2024, CHAPS to make purpose codes and legal entity identifier codes mandatory, right? All right, so how about this? By the end of 2025, what are we going to have? Well, should be November 2025. People mention this. So faster payments and SWIFT payments messaging migration to ISO 222 complete. So understand there's this whole implementation period of the banks. Also understand that the migration period of the payment messaging for SWIFT specifically, right, will be complete. Cool stuff. Glad to bring that to you guys. On top of that, let me see where we're at. I think we have a little bit more. This is the quant news you're looking for, but at the same time, ISO. So you're going to hear, and shout out to Quant Papa, man. If you're still watching, I want a good job on chopping this one up. Do a really good job of pulling all the best footage and putting them all in one condensed one. That's what I love about you, man. Keep up the good work. But check out what Quant Papa has. It says, Quant, the ISO king with ISO TC 307. Keep in mind, Gilbert basically wrote this, what was it, 2014, 2015, something like that, set this particular standard. But it all makes sense in regards to what? With also ISO 222, right? So we're preparing for that. It's right around the corner. It's 2 minutes, 19 seconds. This was really well put together. Let's listen to it. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. Gilbert Verdian, CEO of Quant. Here we go.
A lot of the fiat currencies and traditional institutions are currently focusing on getting accepted to the ISO 20022 standard. Is that going to have any impact on you guys, or are you way ahead of that?
So the standard that I helped establish is TC 307, and that was 2016. It's been running every year. There's 57 countries working on that right now. And what it means is we're going to create standards that are compatible to existing ones. So 222 we'll be able to talk blockchain with the work that's happening within TC307 eventually.
That's absolutely brilliant, and key to your core ethos of creating that interoperability across all paradigms. So
so I can say us as a company, we're the standard for interoperability. So we actually shape what interoperability looks like globally at the ISO level. So at the very high end, interoperability at the ISO level is governance interoperability, business interoperability, and technical.
How do we have a blockchain overlay that can interconnect different networks and different systems? I started talking about it from a government perspective. The standards people approached me. And they said, this is really interesting. Can we turn this into an ISO standard? And what that means is standards create economies, because you're allowing people to communicate and talk the same language. And in financial services, in payments and all the messaging systems, ISO 20022 is the standard. The old one was 8583, which is the old payments standard that everyone's been using, like Visa, MasterCard, etc. But it's evolving into ISO 20022. So for me, it was a great way to define and fix the problem with blockchains, because I had a problem with the way the ecosystem was growing, because we were making great technology, proof of work, proof of stake. We had great adoption because Ethereum was quite big at the time. Ripple had just started, so there was some aspirational things, but they were making all this technology in isolation. And I didn't want everyone to make that mistake again, because we made that mistake with the old internet service providers of the first internet.
That was, that was so well put together. So thank you again to Quant Papa. I saw that and I was like, you know what, this is perfect for tonight's show, because we know what is literally coming here within the next few hours. So great to hear that from the head honcho of Quant, Gilbert Verdian. I think I have maybe one more in regards to this. Hold on a second. So we showed you the thing with Gilbert. And if anything, give me just a second. I think I got something with XRP. Yeah, this is pretty good stuff, man. So let me show you this, and then I'll kick it back in the comments here in a brief bit. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. Thank you so much for being here with us tonight on this Sunday night. Lots of exciting things going on here soon, right? So shout out to XRP_Crow. I'm going to give him a follow. 110,000 followers. My God. He's been in the crypto game since 2017. All right. So he says, quote, Ripple is both messaging and liquidity. You know, when he's talking about ODL, on-demand liquidity. Originally quoted from Brad Garlinghouse. Garlinghouse says Ripple is competing with the liquidity of Citi and the messaging of Swift, but in one, because we are both messaging and liquidity. Now, when I got into this particular link I'm going to show you, I said to myself, this is impressive. So let's share this. It's like a big collage, right? This is good. You get, sometimes you guys appreciate the visuals. So look at this, guys. A few days ago, Mike Cornwell, I don't know if it was a week ago, maybe it was a few days ago, something like that. He gave us those Ripple partnerships, remember? And it was just 20 out of like 100 or 200, I should say. Really impressive stuff. But look at this. 100 plus Ripple XRP infographics and guides for the XRP community, the XRP army. This guy created hundreds of visual guides, infographics, and charts for the XRP and even the Flare network community. If you find these infographics helpful, send a donation. That says XRP, SGB, CSC. It's just cool stuff. Look at this. Non-fungible token XRP Bon Voyage. 3+ years of everyday work, 900 images. I mean, this guy really went all out, right? But yeah, it's just, look at all the stuff that's in here. You may think, well, what the heck? So he has it all in a particular, like we see right here, the XRperience Bon Voyage, right? For an NFT. That's cool in itself. But here is it all broken down to pieces, right? It's very, very impressive. So you can see all this, right? And it's all listed here, even with Flare, right? Ripple with the lawsuit, XRP army. This guy really went all out with some of these particular ones. and he put it all into like NFTs. That's like, I don't know. It's unique, right? It's nice to see people passionate like this. Bitcoin versus Ripple, Lightning in network versus Ripple's on-demand liquidity. Some of these things you guys are already saying. Sometimes we talk about Songbird, not much. You got this thing about everything you know about Songbird. I mean, there's a lot here. All right, I'll just keep going further down. But I mean, this guy really, really took the time over the last few years to put this together. Brad Garlinghouse saying we are going to drive a massive demand for XRP because we are solving a multi-trillion-dollar problem. And look where we're at right now. Right? More like it could be a quadrillion-dollar problem, right? Especially with some of the overseas payments and whatnot. So a lot here. I remember seeing some of these where many months ago we did the whole comparing and contrasting of companies already using, testing, or accepting XRP. I might actually blow that up for a second. Let me see if I can pull it up. Hold on a second. Pull it up in a new tab. That's a good one. Let me share this tab instead. Look at this. So not only did he make NFTs, guys, out of those what you saw. So he has one great big giant one with all of them there, and then all broken up. Then he has links to each one. So it's like these are utility-based NFTs to a sense. You know what I mean? Here I literally just clicked on one. How is it utility? Because I'm bringing you guys the information. That's the point I'm trying to let you guys know about. You think, oh, it's just a bunch of pictures. No, these are actually NFTs. It's pretty crazy. So infographic, companies using XRP, Ripple, XRapid. Look at this. Maybe I could blow it up more. Hold on. Might take a second. Oh, man, that's huge. Yeah, that's nice and beautiful, ain't it? So you have, for instance, MoneyGram. All right, industry money transfer using XRP started on August 2019, employed 2,700 people. I understand, there's also the whole thing with Stellar. Don't get me wrong. Just talking about, some of these particular days. So R3 with Corda, right? We understand how big that is, obviously, with XDC. But, you have the Ripple connection, right, with XRP. Blockchain company, 2018. They employed 250 to 300 people. And just another thing to point out, right? Like how many people are employed with some of these things, right? XRPL Labs, only 3. All right, let's jump further down. We're always talking about, the financial institutions where the big money is, right? So you have Euro Exim Bank, right? They don't have the data on it, probably because it might be too big, or it might be like they just don't want to release it. You never know. All right, let's go further down. Even Western Union, that would make sense that Western Union would try to get something going on with Ripple. They're testing XRP, it says. So that's interesting itself because, Western Union, you think about where we're at with Web3 and going into the future, eventually we'll be into a Web 4, right? Web 4, let's be honest, this is going to be AI, right? So Western Union, as we know, think of how many companies got swallowed up with new technology by not being innovative. So I'm glad that somebody got the memo when it comes to Western Union. Look, we're probably not going to exist anymore if we don't, initiate the upgrade with our technology to keep up with the times. So apparently this is something that that is in testing. I don't know. I have to double check that. But anyway, 10,700 originally. I guess they started testing of that in February 2018. But again, guys, we can go on and on to this. There's so many into this. This guy did a really good job with this. So I'm going to actually retweet this because I'm so impressed. It's one thing to have NFTs, and then there's another thing to literally bring a utility layer of the research. So this, in my opinion, this is like educational based NFTs. To a sense, that's a utility layer. That's really cool. All right, let's go further down. Travala. By the way, I don't know if you guys know this. I found this out about a week ago. Do you know that Travala has its own coin? I kid you not. They have their own coin. We'll talk about that probably maybe sometime next week. I won't necessarily do it tonight. But yeah, they have their own coin. I don't know if it's a coin. It might be actually a token. But I do know that it's either a coin or a token. I was shocked when I saw that because you're always seeing the Travala partnerships, Jasmine, some of these other ones. I think even Shiba Inu, right? But yeah, Travala has its own token. I think there's something there with it. I got to take more of a deeper dive into it, but it might be an overlooked gem. I don't know for sure, but I think there's something there. All right, we go further down. Obviously, Barclays, all these other particular ones, but I mean, it's really impressive because it gives you an idea of all these things connected with Ripple, right? Celsius. Ugh. All right. Let's jump back for just a brief moment. Yeah, I can show you guys more in regards to that. So I'm going to jump back for just a brief moment. Hold on. So here is this, and there's of course way more in regards to this. Sorry about that. I'm going to go share the tab. I mean, just a lot here, right? Like there's a lot of images that we have shared over and over many months. All right, that's the key thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to when you like this, I'm going to retweet this. So if you're a big fan of XRP and you want that information, which is this right here, I have gone ahead and I have retweeted this from XRP_CRO. Very cool stuff. All right, let's jump back into the comments again. Thank you guys for being here, approaching the 2.5 hour mark. My goodness. And let's see, we got Wayne Size says, check Oscar Ramos' video. Go Crow. Yeah, he does a good job of covering Crow, Tectonic, and so on. Real good content creator. I like Oscar Ramos. A good guy. Recently got married. Congratulations to him. All right, McDizzle says he bets that they announce the XRP lawsuit tomorrow, then flip the switch. Ooh. It'll be like a double whammy, you know? All right, or flip the switch, then announce. Yeah, you never know. Cool Cat says, flip my switch. All right. Max has the Vaseline ready for the flipping. For the couch. You know, in reality, I don't even know if that couch is vinyl. Is it vinyl? Is it leather? I don't know. But if it's not vinyl or leather, there will be no pouring of the Vaseline all over it. Welcome back to me. Thank you for being here. Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, starring I know you're going with that. You think that Gilbert Verdian looks like Rick Moranis? He does kind of look like Rick Moranis, don't he? Huh. All right. Crypto McDizzle for Shizzle. All Cosmos can read ISO 222. Yeah, we covered that last night. I'm going to do a recorded video about that. And Quant brings interoperability to everything else. Very good point. That was on yesterday's show, guys. And we also talked about how HBAR, eventually they're going to have to go the API route. What was some of the other ones we mentioned, guys? We mentioned IOTA. We mentioned some other players. But nonetheless, at the end of the day, Quant can get the job done for them from an interoperability standpoint for those APIs. Anyway. All right, and Elk Finance transfers DeFi to any blockchain. Very good point. I think we have a little bit of Elk tonight too. All right. Cool Cat says the key master from Ghostbusters too. Oh yeah, that is true. Forgot about that. Ghostbusters 2, number 2. All right, 93 likes. Well done, folks. Yeah, thank you so much to everybody on that. That was really cool. I guess I missed this super chat from a while ago. I apologize. Wes, thank you so much once again for the $5 super chat or super sticker. I was trying to keep track of where I was at on the other page, but I didn't do that. So sorry about that, Wes, but welcome back. Check out Wes. He's got great music, by the way. I really like your style. And if anything, Wes, let me just take a brief moment for station identification. So Wes, you have great music, right? Here is something I want you to do. If you want, you don't have to do anything, right? Go over to ctnnetwork.net, and it's free, doesn't cost you anything. And when you're over there, and you could either do it through email, Google account, Facebook, whatever you prefer. And the key thing is you can go and click on where it says creators. And if anything, you could be featured here along with all the other creators. And here's a perfect example. So Michael Montclair is also into music, just like yourself. He's featured here. So what's going to happen is, for instance, like there's, Crypto Smith. or actually, I'm talking about Michael. So just like with Michael, person could come over here, click on channel, and it brings you right instead of like Michael Montclair. By the way, guys, give Michael Montclair a sub. You know, it'd be nice to see him go up to 100, especially on this show. He go from 93 to 100. But my point is, you could also be featured just like that. So check us out, man, on cryptotalknow.net. All right. I'm going to kick it back more and some more comments. But thank you again, Wes, for the $5 super chat. Always appreciate you, man. Thank you very, very much. All right. Let's see here. And Quant Papa says, I'm going to lie. I'm on my bed and I listen to this podcast until I fall asleep. Unfortunately, I'm super sick. Thanks for the show. Keep up the good work. Oh, I'm sorry that you're sick, man. What did you come down with? Hopefully you didn't get the Rona or the flu or something, or both. I had a buddy who had both a while back, and it was the first time around. Like, he was like, oh my God, man, I think he lost like 20 pounds in 2 weeks or something like that. This was like back in I think late 2020. It was crazy. All right, Crypto McDizzle says, think how useful the ELK/XRP swaps will be on DeFi after oh jeez. Yeah. Quant Papa says, imagine using Western Union when you can send XRP for $0.0001. Very good point. With the Cartman emoji. Trying to do that at least. Quant Papa also says, Western Union, you pay like 30 to 50 euros in his country just to send 1,000 to 1,500. Quant Papa, I always wonder, are you in France? I always wonder that. Like, are you actually in France or something like that? I always thought that's where you were at. I could be mixing you up with somebody else. Apologize if that's not the right place. MB, even ETH cheaper today. Good point. True, have you seen XRP ELK swaps? All right, Final Omega. What is Tacit? 5 days ago, it is listed on Fed now. That's a nice avatar. Welcome, Final Omega. And in regards to Tacit, I don't know. I'll have to look more into that. I honestly don't know about that one. All right, Blackwood, watching XRP right now, and it looks like a beast in a cage biting through the lock. Yeah, man, that's a good analogy. I like that one. All right, so I'm going to welcome Just My Styles. He says, this is the official ISO 222 going live party. Darn near close to it. Darn near close to it. Yeah, we did have close to 100 people earlier, man. It was really cool. All right, I don't know what my time tomorrow. All right, so I'm going to say hello to Watermelon Crypto Sugar High. Thank you for being here. Welcome back. We are going to get back into the news. Thank you so much to everybody who's here tonight on this Sunday night. And especially welcome to Boomer F and Sooner once again. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and highlight that. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. Let's kick it back to some more of our particular coverage. So we talked about this whole thing with Ripple NFTs, educational-based NFTs. How cool is that? All right. So let's get into a little bit more what we have here for you tonight. All right, it is in Stellar. So we got some new Stellar news. How cool is that? We do have a decent following of people with Stellar. Always great to provide Stellar news, right? It's hard to get, but man, when you find it, good stuff. So actually, in reality, this was posted on the 13th, but it's still very valid as of what happened recently. So shout out to this guy. His name is H. Henry Lumens XLM. He says, crypto payment specialist Stellar bridges fiat and stablecoins to Polkadot, another piece of the puzzle. This comes straight from Coindesk.com. Let's go ahead and jump into this. So when we come here, we do see that this was posted just, a few days ago. No big deal, right? Like, what, 6 days ago? But come on, guys, it's Stellar, right? So the Spacewalk Bridge built by recent Parachain winner Pendulum is focused on connecting DeFi to Forex markets. Now, don't get me wrong. Long before I got into crypto, my cousin Stephanie, she did really, really well Forex. Oh my God. Like, she was killing it. I mean, she was absolutely killing it. She had a job making a 6-figure income being a what was it? A network engineer. I forgot for what particular network, but she was making bank, right? She's a really smart girl, right? She's half Chinese, half Filipino. But she just basically has like smarts in her blood, if you will. So she was going back from Phoenix to like, San Francisco to like LA, Malibu, you know, just some really nice beaches and so on. She bought a house out in like on the beach. I think it was what she did a while back. Anyway, and I'm like, man, how are you making all this bank? She's like, I quit my job and I got really into Forex and I made a bank with it. You should try to learn it. I tried to get into it. Wasn't my particular thing. I just thought it was too risky. I didn't, I was like, I need to force myself to learn this. And then right around after that time, I got into altcoin trading with crypto, and obviously here I am with you guys. So, the rest is history. But the point is, I do recognize when it comes to understand Forex, you can really make money with it. So anyway, Pendulum is focused on connecting DeFi to the foreign exchange markets. When we go further down into it, cryptocurrency payment specialist Stellar is linking to Polkadot and its sister network, Kusama. Now, I know some of you guys are investing in Kusama. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to jump down that path right now, but I am aware that Kusama is not, it ain't bad, right? There's definitely something there in that regard. But its sister network, Kusama, via the newly built Spacewalk Bridge. So what is this about? And so on. We're going to get into that. Now, if you're wondering about that, this is a bridge built by recent Polkadot parachain auction winner Pendulum. It aims to connect decentralized finance applications with foreign exchange markets, especially in emerging markets where, since it was founded in 2014, Stellar has built up a footprint and partnered with the likes of, I always say that a lot, right? The likes of cross-border payments company MoneyGram. This is pretty big. I mean, maybe you already saw this. I don't think a lot of people did. So it says, while crypto's banking rails in the U.S. have largely been dismantled, seasoned firms like Stellar and others are continuing to build out critical infrastructure. Cool cat, there's your infrastructure to do the job elsewhere. The Spacewalk Bridge is now live on Polkadot's so-called Canary network. Now, why Polkadot, right? Well, keep in mind, Polkadot is a layer 0. So it says on the Canary network, you have Kusama, and the Polkadot version will be open within 1 or 2 weeks' time, according to Pendulum co-founder, who is Torsten Stoiber. Pendulum's mission is to combine traditional finance, of course, with DeFi. But look at this. We're talking about Satoshi Nakamoto in the past. Well, look at this. So it says with DeFi, who is also CTO at Satoshi Pay. That's, of course, a whole other deep dive in itself. But it's a crypto micropayments firm that has a long history of building on top of Stellar. And again, think about how many projects are built on Stellar. So in regards to, back to the topic, the focus is firmly on stablecoins or fiat tokens. Stuber added, not necessarily lumens. That's cool because a lot of times people were posts, you could call it like a mild version of FUD. People were always, drawing recognition to. I like Stellar, but it's too much focus just on, the Stellar lumens. Here is your answer to that mild FUD. So it says the native cryptocurrency, of course, of the Stellar network. And then look at this particular quote. Stellar has a great implementation of stablecoins as well as on-ramps and off-ramps in different countries for different kinds of fiat currencies. Stuber said in an interview with CoinDesk. He also said he doesn't think that you'll find any other network that has so many different fiat currencies tokenized on the platform. And I want to state this, and I've said many, many times, and that basically is this. When I make the statement that I feel as though that Stellar in the future will be the world's official, if you had to pick one, right? Official cryptocurrency, like you talk to your neighbor, you talk to your great aunt or whoever doesn't have a clue about cryptocurrency. When you mention the word cryptocurrency to them, immediately they're thinking, well, what does that mean? Does it have something like, is it a different form of payment? If I talk to elderly people, nothing against them, my dad's elderly and so on, they're immediately thinking like, well, they tried to do something like this years ago in their head. Can I buy, groceries with this? Can I buy just regular goods and services? Can I, pay bills for this? All those things that they're wondering about. Right? Can I buy gas in the future? Obviously, we're going to go all electric, whether we like it or not. But the point is that gets brought up over and over, and they're thinking to themselves, they're not thinking about all the different tokens, all the different coins that are out there. They're thinking, well, is there just one? My point is to you guys, this is the one, and that's why I feel as though you cannot dismiss Stellar, because it could very well, or I should say it will in the future. I don't know how soon, but man, I'm excited because with this whole thing with ISO 222 and what you've seen here, feels as though Stellar will be the one for the average run-of-the-mill Joe Schmo normal people, you and me, right, for the future. And not just here in our country, but multiple other countries, and especially third world countries, because it allows the value to not be diminished with all the back and forth foreign exchange trading. That's the key thing. And by the way, you don't even have to have a bank account. How cool is that? So look at this. USDC will be the main stablecoin flowing across Spacewalk Bridge, and it's also the token Stellar integrated with MoneyGram that the firms began rolling out last year. Now, I know there's a lot here, but look what it also says. It also mentions that, look at this. This is going to include tokenizing of Argentinian pesos and even Brazilian reals, as well as the Kenyan shilling for Africa, and some other African stablecoins, and a couple of euro-based ones. Now look at this quote. Basically, every MoneyGram agent in the world is an access point to the Stellar network. They're like hubs, right? Think about that for a second. You have to have these hubs, these points all over the world for the money can continue to flow and do it well. You can't have a situation where you have a breakdown in your network. That's the bottom line. Think about like the internet in itself, right? Like I myself, I come from gaming. I have a centralized server for my gaming group back in the day, and I still have it. But my point is, we have it located where? In Dallas, right? Why? Because we want people to have a good connection to where they're connected. To a sense, the same concept. Like you have to have these hubs all over the place. So, like it says, users can off-ramp their Stellar assets to actual cash in more than 300,000 locations worldwide. They've already gotten it done. They already built this. So they can also access on-ramp to the cash like it mentions in crypto and specifically in stablecoins. In a smaller subset of that, we are slowly rolling that out to more and more countries. How cool is that? I think this is absolutely great because now you're having a broader understanding that, and I'll reiterate right here, the focus is firmly on stablecoins or fiat tokens and not necessarily lumens, right? And that was a complaint in the past about, Stellar's a good project, but it's all focused on the lumens. This is the answer to that mild FUD. All right, glad to bring it to you guys. Let's kick it back into the comments. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. And let's see here. Just My Style says Tacit had an announcement about working with the Fed now. There was an article on CoinDesk about it. All right. Well, let me add that to my notes. So I might put that out maybe soon and research a little bit more. Because I like hearing about anything connected with Fed now and all this stuff that's coming up here soon. So let's see. Tacit. I'll add that real quick. I might just go to the top of the queue. What's that? All right. Thank you to both of you guys who mentioned that. All right. Let's go further down. We have Mike's Crypto says getting late. Have a good night. Totally understandable. It is going back to the regular work week tomorrow. I want to state this. So, when people say stuff like, ISO 222 going live tomorrow, March 20th. I looked at my calendar. Is anybody aware of this? So what is tomorrow officially? Tomorrow officially is the first day of spring. So do we spring forward the market cap of crypto in general? I don't know. I thought that was kind of interesting. Anyway, Just My Style says they are kind of like XRP, so to say. Interesting. I just realized I don't have DEG. You don't have DEG? I thought you had all of them. Huh. Just My Style. I think the story was caused Cypher to sell off Well, that's a good point. You know what? We'll take a moment to see what's going on with DEG. I have it on my particular watch list. Constellation DEG. Let's pull that up real quick. I believe it's still pretty reasonably priced, right? Let's see. I think they're at what, 3-4 cents. Let me see. Yeah, about 4.5 cents. Right, still not too bad. Volume's up 26.8%, but it's to be expected, right? So we could have got this obviously slightly under that. How about 7 days ago? Bottom was not much far away from where we're at now. On the month, maybe right around 4 cents instead of 4.5. How about the last 3 months? Slightly under 4. So it's not that big of a deal. I mean, it's not like, like Rio, right? 8 cents and boom, 30 cents. Or, LCX, what did we cover that? 3-4 cents and went up to like 12, 13 cents. So it's not that type of situation. All right. Let's jump back into the comments. All right. Just My Style says he has a question for me. Do you know why Ethereum holds 94% of tokens and only 6% is in circulations? How do they plan to distribute the rest of the tokens? I'll be honest, I do not have that particular answer. So while we cover a lot of Ethereum here, even I myself, like, you got to keep in mind, this is one I just recently got in, and I'm going to try to keep up with the news on that. But I wish I could answer for that. But, that's something I don't do. I don't BS if I don't have the answer. I will have to find out about that. I will state this: anybody from the Ethereum community, do you have the answer for that? If so, let's share that with our fellow brother, Just My Style. That is a very good question, though. I will try to remember that particular one, and maybe I could do like an update in a video. That's a very good question. Thank you. All right. So, yep, you guys are reporting to for Shizzle. We already did that as well. I got to the bottom of the comments. I'm going to go ahead and bookmark that. Let's get back into our coverage. And again, thank you to each and every one of you guys who are still here with us tonight. Big news in regards to Stellar. Even though it's not today's news, I still thought that was big. So usually we do this towards the end, but some people said, "Hey man, you should share more Rio towards the beginning." So if you don't know what Rio is, shout out to Papa X Max, who watches our live recorded. He watches our recorded videos, you name it, right? So Rio is one in which you saw within the last couple weeks go from 8 cents to 30 cents. Now we covered it right around the 8 cent mark. And I have a particular deep dive video if you want to learn more about this. And no, I'm not paid by Rio. Some people are like, "Oh, you must be paid for them because you're shilling us." No, we don't really shill anything. We just cover the ones that we feel as though is the generational wealth. So I want to point something out real quick, and that is this right here. And here it is. So here's the particular video. If you want the deep dive, I go into full detail about Rio. This video originally had like 50 views, right? But of course, when Rio blew up, now it's over 1,100. Rio, hidden microcap gem of Wall Street? ? Key thing is Wall Street is definitely connected to it. And of course, we show you video proof, all that stuff. Asset tokenization on blockchain, real estate with Relio. It's about a pretty long deep dive, but it covers everything. So take a look into that. But anyway, here's a Relio Rio update. And look what it says. So Relio Freehold mobile wallet is coming in 2023. It's a non-custodial multi-chain DeFi wallet app built on Relio's Layer 1 blockchain infrastructure, currently supporting Bitcoin, Ethereum, Algo, XLM, even Ravencoin, FSN, including any assets on these chains and more blockchains in development, as well as Atom, Cosmos, right? You can learn more about it by going to the Relio.fund or the particular link that they have here. I'm just going to blow this up for just a brief moment. So when we go to this particular page, you will see that the Relio wallet is a non-custodial multi-chain wallet system that unifies multiple blockchains into a singular interface. They are currently supporting, of course, Bitcoin, ETH, Algo, some of those other ones I just mentioned, right? Their blockchain infrastructure streamlines private key storage and transaction signing while staying non-custodial. Not your keys, not your crypto. You guys heard that before. No more downloading in multiple browsers, though, or devices device-based wallets writing down C phrases or figuring out how to redirect MetaMask to a new chain. Bottom line is this, right? You guys got to know obviously about Arculus, but Arculus sounds impressive, and I think in the future I'll eventually get that. But as we know, the complaint with Arculus is they don't cover enough, different cryptos. We have a few select. My thing is this: if Relio really gets this done, like what we see here, and on top of that, has support for multiple chains, like it shows here, but like expands upon that. To me, this is direct competition to Arculus. That's a no-brainer. That in itself is another utility layer for Relio. Now, you also may be wondering, well, Max, I'm completely new to Relio. I have no idea what the heck that is. I haven't watched your particular deep dive, and that's a fair enough question, and that's okay. So what I want to draw your attention to for just a brief moment before we kick back into like the ISO coverage and so on. By the way, guys, Relio is up 32%. My God, Mike Cornwell, he got into it at 8 cents right after, like I told him about it, so on. So this is a microcap gem that we did cover. You were here at CTN. We did cover this back when this market cap was only like 500,000. It's now up to over 2 million. And that is verified market cap. Now, you may be wondering, all right, there's some other particular, blockchain projects out there that are involved with real estate. What's the big deal? Here is the main thing you need to pay attention to. Look at the circulating supply. There's only 6,568,515 Rio in the circulating supply. Now, some people are going to say, well, that's only 9% of supply. I'm not going to get involved in this. I want something that has like close to 100%. Now, I get where you're coming from, but keep in mind this. Look at the max and total supply. It's equal. And that isn't a typo. You did read it right. There's only 75 million of these things out there. Yeah, no kidding. So this is a real standout player. And you're wondering, well, I don't know about, do they have much of a community? Take it right to there. They do have a decent sized community on Twitter, 33,700 followers. They have recent updates. They put out ones like this particular exciting update. I'll just go ahead and let you guys know. They want to thank their community, which has grown to unbelievable 20K followers. They're appreciative to all the support, so on and so forth. They're letting people know about that, but they let people know about, of course, some of these other things like the Relio network launch. I gave you that particular update. So my thing is this: it is a small cap gem, in my opinion, but the key thing is they do have a community, and you do see the volume. And with that also said, the potential for this thing is huge. You owe it to yourself to look more into this. Not financial advice. I can't tell you what to do. But for me personally, this is one of the ones that are on my list of 3. LCX, Rio. What's the other one? Elk. Yes, I know I'm not into those yet, but I am going to be into those very, very soon. But I'm not going to buy on a green candle. So, and I'll let you guys know when I'm into it. So anyway, thought I'd bring that to you guys. That quick update. Just myself says you can't see the Rio info you were showing. Well, I'm sorry about that. I did try to go back into the tabs and so on. I do apologize, but here, just real quick, this is this right here from the actual CMC. I do believe I have that shared right this time. Yep, I do. And then on top of that, if you're wanting to look at the deep dive, there's that right here. I know I'm sharing that right this time. The one on the far right. Relio, the future of private equity, asset tokenization on blockchain, real estate with Relio. You definitely want to see the particular clip where they have some guys from some of their partners and so on. I think it's T0, something like that. And the point is that they're at the New York Stock Exchange and they're ringing the opening bell. I mean, it's just the ties they have to Wall Street is unbelievable. The whole project in itself and the scarcity. We're always talking about Bitcoin with its scarcity, quant. This is a small market cap gem with a very low supply. That in itself is bullish, very, very bullish. And then to have an active community with a decent amount of volume, that's pretty big in itself. I'll show it one more time. Look at this, guys. You don't think they do a decent amount of volume? 2,706,000, up 25%. I don't know how many holders they got. Maybe we can get that. Yeah, we do have that information. Currently at close to 5,000 holders. So not too shabby. All right. All right, let's go further down. ISO day has arrived. All right, cool. Very, very cool. Yeah, we are 8 minutes into that new day on Eastern Standard Time. Very, very cool. All right, so Just My Style says it's cool. It was the website that you were reading before the show. Yeah, it's the thing with StreamYard. Sometimes I gotta remind myself, look, you had to switch the tab. So sorry about that. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and highlight that as a bookmark. Let's kick it back into the news that we have for you guys here tonight. All right, let's talk more about this whole thing with ISO 222, and this time with XDC. Yeah, you know me. So shout to Utility to the Moon. I will give him a follow. He deserves it because this is now the second time I shared some of his perspective. So we have done deep dives in regards to the whole thing with Impel, with XDC 2 or 3 times, right? Pretty big, right? Because they're a fintech provider of next-gen solutions, especially with R3 Quarter Bridge with XDC. Big stuff, right? So using Impel Official to send an ISO 222 compliant message, and of course, he sent XDC as collateral. That sounds intriguing. We're on the topic of ISO 222 going live, the start of it. Heck, in the East Coast, you guys point out, the start of it happened 8 minutes ago. Maybe, right? We have to keep in mind UTC time, but that makes sense. Let's see what happens here. So sending in an ISO 222 message. This is only a minute. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. We have quite a bit of coverage still left for you tonight. Are you excited? I'm excited. So let's go ahead and watch this, and we'll come right back. Here we go.
The initial rollout of the ISO 222 standard starts tomorrow. So what does that mean? Well, if you want to understand it better, you can go over to impel.global and send your own ISO compliant message, just like this. Click the drop down and then click on our offerings and the link for self-paced ISO 222 demo. You fill out your first name, your last name, your email, and if you represent a bank, they send you this link. You click the link, you fill out all this information right here, which we'll skip through. You can attach collateral to the message. I chose XDC as my settlement. Then you can check on the status of your request from the drop down at the top. Here's a list of the demo transactions. Hopefully that's helpful for those of you who hear ISO this, ISO that, and don't know what to make of it. And no, there are no coins that are ISO compliant, but you can enclose digital assets in the financial message. Like and follow for more.
Don't agree with that last part he said, and that's okay. Where he says there's no coins that are ISO compliant. Yeah, there are some ones that are ISO compliant. That's what we've been talking about for the longest time. But nonetheless, overall, I thought it was a pretty good video because it gives you an example of where to go and to test it out for yourself. That should be your main key takeaway. So no hate towards them, just where we agree to disagree. All right, so I'm going to break it down into the next particular one we have for you here tonight. And if anything, here it is. All right, let's get into Nexera real quick because it is something that a lot of us feel as though that we still have faith in this. It's going to do well or good, right? And if anything, shout out to anybody who took advantage of it when it dropped down into the 4s, right? And it's been pumping, been doing well. I think we're more than fine. I don't think it's completely in our rear view yet for the most part. I think the whole thing with, the V1 is, but we are really getting close to where that's completely in the rear view. So it says overall, Nexera partners are solid, and I couldn't agree more. Notice LSE and L39 who incubated Revolut. They are also incubated ISO. Excuse me, we talk about that so much. They're also incubated Alliance Block. I told you this is quant level. I don't know if Tim Shea's still here tonight, and that's okay. But Tim Shea, who says, hey, always points out all the time, he uses this analogy. Alliance Block, Nexera, is like the younger cousin of quant, right? Smaller market cap. But why is that? Why does he mention that? Well, it says all private sale C tokens unlocked and distributed. Let's bring that up for a brief moment. And look at this. I mean, you cannot dismiss the partners. Quant, obviously. Hollow, I'm not into that, but I'm aware of it. There's Chainlink, London Stock Exchange. I'm just naming some of the big players, right? I've messed with Kickstarter in the past. Who hasn't? Especially you have friends, especially you have a gaming project that you want to see get funded. Unless that's not that might be Kickstarter. My bad. How about some of these other ones, right? Amazon Web Services activate. You have, for instance, some of these other, venture groups, right? But the main key takeaways, these are solid. Are you kidding me? Partnerships, especially the one with Quant, right? DAO Maker, you have Energy Web Token, even, right? Binance Smart Chain. So, I mean, big players here. We're going to jump into this right here. Hold on a second. And, like this guy, he just says, hey, what's your take on Nexera's various partnerships? Well, it was a great response. The takeaway is, these are key, big, standout partnerships. So it's just a quick little update in regards to Nexera. I want to reiterate that, hey, you know what? Look at this, right? Private sale seed tokens unlocked at and distributed, and all these big players that you see part of the mix of these partnerships with Alliance Block. Cool stuff. All right. I'm going to get into this next one that we have here. And if anything, that is not it. Hold on a second. So it's this, actually. My bad. It's LCX, because believe it or not, it's been kind of hard lately to get some LCX coverage, but it's all right. So I want to share this with you guys. And of course, this is back on March 12th, but it's still valid right now. So if you're like, man, is he going to ever talk about LCX again? Yeah, I am going to talk about LCX. So this comes from LCX Prince. It says, you are afraid of a bank run and want to withdraw your money. Well, a lot of people are afraid of bank runs. It's been making headlines lately, right? So look at this. Transfer it to lcx.com in case of insolvency. Did you ever think about that? I know a lot of you guys have, but that's a good point. So it says the assets must be handed over in favor of the customers. How so? Let's get into this. I think this is as big as it goes. Yeah, it is. So that's all right. So let me see. Let me see if I can make it just a tad bit bigger. Give me just a second. Yeah, I can. I think I could do that. Yep. This is a lot bigger. This makes it nice and easy to read. All right. So look at this, guys. So it says specifically Article 25, safeguarding requirements. Tokens held in a trust or in the name of the customer must be considered to be third-party assets in the event of enforcement, composition, agreement, proceedings, and in the event that the TT service provider becomes bankrupt and shall be segregated in favor of the customer subject to all claims of the TT service provider against the customer. The tokens must be protected against claims of the TT service provider's other creditors, particularly in the event of bankruptcy, in order to protect the users. Tokens must be stored separately from the TT service provider's assets at all times. And of course, it goes on to this. It says TT keys, which a TT service provider holds or keeps in a safe custody for customer in the TT service provider's own name or in another name, must be considered to be a third-party assets in the event of enforcement. Composition agreement proceedings, and in the event that the TT service provider becomes bankrupt and shall be segregated in favor of the customer, subject to all claims of the TT service provider against the customer, the tokens must be protected against claims of the TT service provider's other creditors, particularly, let me go over to a second, in the event of bankruptcy in order to protect the users. Now, I'll read a little bit more in regards to this because it's good stuff, right? More part of just not just news, but research. Upon request, did you know during ongoing business operations, a TT service provider must present proof of the FMA showing that he has taken sufficient measures to comply with requirements specified in, for instance, 1, if the evidence is not provided or if the measures are insufficient. The FMA shall request the TT service provider furnish the necessary evidence or take suitable and necessary precautions to remedy the existing defects. This must be carried out in accordance with an appropriate deadline set by the FMA. If the supporting documents are not supported or precautions are not taken at all or within the time frame stipulated by the FMA may take further measures, in particular those set out in Article 43.5. Now, last but not least, In the event of enforcement against his TT service provider, the user has a right to appeal Article 20 of the execution law if the enforcement relates to the tokens secured in accordance with 1 or the TT keys secured in accordance with 2 under the same requirements. In the event of bankruptcy of the TT service provider, the user has a right to have his tokens segregated from the assets of the TT service provider. And of course, it just, gave a whole big thing there. You might be wondering, well, what the heck? But the whole point is they do have this whole thing where it's safeguarding requirements. And I understand the whole concept that some people feel as though I still want to do it. I still want to go with it, mainly because of everything that happened with exchanges. My thing is, I think Liechtenstein's exchange, LCX, is a lot different compared to the norm. And hence why a lot of people feel as though that also could make them leapfrog against the biggest competitor out there, which is Binance. So wanted to bring that to you guys. Thought that was pretty cool. And let me know what you think. So grabbed 4,200 Dagies just so I have some. Nice. I don't have that one. It might be one I regret in the future, but that's okay. Welcome back, Somo. He says, nice. Appreciate you, Somo. Blackwood says LCX does not accept USD. You'll have to get Ishbeg, Circle, Euro, LCX, and other options available on LCX Exchange. All right. So let me go ahead and highlight that. I'm going to kick it into some more coverage that we have. I know you guys may be thinking, yeah, Max is going 5 hours. I don't know about that. But we do have more coverage for you guys. So we talked obviously about LCX. Let's get into Hedera's H-bar. So if you're just connecting, if you're wondering, does this guy really cover everything that's tagged? Yeah, I do. So let's bring up H-bar. This is the H-bar news you're looking for. Lionel Richie. Great partnership between EM Tech Inc. Now, who is EM Tech Inc.? They are powering the modern central banking with open and developer-friendly infrastructure for inclusion and resilience in financial markets. So this is a great partnership for Hedera with them, as well as Ademia Group. And they state that they unlock the world to make it safer. Kind of vague, but that's okay. I know about a lot of partnerships. I don't know about all of it, right? But the point is this. It says, both are utilizing Hedera to provide most technologically advanced infrastructure for CBDCs and offline payments solutions to simplify CBDC payments for all, right? H-bar to the moon. So this was something that was literally printed yesterday. MTech is proud to work with Ademia as a CBDC solution provider, allowing secure offline payments. We'll get into this more. It says offline CBDC payments. A vast majority of central banks around the globe are working to launch a digital version of their currency. Very true. At the same time, does everybody have to be online? No. You can have offline CBDC payments. So this is huge news. I would agree with him on that. Let's jump into this here, and let's take you to this particular page and let it load up for a second. Again, thank you for joining us here tonight. And of course, this is originally posted from LinkedIn, but we will play a little bit in regards to this. So I don't know. Hold on a second. Hopefully it's not going to kick me out for not signing in. So I'm just going to keep that there. If you see my email address, I don't care. But anyway, Jerome Adenbaum's post. He's a vice president of cryptocurrencies and digital currencies at IDEMIA. He's also an author of, I guess, apparently he has a big CBDC connection, but he's wrote books and stuff. So he did a paper in regards to offline CBDC payments. He says, finally out, learn why more offline payments are essential, of course, to CBDCs to succeed. I would totally agree with that. The report will dive into how offline payments work, how to fulfill the promise of anywhere, anytime for everyone. Is privacy the defining factor of the success of a CBDC? Could very well be, because a lot of people feel as though this is the demise of the world because they have access to everything, and anything and everything. This is what people complain about, right? So I would definitely say that is a defining factor. Goes on to mention how to ensure security and prevent double spending. Of course, he has a report below. Do not hesitate to contact him if you want. But anyway, I'm going to blow this up. And here it is. And if anything, I'm going to go to the next page. So there's this right here. And let me see if I actually blow this up just a little bit more. I'm not going to read everything on this, but I did want to draw your attention to a lot of it. It just makes it blurry. Okay, I'm just keep it at 100% then. Sorry about that, guys. Trying to make it a little bit bigger for you. But yeah, here's what it says. It says there's an industry consensus that central bank digital currencies, as we know, CBDCs, will need to be able to work offline if they're able to succeed. Yeah, no kidding. Moreover, it is agreed that this must happen seamlessly and without a compromise on security or at risk of double spending. Lastly, there is common understanding that CBDCs could or should be available to everyone, including the most vulnerable. That's also true. IDEMIA, Secure Offline CBDC Payment Solutions, is the industry standard for offline payments. It works with all CBDC solutions and even integrates with all software providers and all architectures, whether centralized or decentralized. This paper describes the award-winning solution, its architecture, features, and how it addresses most important challenges of CBDC solutions availability, resilience, convenience, privacy, and security. All right. So when I saw this earlier, I of course went through some of the contents and so on. And of course, like just like any other book, right? This is kind of like an ebook, if you will. They have intro, why offline. We obviously know why offline. That's a no-brainer. You don't need to take a deep dive into why it's important that offline services have to work. But one thing I want to pay close attention to is the privacy. I understand the security, but I want to mention the privacy real quick and how this is integrated with the best CBDC solution provider. So this is not super deep dive, but I want to show the privacy thing because that is something that always gets mentioned. Like, people don't trust CBDCs because they feel as though that there's no sense of privacy. We already have Big Brother looking over your shoulder. If you read it, like for instance, the book 1984, like, are we living in 1984 basically? Not figuratively speaking, is actual year. All right, I'm talking about referring to the book. So obviously we know that the whole thing with offline. I'm not gonna get into that, but I want to get into the whole thing in regards to privacy. Right, privacy is a big thing. So let me get to this particular part real quick, and here it is, and that is in regards to privacy. I know it's kind of hard to read, so just follow with me. So privacy will be the defining factor for the success of a CBDC. I believe that 100%. If you want to get the naysayers or people are totally against it on board, like, turn them into believers, if you will, you got to understand that the privacy issue is a key role to that. So it says specifically, a CBDC for acceptance by the public, you got to have cash today, for instance, is totally anonymous and is impossible to trace. The anonymity, I can't pronounce it right today. I know how it's pronounced, of cash is beneficial for criminal activity, but it does have its physical limitations. Very true. For example, stuffing banknotes in suitcases to be carried all over the world. Completely anonymous cash would be good news for criminals and money launderers. So a successful CBDC will need to strike the right balance between privacy and AML CFT compliancy. Now, here is the good stuff that you're looking for. All right. It states that with IDEMIA, and you might be wondering, like, why I point this out, Max? This is an HBAR thing. Again, understand what HBAR is connected to here. So it says IDEMIA, Secure Offline Payment Solution, helps central banks in this pursuit by offering a fully configurable level of privacy. As usual, the customization respects the two-tier model within the realm of what is allowed by the central bank, and every commercial bank set up its own rules to better serve each individual customer. Offline transactions, we talked about earlier, but let's talk about just for a brief moment, could be completely anonymous and totally untraceable. And of course, this is where people feel is like, well, why get into CBDCs? This is just going to enable criminal activity and so on. Hear me out. States this means partly in the transaction would be unable to identify the identity of its counterpart or even the identity if they are returning customer, but it also means the commercial bank and the central bank would be unable to trace the transaction. Let us insist here that this does not happen by transaction record, but this is achieved by technical design. There is just no record of any sort. Did you know that? On top of that, how about this? Total anonymity for, I can't pronounce that today for some reason, for offline transaction makes sense. And it has, excuse me, it's getting tiny. So it has been highlighted by the European Central Bank as an option they are exploring. This would not mean that there are no customer checks during onboarding, but this would offer fully private offline transactions and holdings, no transparency to intermediary or central bank, but limited only for proximity payments of lower value. The idea here is to offer greater privacy. Here's the key part. If you're wondering, is he going to get to the point? Here it is. The idea here is to offer greater privacy for low risk, low value transactions. A similar approach has been taken by, now let's bring it back to the United States, the U.S. House of Representatives in their eCash Act. Do you remember that? Some of you guys studied that. Listen to this, which directs the Secretary of the Treasury to develop and pilot the digital dollar technologies that replicate the privacy respecting features of physical cash, and in order to promote greater financial inclusion, maximize consumer protection and data privacy, and advance U.S. efforts to develop and regulate digital assets. So with everything that's going on lately, this now makes complete sense from that particular perspective. If anything, you should start seeing some of these, I guess you could say, public leaders. I don't know if you hear Powell mention it, but you could very well start seeing some of these guys mention some of these specific things that are outlining this. So, you know, that is their particular stance. The last part says this is in line with IDEMIA, Secure Offline CBDC Solution Design Approach. And last but not least, it calls for the use of a piece of secured hardware to make it apparently all happen. Anyway, I thought that was pretty interesting. I know there's a little bit more in regards to this I thought I was going to mention, but my main key thing was the privacy, because I feel as though CBDCs will never win people over if they feel as though that their privacy is 100% invaded. And some people feel as though it doesn't matter, Max, because it's here and it's like being shoved down their throat. I get that, but this right here, if anything, makes me want to take a step back and say, interesting. They do realize there's going to be an issue when it comes to privacy, because there is going to be a certain group of people that may, you never know, want to start a revolution over this damn thing. So it is what it is. At least they are recognizing it. Combine that with what we got going on with ISO 222 and how this is all going to be tied in, especially with the CBDCs and so on. I did want to bring it to you guys' attention. All right, I'm going to stop the share on that. That is the Hedera news for the day. I know it's kind of a weird way how it's connected, but I was glad to bring it to you guys. All right, so McDizzle says El Tego, which means look at Twitter, you noob. All right, so let me get to it right now. Give me just a second. And here we go. All right. Do you have other ones? No, you don't. Okay, that's good. All right, so let me pull that up. And let's see here. All right. El Tego. All right, let's look at the El Tego. All right. Welcome to Crypto Talk Now. El Tego. Muchas gracias. Okay. All right. So Crypto McDizzle says he wants us to look at this and wrecked capital. Wow, that's an oxymoron in a way. That sounds bad. Let's raise capital. Let's get it wrecked. Anyway, Bitcoin has broken. Let's blow this up. Bitcoin has broken the macro downtrend. History has repeated itself. All right. I just want to state this, all right? I'm glad that McDizzle is bringing this to us all, but do you remember when everybody was saying this is all a big fake out. And for the most part, people are saying I was wrong about this. It's not about me being wrong or right, but I did mention this like 6 times, bull run thesis up to 6 times in recorded videos. I just want to throw that out there. I won't harp on it anymore. All right. Based on data. He bases it on data too. So thank you for that, Mr. McDizzle. History has repeated itself. Can we make this bigger? Let's see if we can. That's pretty big. That's good. I mean, you don't have to be the most TA savvy person to understand this, right? I mean, they pretty much highlight it for you, right? It is history repeating itself, right? So, keep in mind the 4-year cycles. It's pretty cool. There's always going to be some people are saying, no, this is still crashing down to 12K. Nah, are you kidding me? How do we know this? So I want to reiterate this. So you see a combination of what's mentioned here. Last Monday, I also reiterated the whole thing of that CPI data in regards to inflation. It may not seem like it in your particular area, but it is pulling down. Things are starting to get back in the right direction. Food, housing, lodging and stuff like that. There's some other particular ones that we gave you reports on. All were indicators that things are going to turn around. Now I get it. And I want to state this and restate again, even in a true bull run, with all the crap that's going on in the world, right? Like you heard about, this country's ramping up their military and, all this stuff. All this stuff's still going to be news. And don't get me wrong, in a true all-time high for bull run, utility run, or whatever you want to call it, right? We could see black swan events or things going on in macroeconomic world, right? God forbid we get a World War III. I mean, all these things can happen out of the blue, right? Random things happen. But again, I'm glad that we could take a look at this for a brief moment. We are at 28,005, 28,002. We'll take a brief moment to jump to that real quick. Let's take a brief moment. So here we are. We kind of dropped down a little bit, actually. It says it's an increase, but in reality, we dropped down from 1.18 on the overall crypto market cap. So we're at 27,485. But, even Bitcoin on the 1-hour chart is up about 1%. We'll see how it goes. I'll also see what's going on with, the ISOs and whatnot. Actually, just for a brief moment, I am going to see if we could pull something up in regards to the QFS. So hold on a second. The quantum financial system. And this is something you should do as well if you are really impressed with the QFS. You just simply type in the quantum financial system QFS CMC is how you look it up on Google. I'm gonna share this. So here are the top 20 for the quantum financial system. Quant. I mean, it's just everything's slightly up. I guess you could say. Is anything going on the 1 hour? So there's not really a lot going on, right? But here's the thing. We focus so much time on the 20th. In reality, maybe we should focus on the 21st, 22nd, because there's a difference between implementation and there's also the time of actually using it. It's kind of like the saying goes, you go down to the car dealership, you buy that dream car, it's in showroom condition, but in reality, until you drive it, it's just sitting there and it looks pretty. I think that's where we're at right now. Everything looks real pretty. We're going to, we're at that point where we got to make the deals happen and so on. Got to sign. Some people say sign that lease and so on. I don't do that route. That's just not me. But whatever the case be, that I think that's a perfect example. So we'll definitely check the volume. A lot of this is in green, some of it's in red. But it's definitely interesting. So, I don't know if you guys do the whole thing of following the top QFS on CMC, something I do. Most of the ISOs are listed on that particular list. All right, so let me jump back into the comments for a brief bit. We do have more for you guys tonight. Off Crypto, thank you so much, man. You're still here. Really appreciate it. So that's awesome. Crypto McDizzle says offline payments are set to make connections via Starlink as soon as possible and settle, from my understanding. Very cool. Yeah. It's, we put so much focus on, Ripple, some of these other ones. Time and time again, how much attention do we actually properly give to Stellar? Now, some people will say, Well, Max, that's because Stellar brings that on to themselves. They're technically speaking, aren't they a nonprofit? So my thing is, all right, that makes sense. They don't really put a lot out there, but they're a quality project, and when they do bring whatever they got out there, it's big. I had to dig deep just to provide you that particular info that we gave you guys today. When I went around crypto Twitter for the info, I was like, man, there's got to be somebody who has something juicier. I thought that was juicy, was glad to share it, and the rest is history. All right, let's get to the next comment. It's from McDizzle. He says, also as well, if you come with, quote, any connected device is supposed to connect and settle, kind of like an Apple tag. Ooh, good point. That's a great analogy. You come within so close, it connects even if you don't want it to. Man, that is great. Thank you for that. That's a great comment. Angelo, dang, altcoins are dumping. Yeah. And the thing is this, the utility run is separate from all this, in my opinion. Watch out for when it happens. Might get a delay on the ISOs for maybe a day or two. But I think something big is going to happen here soon. I'm not a fortune teller. Some people say, the fudder's going to say nothing's going to happen. We will see at the end of the day what the heck really is going to happen. Is it Cypherium first? Is it some certain ISOs like XRP, XLM, Quant, and so on? We will see. We will definitely see. All right, Crypto McDizzle, going up 20% and falling 5% doesn't spook me. Doesn't spook me at all either. I mean, here's a perfect example, guys. All right, we saw XDC had a 25% pump for the week. Now it's pulled back to an average of 20%. That's just a 5% drop. So literally just reiterating what Mike Cornwell just mentioned, right? That's just a drop of 5%. No big deal. And if anything, how about this? It strengthens it a little bit more for liftoff. What are we talking about? XDC is the perfect example. For, what is it, over a year? Sideways action. How about XRP? 32 cents to 40 cents in that particular range for more than a year, right? River, maybe you can help McDizzle, faux shizzle. Have you heard any chatter about Casper's Starlink connection? He says yes. He has an answer for that. That's a good question. He says that brought that to the table one day. Basically, scalable data on that network, handling all people data for CBDC, etc. From my understanding, and that's why we remember. If you guys were here, maybe get a snack or get a drink or distracted from family. It's okay. We did cover that specifically because the key thing is in regards to all that is understanding the complaint. And it's, again, like a mild FUD complaint. This is just all focused on just the lumens. We found out with what you just mentioned, right? That is not necessarily the case. You do understand that we can have some of the other ones mentioned to get the job done. It's not just strictly lumens. So I don't know. That was reported, I guess, on the 12th, right? What was it? Yeah, the 12th, maybe the 13th. It doesn't matter. It's stellar. Anything is stellar is technically recent news. So I was glad to kind of squash the mild FUD in regards to that because some people do bring that up. But it's just so much more than just lumens because like you mentioned a little bit of that. I mean, I know you're talking about Casper and so on, but my thing also is understanding the whole thing with Stellar. It was pretty big. McDizzle says we looked into the partners. It's been a minute. Maybe Max remembers. Yeah, we did. And also at the same time, we are kind of still well into the show, 3.5 hours. All right. McDizzle says he's seen certain states passing laws so people can use gold, silver as currency without sales tax. Now, you think about that in itself. Why would they want to do that? It's a win-win. It's a win for the state to stack up on some of those particular precious metals, and it's a win for the people who hold it because it creates incentive. When we talk about incentive, how about this for a minute, guys? We talk about the whole thing with ISO 222. So when we talk about cross-border payments, overseas payments, right? This whole thing with ISO 222. What is one of the biggest things that stands out for Ripple, right? What stands out for Ripple is you were able to provide that on-demand liquidity to these particular banks central banks and so on. Because if anything, now they're going to implement, or I should say, it's a mandate. They're going to use ISO 222. So that's already done, or about to be done, I should say. Then on top of that, what's the other driving force to get it all done? We got to have that, right? It's one thing to have a messaging system you have to upgrade. And also, have to have interoperable with the legacy system, apparently. They're still doing that with, was it the MT messaging system, the old one? But the thing is, you take Ripple's on-demand liquidity, and on top of that, you recognize, wow, look at what we got here. Are we really going to continue to use the old MT messaging system? Well, for certain accounts, we have to, because Gilbert Verdian basically outlined that on Crypto World a few days ago on CNBC. Watch that video if you haven't seen it. But on top of that, it recognizes that, yeah, why would you go through all the fuss of implementing this new technology and not use it? Here's the driving factor, guys, and I want to remind everybody about this. I'm having a hard time kind of conveying this again, because again, it's just, I don't know. It's been a busy last few days. But the consistent complaint for the central banks of the world was, you know what? We do like cross-border payments on one side, and the other side we don't. But we don't do it often because, again, the old MT messaging system, the old technologies of Swift and so on, in which they get hit with what, guys? I said this many times. It's $10 trillion. They get hit with a fee, and this is consistent. All right, I always mention this specific one. So $10 trillion, a $60 billion fee. Now go to the new system, whether it is with Ripple's on-demand liquidity and so on, and understanding those fees are dramatically slashed like crazy. So it incentivizes these central banks to say, you know what, we do have some big players that are out there that need to move this money all the time. So for one, what was that one content creator? I forgot who he was, but he's on a larger platform than us. He wanted to cash out 250 or 200, let's just say 200,000 US dollars. And remember what he was told? You're going to have to wait 5 weeks, right? And as a result, he had to wait a little bit longer than that, and he wasn't able to get $200,000 in cash because the bank apparently doesn't have it. Hence why, and I tested this out for myself, you guys have as well. What's more easier to cash out? What's easier to cash out is credit. If you have a line of credit and you're looking to move, I don't know, I'm just going to throw an example. Let's say you have $20,000 line in credit. Which one is going to be easier to move to get the goods and services that you need? It's going to be the line of credit. You're not going to even have a problem, really. You're going to basically swipe that, whatever line of credit is. So like, let's say it's a Visa card, whatever, you have a $20,000 line of credit. Boom, that's done. If you were going to do that in debit with a debit card with cash, as the saying goes, forget about it, right? Like you're literally going to have your bank all in a hissy fit. They're going to be contacting you. Or you have to call your bank beforehand and say, hey, look, I'm about to buy something, $20,000 cash. It's going to be moved from my checking account or whatever the heck account you have it in. But the thing is, physical cash moves a lot slower than actual credit. Now, if you're still with me on this, hear me out. That's from a lot smaller perspective from retail. Now, for the central banks of the world and so on, now you finally have this with ISO 222 going live. Literally, for some of you guys, it's already starting to go live. But the point is, you got that live thing going on. Shout out to Bank of America and so on, right? Who already have these partnerships. So there's ones that are already on board with the partnerships to get this thing going with Ripple's on-demand liquidity. They utilize not just ISO 222 messaging, but they utilize that on-demand liquidity. They get that going. And then if anything, now you do have more people or organizations that come into your particular space, or I should say space, bank, and say, hey, you know what? As you know, I'm one of those big players. And I did transfer all that money cross-border, right? Let's say that he literally represents the Bank of, I don't know, Bank of Greece, or this is a perfect example. Bank of Greece. Bank of Greece gets hit with a $60 billion fee to move $10 trillion. I'm just going to throw an example. This not necessarily happen. To move it to Seoul, South Korea, right? And as we know, that gets garbled up. In what? The messaging format. Greece has their own alphanumeric letters. Looks kind of funky. Looks similar to A to Z, but it's a little bit different. By the time it gets to, Seoul, South Korea, you have a bunch of characters, and it just doesn't, it's like, So we complain, of course, about what Bitcoin, Ethereum, all those transactions are slow. Can you imagine having something where it gets paused by the bank manager from point A to point B? For one, the time difference. For number two, the language barrier. And number three, the messaging standard NMT, because you don't have ISO 222. So this is the main thing I want to point out. And I know for a lot of you guys, you know this. I've said it many times. For the new people, you don't know about it. You have no clue about it. And that's not me making fun. That's just me helping you out. Just saying you don't know. You don't know. You don't know what you don't know. Or you know what you don't know. You don't know what you don't know. I don't know. Anyway, I don't know apparently right now. I'm not coming out right. But my point is, this truly does incentivize those particular banks, because at the end of the day, it's one thing to have retail money come in. Those banks, don't get me wrong, they want to sign up this, they want this customer and that customer. How many times have you seen movies in the past where you have the bank manager, he gets all super excited because he has what? A big account coming in, and they're going to dump like a few $1 million into their particular bank. He's excited. Why is that? Why is he so excited? For one, the bank really doesn't have that money on hand, right? And on top of that, they of course want all that big money, the institutional money, you name it, right, coming into their bank, because that's a win for them. So what I'm saying is, you take this technology and you incentivize the banks because they're going to get hit with less fees. So again, when we talk about the regulatory clarity, you have more and more of, I guess you say, word of mouth spreading. Oh my God, did you hear that? I'm just going to throw out an example. The Bank of Greece, they moved, listen to this, guys, $100 trillion within 6 months. What? Last I heard, they were only able to move 10 trillion, and it was one time, and it happened only once last year. Yeah, you don't understand. There's this new thing, ISO 222, and also, are you into crypto? No, not really. Yeah, well, check this out. We may want to consider putting all our money back into the central banks and so on, because now they're able to move it real quick. Oh, shoot, seriously? The banks aren't going to get hit with those big fees, and we can move it quickly and effectively? Yeah, this is a big win for us with our business. It's a big win for the banks. So it's a win-win for the banks, for the businesses. Money will flow tremendously. And as you guys know, time is money, literally. You hear Coach JD saying something like, if your money doesn't move at the speed of light, then you're part of the old system, and that's going to be, that's going to eventually fizzle out. Anyway, I went on a tangent. I get it. But, that's the whole thing. It also has to be able to scale, and they already tested this out for the longest time with ISO 220. Don't think, for instance, that this is all tested out tomorrow. They've already tested this out. They already researched these particular technologies for the longest time. They have to, because again, a perfect example is time is that particular money. It's their money. It's technically our money. It's the institutional money. Well, not yet, but it's getting there. That's the next big step, because that's how it's going to cause these market caps to explode. If you're all new to this, you don't understand this, it's okay. But here we do try to help people, the community and so on, have a broader understanding. And we get it. A lot of you guys come from other communities and so on, but that's my main thing. Those banks are going to be so incentivized. They should be, unless they get their head up their butt, right? They should be definitely incentivized to use the new technology. And that's what excites everybody. That's where it's like, that's why we stay up. That's why we're like, oh my God, ISO 222 tomorrow. Anyway, Crypto McDizzle says, we looked into the partners. It's been, yeah, I reread that. I'm sorry. McDizzle says, I've seen certain states passing laws. I think I read that as well. All right, just my style. Yeah, so kind of just aped into Nick's era. That's all right. Yeah, I don't really ape into anything. I do kind of, like, for instance, Mike wanted me I don't know if he wanted me, he mentions elk. I make a joke with him. I'm like, you know what, at the end of the day, I think I got you into Rio, and you're gonna get me into elk. But did I just jump into it like blindly? No. Like he gave me some stuff on the surface that was really impressive. But I have researched it more, and I'm totally impressed with it, and it is one I'm getting into. I don't really consider that aping. By definition, if you ape into anything, it means you don't hold any of it, right? It's not a case of dollar cost averaging. You don't hold any of it. You haven't done any of your research. You know, we talk about DYOR. So aping into something literally means you did no research, nothing. Just on the surface, boom, you're in. Some people do that, and some people do well. It's just not my style, but that's not me making fun of you. But that's kind of cool though, because I mean, the way I look at it is Nexera is a solid project. I will state this though, and I think everybody feels the same. If the hacks did keep happening, I understand it was not, ALBT that was hacked. It was bonked out. The point is this, right? And this is constructive criticism of what happened, and I think they realize this. Many reports in the past about bonked DAO not being a solid platform to be on. So if anything, I think this has strengthened their team to realize, look, we have got to do a better job to, better vet these projects or these platforms where we have this, these partnerships and so on. I think that strengthened that much more. But if it kept happening, look at Harmony 1, guys. You know what I mean? I was going to take a chance of getting Harmony 1. What stands out with Harmony 1? Multiple hacks. I understand it still has value. I understand that in a real bull run it could blast off, but man, that still was very, very damaging to that project. I don't want that to happen to Alliance Block. I don't think it would happen to Alliance Block. But the point I'm trying to state is, if we have another problem like that again with Nexera, right? I don't know if it's a few months, a year, or so on. Then I just don't think people, for the most part, are going to be like, all right, first time, shame on me. Second time, shame on you. I mean, they're not going to keep doing that. They're just going to be like, to hell with this. I'm going to sell a loss. And that's what basically what happened. But we're not rooting for that. I think they're going to be fine. Really, really think they're going to be fine. And I think their partnerships, like whether it's Quant and so on, right? They recognize that Nexera is going to be fine. So it is what it is. And knowing that, come on, think about the utilities. Are you kidding me? A freaking passport, a utility layer passport. People talk about NFTs in the future will have utility for like a passport, driver's license, or whatever. Nexera literally stands out for that. That's big, because you're having countries that will take their technology and implement it. And we covered that before in some deep dives and recording. Hold on. Thanks for the heads up on that one, man. Yeah, no problem. Tag. All right, hold on. Let me get into it. So let me pull it up. One more Bitcoin tag. All right, no problem, Mike. I understand. Jay sent me a photo of some use cases, a bunch of stuff. Jay, if you're watching, my friend, you can post all this info you sending me on the CTN Network website, man. In a little bit, we'll do a quick plug for us for station identification. All right, let me pull this up. So I will have it up on screen tomorrow watching. LOL. All right, hold on. I got to be careful with Mike, because when we get really far into the show, he likes to post pictures of certain content creators having, Mexican butt, or oh my God, that came out wrong. Never mind what I just said. Never mind. We'll just call it MBS. Never mind. But my point is, he does kind of crazy stuff, and I don't want to go that route. All right, so this is a website everyone needs to keep. Okay, XRP. Just double checking, because Mike does. He tries to pull the hat trick on me once in a while. All right, so here we go. Here's our website everyone needs to keep, he says. And actually, let me go back one. Let me just kind of like retweet that. Where are we at? Hold on. What? Where was that particular one? Where's the website that everybody needs to look at? All right. Here we go. My bad. All right. Let's pull this up. You got multiple ones. We'll try to get to all of them, or most of them. Where the heck is that? All right. Yeah, we already did this one earlier. Yeah. All right. So there's that. Hold on. Unless there's some particular thing you want me to look at on that one. Hold on. My bad. Oh man, McDizzle. You have on screen tomorrow. That was from 2 hours ago. Hold on. Makes me wonder. Okay, that's not it. 13. Okay, Congress. Okay, that has to be the one. All right, let me retweet this. All right. All right, I got the right one. My bad. All right, so I want to welcome the Sean Reynolds. Good to see you. We'll get to your question in just a second. 60 wonderful, beautiful people here tonight. Thank you for that. All right, this is straight from congress.gov. I think we did one earlier, right, at the beginning of the show. Or actually, that was from the Federal Reserve, my bad. All right, we have HR 9157 to define the dollar as a fixed weight of gold and for other purposes. Why do we mention some of these things? Well, why not? You know, if you follow all this, you will understand how all this is tied into a bigger picture. All right. So the sponsor was originally Representative Mooney. All right. Republican from Republican from West Virginia. Was a certain district there. Anyway, from the House Financial Services, latest action, House back on October 7th, 2022, referred to the House Committee on Financial Services. They introduced it originally. All right, so here's what's going on with this. This bill requires the Department of Treasury to define the Federal Reserve note dollar. Ooh, I can see where this is going. In terms of a fixed weight of gold based on that day's closing market price of gold. Federal Reserve banks must exchange Federal Reserve notes with gold at this price. If a Federal Reserve bank does not do this, Treasury must make any exchange and place a corresponding lien on the assets of that particular bank. Again, collateral, right? In addition, Treasury and Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve must report on U.S. gold holdings. Now, of course, that's a big, thing that was introduced. And if anything, will it go in effect? I don't know, but it makes sense that it will. Now, let's talk about this for a brief minute, right? So, when we see what's coming here soon, right? Everybody's like, XRP is backed by gold. It has to be backed by gold. Why does it have to be backed by gold, right? That's a great question. Well, the key thing is understanding like what you saw right here. And that is this right here in terms of, the dollar in terms of it has to have a fixed weight of gold based on that day's closing price of gold. And the Federal Reserve must exchange Federal Reserve notes with gold at that particular price. So when people mention like, whether it's Ripple or, some people say Stellar with, was it silver they mentioned and so on. By having it backed by gold, you are having, how should I state this? I want this to come out right. The corresponding lien, like I mentioned, of the assets of that particular bank has to be backed by something. If we're going to have a financial collapse of everything's going to zero and it's not backed by nothing, and we have certain cryptocurrencies and blockchain technologies tied into it, but it's not backed by anything, then it's kind of like as the saying goes, you have an asset that's worth zero and it's backed by another particular asset, it's technology that's backed by zero. 0 plus 0 still equals 0. But if you have something like Ripple's XRP and it truly is backed by gold, then that is a stable source of what? Of value. Right. And I think that's where a lot of people feel as though that we could see Ripple go to the price of at least what? At least the price of like an ounce of gold, depending on, what's going on with how the money flows into some of these particular things. But the point I'm trying to make is this, right? I don't think it just ends there with gold, right? I think that's definitely part of the equation, right? That has to be like pegged to whatever the price is for, I don't know, some people say gold bullion. I think it's a combination of that. Maybe the price per ounce. God, I'm getting ahead of myself. Too much coverage the last 2 days. But anyway, So I think it's a combination of that. And I also understand that if you are transferring trillions and trillions of dollars, some people even say quadrillions in the future, probably, right? Then you have to have a price per XRP that's reflective based on the price of gold and the price of all this money that's being moved. That's the key thing. That's the point I'm trying to get across. Does this bill reflect what we're talking about here? Could very well be the case. And is it really XRP? Some people say, well, this, Max, proves to me that's Cypherium. And my thing is, I don't think they're too far off. But at the same time, if gold is mentioned here, which it is, then to me, that is the Ripple connection. And if anything, we understand even Jerome Powell. How many times do we replay that particular clip of him saying that it's not necessarily this whole thing with CBDCs, but it's understanding the instant payments, right? I think he even said real-time instant payments. So real-time instant payments still leads back to Ripple, still leads back to even Stellar. So, I mean, I'm glad Mr. Cornwell pointed this out. Obviously, there's a lot more to it than this, but just scratching off the surface, that's what I've gathered. I apologize if I'm not I'm not firing on all cylinders. Yesterday, I did almost a 6-hour long show, and this has been a long show. I'm normally supposed to have the weekends off, and I'm here with you guys. So give me the benefit of the doubt. I am trying to get the point across, but yeah, I'm not exactly a V8 right now. I'm probably like a V6. All right, so there you have it. All right, let's jump back into the comments, and let's see where we're at. All right, McDizzle says we looked into the partners. It's been a minute. Maybe I remember. Oh, that was way up. My bad. All right, so let's see here. Oh, I missed some of this. So well, let me see where I'm at. Where am I really at? All right, Blackwood. I had some issues with Hapo and the ALBT. Eventually, caved and bought some Nexera. Okay. Sean Reynolds, welcome. Glad to have you here tonight. We're approaching the 4-hour mark. My God, what time is it? 10 o'clock. I started at 6 o'clock or 6:15 technically. How do you feel crypto markets will react tomorrow with Credit Suisse being taken over by UBS? So my thing is this, right? Yeah, they're taken over by UBS, but you know what? I don't think that is the end of the world. And if anything, I don't think it's going to affect the market in general to the point where it's just going to be a red day. We may see a little bit of a pullback, but honestly, I think by after ISO 222 goes live for a full day, we will definitely see a reaction by Tuesday and especially Wednesday. And a lot of people are pointing that out, that watch out for the 21st and 22nd. So tomorrow, obviously, or technically today, depending on where you're at, is big. But what's even bigger is the reaction to the market based off the central banks who will be using the technology. And I'm not saying all the banks are going to use the central banks. They're going to be using the technology right off from the get-go. But the fact is, there is going to be some that will, and the volume is what we want to pay attention to. If Mike Cornwell brings up the whole debate of, he said it many times, even back to last summer, and that is, watch out for the time where your aunt, grandma, whoever takes their debit card, swipes it, and don't even realize it's tied into crypto. What's the key takeaway here? Don't even realize it's tied into crypto. The central banks, those customers, whether it is from a retail side or whether it's from the financial, the big institutional money side, some of those guys are not going to even realize, let's face it, that's tied into crypto. Tied into what? The distributed ledger technologies that are out there, whether it's through Ripple or understanding that, whether it's through, quants over ledger to make it happen. My point is, it doesn't matter if it's just CBDCs. Doesn't matter if it's just on-demand liquidity. But the whole point is whether they are ones that realize what's tied into, or the ones who just simply want to go down to the bank and make your transaction. The key is it is going to be tied to these technologies. And if that's the case, just like, I hate to mention this scenario, but it's true, just like with Ethereum, with the utility of the annoying expensive gas fee, if that thing was able to blast off with Ethereum, and I hate to say Ethereum is garbage. I mean, with Cool Cat Crypto, 100% when it comes to that, we don't agree on a lot of things. We do agree with that. It is garbage. My point is this. The utility will be used with these payment systems like something fierce, and it'll be this round the clock thing that keeps going on and on and on and on. And if anything, that dramatically kicks in the market cap to things that we never seen before. If you thought that Bitcoin and Ethereum and the overall crypto market cap on 11/11/2021, 69K a Bitcoin, $4,500 per Ethereum, give or take, was big, and we'll never see those market caps again of, what was it, 4 trillion, I think, roughly close to that. You don't think we're going to get to that again? Oh my God, the utility run will make that look like a Sunday school picnic. Okay, I'm just being flat out honest. You may think, oh, Max, you're full of it, man. I just tuned in this crypto talk now. This guy with the Portland hat, he's full of crap. There's no way. There's no freaking way. That's where we agree to disagree. That's the way I look at it. Because it is all about utility. Think about it, guys. How many times did you hear for years now, does your crypto have utility? What's it tied into? This is why people make such a big deal about holding Dogecoin. It's hopium. Don't get me wrong, I hold Dogecoin. I still hold it for that hopium. You're hoping that it will be eventually tied into payments. Why is that such a big thing? Think about it. Because that's, at the end of the day, the big player, the biggest one of utility. And I get it. Some people say, don't put so much emphasis on it, on a specific project. You have to put emphasis on it. Like, I will give another shout out to Web36. I think that's where he's going with it. That's why he became a Cypherium maxi, because he realizes that payments is where the big factor is. Now, for me, I'm not putting all my eggs in one basket, right? He chose to do that, and that's fine. But for me personally, I'm like, you know what? Payments do make the biggest factor because it's constant utility being used over and over and over again. And if you have institutional money doing it, they represent way bigger amounts of money than any of us from the retail side. I think we definitely get insane market caps. Is it going to happen overnight? No, but man, we'll pay close attention to what happens. Just my style. Hey, I haven't heard much talk about Casper lately. Any big updates that you know of other than the launch of the wallet? And are you staking Casper or just holding? Now, I understand that Casper seems very attractive. I think around 10 or 11%, right? But my thing is, I don't know if I'm going to pick up a second bag for the future or when that happens. I used to be a big fan of staking. Shiba Inu, right? Over 1 billion tokens. And then with my staking, oh my God, I was like, heck yeah, man. I'm stacking some SHIB passive income. But my thing also is we get collapses and people want to take things out, right? I'm not saying that, that's going to necessarily happen, but you never know. Things could happen in a different light of things, right? Like World War III or something crazy. God, I hope that doesn't happen. Do I want to be having that stored on staking? No. We do have some Casper updates for you guys here tonight. We'll get into it a little bit. But those are great questions, Mr. Just My Style. Appreciate you. Off crypto, Casper is one of a kind. That's my biggest ISO holding, earning that 10% staking. Cool. My thing is this, though, Ov, and that is I hope you have at least another bag for if this really just blasts off soon. But if you feel as though that Casper isn't going to be one of the players for all this real soon in 2023, it's more of a 2024, 2025, then you're not sweating it, obviously. You're not sweating at all. You're like, you know what? I'm a long-term holder of Casper. My point is this. For some people, let's face it, some people are going to take profits. Some people are going to, I hate to say swing trade Casper and so on. Are those guys going to stake? No, they're not. They're not going to do that. But, Casper does really stand out right now for staking. I mean, 10 to 11% in this day and age, especially with all the attacks on staking, right? I mean, most platforms, come on, man. Those days of we used to get 20% or higher. I remember on my, in a bull run, my Clearpool 100% APR. You're not gonna find that no more. You're just that's all part of the equation of why, whether it's the SEC or the days of the the Wild West of crypto, those insane prices are gone. I mean, come on, time in Wonderland, give me a break. You know what I mean? But you guys have great questions. I think Casper is solid. Maybe you of crypto, maybe you have a second bag for what's coming here soon. I don't know. Me, I have one bag of Casper. I'm cool with that. I will like to get more eventually. But I want to stack more on what I have, and I also want to get some entry points into, like, for instance, Rio, Elk, obviously LCX. And after that, I am not really looking to get into anything else after that. I mean, people could tell me about projects. I mean, it's fine, but it would really have to be like, man, this has to be like better than me getting into like Bitcoin at like $5 or something. I mean, it would have to be huge. All right. Sean Reynolds says, also, what's your take on the Bitcoin $1 million bet? The Bitcoin, I'll go to 1 million in the next 90 days. I heard about that. Shout out to Mr. Michael Montclair mentioned that, right? He mentioned that. So my thing is, I don't see that. All right. But some people feel as though, and I heard this particular debate. Hold on a second. Let me highlight that. If we get into a real true utility run, which I believe we will, I just don't know if it's like, oh my God, everything explodes in 90 days. Could. Also want to be a little bit real. So if a utility run causes everything to explode and the utility run leads into the real true bull run, and we see new all-time highs for Bitcoin, then we see new all-time highs for Bitcoin. I think it is possible for 100K Bitcoin, right? We saw 69K, but $1 million Bitcoin, to me, no. I don't. I'm just being honest, especially not in 90 days. Maybe eventually at some point. But my other thing is this: how can Bitcoin go to $1 million with no utility? And then some people are say, "Well, Max, you already know the answer to that. You're contradicting yourself." For the same reason, it went to 69K with no utility. But there's a difference here. The difference is this, and that is two key factors. Number one, you never hear Bitcoin being put into the conversation of it being something that the big banks, the central banks, are they talking about doing real time instant real time instant payments? No. With Bitcoin, no, they're not. And of course, the other side of it is people are going to be like, well, Bitcoin is freedom. It's a store of value. I get all that. I still think there's opportunity there. Don't get me wrong. But, a person that bought a full Bitcoin at 69K and it was just looking at it from tunnel vision. Look, I got 69K. I'm getting into Bitcoin. They did. And they're like, oh, God, man, I'm a noob. I don't know what I'm doing. I just know that I want to get into Bitcoin, and this thing went to a crypto winter. I'm still holding it. You own a full Bitcoin. I mean, some people do. This is their situation. And so they're like, well, I just started watching this guy named Rich of Common Sense Crypto, and he said that, it has no utility. Or this other guy was saying that it could go to 100K. Well, I'm going to keep holding on to it. Well, there is a second chance for him. Don't get me wrong. There's money to be made there. Where is most of the money to be made? It's in altcoins. It's in only the utility ones. So my point is, yes, there's still opportunity there. Where does the most of that money come from? It comes from FOMO money. It comes from the same type of people who jump into Shiba Inu, and I know I hold Shiba Inu, and if it wasn't for SHIB, I wouldn't even be here with you guys. But it's the newbies. I hate to say that. There might be some newbies here too, and that's okay. Thank you for joining us. But my point is, it's the retail FOMO that's going to keep that alive. For the same reason that retail FOMO will keep Shiba Inu alive, Dogecoin alive. 90 days, $1 million, that is a stretch, man. I could be completely wrong. I guess, I don't go with the majority on a lot of things. I will go with the majority on this one. The answer is no. I'm not going to place that bet. And if I end up being wrong, I'm wrong. And I'm cool with it. And I always say congratulations to everybody who ended up investing in Bitcoin and went to $1 million. But I'm going to pound this home last time, and I'm not going to harp on it anymore. If it does go to $1 million, then my God, are you not feeling more bullish on quant? Because if Bitcoin went to $1 million in 90 days, and my prediction for quant to become the first $1 million coin by 2030 that has full interoperability for 100 plus blockchains, right? at scale, has a less circulating supply than Bitcoin, right? Not 21 million, but was it 14 point something million, right? Is an operating system, blockchain agnostic, has more layers of utility than anything out there. My point is this: if Bitcoin was able to do that, can you imagine what's going to happen for quant? Well, it hasn't happened yet. Do you know that people still have these conversations a long time ago, back when Bitcoin first came out, and then we saw the big leap when? We saw the big leap when we had Bitcoin, I think, originally introduced late 2009. I remember when that happened. Then we went from that to 2013. Look at the graph, right? Look at the particular graph. You will see the charts. That big leap from $100, all right? What was it? Maybe it was 2017. I can't remember. But that leap from the $100 mark to, like 1,300. And then the next big leap was from 1,300, to like 10 plus thousands. That's what I'm talking about. And that was with no utility. Quant, I'm telling you flat out, that's what gets me excited. So that statement, that's a great statement, and that's a great bet. But if it happens, my God, I hope people have at least a bag of quant packed. Or at least, as Gilbert Verdi has pointed out, how much quant should you own? Remember him saying this? Have at least one quant. Now, why would he mention that? All right. Sean Reynolds. Also, what's your take on the Bitcoin $1 million bet? I already answered that. All right. McDizzle states, you don't have to read it all. And by the way, if you're just connecting, smash that like. Thank you for being here tonight. We do appreciate you. We encourage you to join our community. And I will, sorry, Mike, just for a brief moment, take a pause for station identification. Please consider going over to cryptotalknow.net. And it's free, doesn't cost you anything. And the cool thing is we have a forum. You can post articles there. You can message members, like somebody just messaged me. So it says typo, sorry about something another. I'm not gonna read that because it's a private message. But my point is, if you don't like social media but you like CTN and you want to message other people, we have that function. And how can you do that? Well, you just click on members. After you have an account, it's free. You can sign up with email, Gmail, Facebook, right? And then, basically you could be like messaging JC the man and be like, you know what, JC? You know what, JC? You are the man. You rock. Okay? Something like that. The cool thing is we like to have you part of our community. And we also promote other, not just us, we promote other communities. That's a part, you talk about utility of crypto. This is our utility as a community. We promote other creators. So here's obviously us right there, but we have 2Bit. You guys should be familiar with him. Obviously, Classy Crypto, Daniel Gayton, Waddy, right? We showed CryptoSmith earlier. Let's give Waddy a plug. So for instance, Waddy, he joins us from time to time, like once a week. You click on his particular channel and it takes you right to him. You know what I mean? That's what we're talking about. So anyway, take a moment to do that. We'd be glad you did, and we do appreciate it. And let's see here. You don't have to read it all. Just bring it up because of gold-backed dollar, like XRP. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. That lady with her horn drives me nuts. All right. Crypto Nitizzle says, combined with the laws making a gold a currency with no tax for exchange. Very good point. Gold is also being talked about with XDC. Yeah, all the time, right? Comtech, right? That's built on XDC. You can actually buy a gold bullion. Or if you want to buy you don't want to buy a full gold bullion. You want to buy, I don't know, parts of it, right? The whole point is that is a project, part of the XDC ecosystem. But yeah, Comtech, very, very big with XDC and with gold. All right. So McDizzle says it has to be backed by something other than a printer or the military. So the United States can quit manipulating the world by having the world reserve currency and just keep inflating. Right. Exactly. This whole thing of just, printing money over and over and over. What are we at? 32 trillion in debt. And we keep printing more and more. But the problem is that old way of, pushing aside our problems. You hear, was it Powell, maybe even Janet Yellen, some of these other players, they are players, selling us on the whole idea with this, some people say it's just the Democrats wanting to do this. True. But the thing is this, they have this problem, and it's a problem you can't avoid. And that is raising the debt ceiling over and over and over. We raise the debt ceiling, it puts us more further in debt. Their attitude is that's the solution because there is no other solution. The problem is this, while that seemed to work before, and don't get me wrong, in the past, people feel as though, well, you know what? Look at the time when COVID first came around, right? A lot of people felt as though, like, crypto stocks, all that was going to go to hell in a handbasket. As a result, actually, 2021, cryptos did really well, as we know. My thing is this, it's like understanding what? That we will get to the point where all of that is going to zero. If you look at the debt clock, maybe we should just pull it up. Everything, I think I will pull it up. So it mentions something about U.S. debt clock. I believe we're still at zero, right? So this whole notion about having all this just pushed aside and raising that, that debt ceiling over and over, putting us more and more in debt. There was one thing to be said about that. There's another thing to be said about recognizing that before this wasn't at zero. You may be thinking, what is he talking about? I'm going to pull this up. All right. So if you haven't been to this particular site, you might want to go to it. And if you want the URL, it's just usdebtclock.org, right? All right. So I want to show you guys this real quick. And dollar to oil ratio now, zero. Why is that? Excuse me. I do need to get something to drink. I've been here for a while. A drop of something's better than nothing. There's other, I said, why is that? We know that. So how about this? Dollar to silver ratio now, zero. Dollar to gold ratio now, zero. So when you hear stories about down in South America, instead of, having like what they call the petrodollar, right? Where they would pay with US dollars for the gas, oil, etc., right? And ends up not being the case where they're using other particular currency. That is a huge threat to our stance in the world. We talk about GDP. I put out that particular video. I did it on the live as well. Those are some particular examples. So, raising the debt ceiling even more, and this is all at zero. You got to keep in mind, many years ago, whether it's a decade ago, 5 years ago, and so on, some of these ones that you see here weren't at zero. The point is, it's at freaking zero, right? There's some other ones here. Hold on. God, how about this? U.S. bankruptcies, 433,257. U.S. foreclosures, 101,716. Living in poverty, right? 42,616,000. Without insurance, 27,156,000. U.S. millionaires, look at this, 22,752,000, right? We have more people without insurance than we have people who are millionaires. Food stamp recipients, 45,381,000. I'm not trying to make judgments, but I'm just saying. How about this? Dollar to crypto ratio now, 19.32 to 1. Dollar to crypto ratio in 2013, 9,528 to 1. Now, why would we mention that? Of course, we did the whole thing about, what was it, guys? Ripple originally back then or something like that. There's a lot of things to pay attention to here. But the key thing is dollar to oil ratio now, zero. Dollar to silver ratio now, zero. Dollar to gold ratio now, zero. Right? It's worth pointing out. There's another couple ones here I think we took a look at from last time. Hold on a second. U.S. trade deficit to China. $388 billion. U.S. trade deficit 1.369 trillion in trade deficit. We talk about XDC, what they could bring to the table. That right there, even on the surface, should give you an idea of what the heck we're talking about. U.S. debt held by foreign countries. Talk about the trade balance. That's $7.2 trillion. How about this? US M2 money supply right now. This is something that gets brought up. 21 trillion. Student loan debt. I'm still in student loan debt. Some of you guys might be thinking, well, why you make you still in student loan debt? I thought you made pretty good money in 2021. Yeah. Did I put it to pay off that particular debt? No. Felt like it was better opportunity just getting into crypto. I will pay off my debt. But my thing is, that's a big figure, right? And that's too big of a figure. That is literally almost 1.8 trillion credit card debt. My point is this: all this debt, we're in so much debt. What is the key thing that's going to help us take on who? If you got to pick one specific company, I know it sounds crazy. Some people are like, "What are you talking about, man? One specific company." If you have the U.S. national debt at almost $32 trillion and the debt per citizen, that gone way up. Look at that, 94,519. I mean, I'm in about 100,000 student loan debt, but I mean, I'll pay it off. My thing is this: understand this. That national debt's at 32 trillion, close to 32 trillion, right? U.S. federal spending official, 6 trillion. So again, perfect example of more going out than what's going in. All I'm saying is this, right? And I think all of it's been pretty consistent on it. Same with Mike Cornwell. If you really look into it, the one that will get it done to take on all of this debt is Ripple, XRP. You may wonder, well, how is that case? How is that the case? The on-demand liquidity. Think about it. The on-demand liquidity, right? And also understanding Nostra Vostra, right? So when you look more into it, I'm telling you flat out, it makes all sense. And even the whole thing with the trade sector, and I'll bring this back up. Let's go down a little bit. When you go into the whole thing about the trade sector, that makes all that much more sense of understanding, especially if you've done the research, of why I consistently put XDC as my number 4 for, you got, I got to build, stack more on it. I'm not satisfied with what I got, but you ever think about, why does Salamander, why the hell did he stack like, 1.5 million XDC? He's probably got more than that, and if you look at some of the rates that we have right now, that's anywhere from $35,000 to $40,000 in XDC alone, right? He talks about he wants to have his dream job. Oh God. And that's just off of one particular one. He obviously has XRP, but my point is, research more XDC if you haven't done so already, because if anything, if you see this here for the trade balance, U.S. debt held by foreign countries and the U.S. trade deficit, the trade sector is huge, just as much part of the equation as that for the reasons why we mentioned XRP for taking on some of the particular debt, because XDC is definitely up there when it comes to trade. All right, I know I'm kind of going off on a tangent, showing you guys the U.S. debt clock and so on, but I'm just trying to give you guys perspective, right? And understanding that, when you hear content creators, whether it's myself, other people talk about this whole thing of, what the heck is this whole thing about Ripple taking on the debt? Here's perfect examples of what we're talking about. All right, I'm going to jump back into the comments. And I do thank everybody who's still with us tonight for extended coverage. And let's see here. I didn't read that comment, but you're right. XRP is already backed by gold. Caspa KS is Bitcoin 2.0. Thank you for being here again, Sanol Crypto. On the XRPL, they have a gold-backed contract, etc. It can back any finite resource. Christopher Medizzle says green energy, petrol, wind, power, any finite resource, etc. contracts can be drawn up. Good point. Patrick is here. Glad to have you still here. Maybe you took a break, came back. I don't know. Twin turbo V6. Is that what I am? A twin turbo V6. I'm not firing on all cylinders of a V8, but I'm a twin turbo V6. All right, I'll take it. Thank you very much. All right, look up X Gold on CMC on the XRPL ledger. No. I just feel like telling you no for a change. Some people are like, man, does this guy ever tell Mike Cornwell no? Yeah, I'll do it, man. No problem, buddy. All right, let's see here. Mike's my homie, man. I gotta say that. So, that's why I do a lot of this stuff too. And knowing that, I mean, if it wasn't for Mr. Mike Cornwell, I don't know if we even covered a lot of this stuff. So, I mean, you know, everybody knows somebody who originally introduced them into a lot of these particular things. So, I do credit Mike on a lot of these ones. I know some of you guys do too. Conflux is trending, you guys. It's number 2 right now behind Bitcoin. Crazy stuff. All right. Let's pull this up. Just give you an update. We're at 1.16 trillion on the overall crypto market cap. Mike Cornwell wants us to check out, for some particular reason, X Gold. All right, so let's pull that up. Let's see what's going on with X Gold. Like X gonna give it to you. Stop messing around on your own. XRP gonna deliver it to you. All right. I guess I'll add this to my list. It's ranked 5,534, but it is on the XRP ledger. Ooh, interesting. Up 33%. Ooh. Only 100 million on that max supply. Volume, insane volume. 2,981%. Oh, man. That don't look good, though. So something going on with the liquidity. But, all right. What was the main thing you want us to look at? Is it because it's on XRP ledger or also because it's, you know, literally a gold coin? Huh. How long has it been around? You know, you ever guys notice that everything looks like a rug pull lately? Sean Cryptosmith pulling that out. Everything looks like a dang rug pull lately. Anyway, it's been around since October of 2021. Interesting. Went up as high as 10 cents. Huh. Interesting. Let's pull up their particular site for a second. Countdown to the next auction. Here is register on X Gold next auction. X Gold USDT. Store your X Gold NFT representation. I gotta admit, you know, sorry, Mike, but this site, I'm not really impressed by the looks of this site. This site literally looks like it's from like 1999, and I'm gonna use Netscape or something. You know, is this site compatible with my Netscape 1.0, Mike? I need to get back on my Windows 95. Sorry. All right. All right. Well, you know what? It is worth noting, and it's worth pointing out. I mean, they are way up. All right. If there's something else you want me to look into there, we can. But we're also at 4 hours and 22 minutes, and I do want to cover what the rest of what we have. Blackwood says, kind of mad at myself for not jumping into XRPH when it was in the 3, 4, 5 zeros. Didn't trust it at the time. Huh. Well, how about this? Kind of mad at myself for not buying more Cypherium when I was able to get it at, you know, the prices I got it for, was it in the 4s or something like that. So it is what it is. Final Omega, good point on utility. Thank you. Appreciate it. And it's a nice picture of you. Thank you for being here. And for all the newcomers, let's welcome Final Omega. All right. Where are we at? Blackwood says, don't want to use ETH anymore, but as many tokens are ERC20, I still have to store some for my wallet transactions. Just my style. Says, what wallet would you say is the safest? As typo to store Casper, as it is I'm using Ledger, but there's a third-party wallet involved, and I'm kind of not a fan of that. I like to have the wallet to hold it on. Can't give you an answer on that particular one. You know, just like a lot of people, I would just stick with the Ledger. But I mean, if you want to just go like a DeFi wallet, I wouldn't have an answer on that particular one, unfortunately. I'm sure somebody might know about that. Maybe Mike knows about that one, Mike Cornwell. Blackwood, one bag of Casper is staking. The other bag is stuck on Ledger, not viewable unless connected to the MetaMask. It doesn't recognize the address to transfer to Casper Dash. All right. I just kind of hate the fact that Casper can't be held on Ledger alone. I totally hate the third-party wallets linked to Ledger. So somebody reported this a while back. I don't know if it was with XDC, but they had to so on your Ledger, you have to manually make a folder, and then that's kind of like a workaround. I don't know if you can do that with Casper. Don't quote me on that. Does anybody else know that? if that's something that can be done, because I think somebody mentioned a while back with XDC, that's how that was the workaround. Now, don't get me wrong, it might also be a case where they updated. There was an update to make it work right, but there is workarounds. But some people, of course, are not comfortable with that because, I mean, I get it. All right. Let me see. I'm gonna go further down. Let me see where I'm at. Elk has a circulating supply of 1.6 million and only 15 cents. Yeah, that's just nuts. Crazy. All right. Yes, we have been sharing it since the show started. A lot of updates on my Twitter, or Max shared my post if you have him on Twitter. Yep, that's my Twitter. Ah, that's all right. Yeah, well, I mean, we've been here for 4.5 hours, so. All right, Crypto McDizzle, for shizzle, looking into solar myself. Yeah, I would be looking to solar because that makes sense as well, especially in Phoenix. My thing is, I don't know if I want to put that investment in the house that I'm probably going to end up selling maybe within 5 years. You know what I mean? If it's a house that I'm like, you know what, this is my house for life or something, like 20 or 30 years, that's a different story. So that's just the way I look at it. All right, Andy Wu. If ETH is declared a security, then Quant is in trouble because it's an ERC20 token. Just saying. I think Quant will be more than fine. They'll figure it out. That is a good point. But I also look at it with here's the thing. With Overledger is a different story. And you also have to keep in mind that they have put some things. This is a great question, and I'm glad you pointed this out. So the way I feel as though is like this. Quant will not exactly be in all that much trouble. Maybe at first it seems like that. But here's the thing. And I did a video about this. That's the beauty of the QRC20, right? So, like even with the gas and so on, the conversion into QRC20. So I think they'll have something put into place to be more than fine. You got to keep in mind, Gilbert Verdi and Quant and so on. I think they thought of this a long time ago. But I do understand people have pointed that out. I think even on Lift Capital, shout out to Ted. Maybe some people will point that out as well. But yeah, if you want, again, I have a particular video deep dive about that. You want to look more into the conversion into QRC20, and if anything, maybe they'll kind of make you catch your breath a little bit. Like, okay, well, that's not the doom and gloom that I was thinking. I want more and more people to understand. On the surface, it seems like, oh God, ERC20 Quant. Also understand there's so much more to that. And even how about this? Some people say, well, what about all those particular NFTs built on QRC20, right? Quant has the answer for that as well. Did you know that? Yes, it's called QRC721. It is a secure smart contract built off of Overledger, in which converts that to their particular standard of QRC 721. So I think they have more than crossed their T's and dotted their I's in regards to that. I wouldn't sweat it so much, but it does get mentioned, and I'm glad you did point out. I don't consider that fun. That's just, again, you're doing your research. That's good. Thank you, Andy Wu. Guys, welcome Andy Wu. Hopefully you will want to continue to join our community. Space Chick is here. She says, great stream. I learned a lot tonight. Thank you. Good night. Oh, well, thanks for being here, Space Chick. I know that you usually come when Larry's here. But yeah, guys, check out Space Chick Crypto. Space Chick will give you a plug real quick. So if anything, if you're probably already left, but I will say also good night to you. But we'll give her a quick plug for her particular channel. So I know some of you guys are into Volt, some of you are not. Maybe you like it, maybe you don't. That's okay. But Space Chick Crypto. She's a good content creator. She does, for instance, she does live shows. She does, I think she does recordings too. Hold on a second. So here we go. And let's pull her up for a second. So here's her particular YouTube. And she is Space Chick _ crypto on YouTube. She's up to 2,000, almost 2,500 subs. Very cool. And I'm not subscribed to her on Maximus Crypto. I am on CTN. So I'll just go ahead and give you a subscription. And she obviously covers, like I said, Volt, but she covers other ones, right? Like Crow. I know that we had that one guy come on from NGN. I don't know. Maybe that is a good project. I don't know. It just didn't look great on Token Sniffer. But a lot of people cover it. I'm not trying to flood it. But yeah, she mainly covers Volt, and she has some other ones that she covers like Links. But anyway, check her out. Good content creator, and she probably already left, but just thought I'd give her a plug. All right. Thanks for being here, Space Chick. I hope you're having a great night. And I'm glad that you did get learn a lot. All right. Blackwood says, if it says moderate on BitTrue, which it does for X Gold, it might take a while. All right. Just showing you, it's a gold-backed crypto and NFTs on the XRP ledger, aka gold-backed crypto. Yeah, I understand, Mike. I know. I wasn't trying to flood it too much with the bad-looking website. You've earned 1,150 Casper for staking so far. Wow. That's awesome. Eric Bartolomucci. I store XDC Decent Wallet. Hopefully I pronounced it right. But Eric, I want to welcome you. Thank you for being here. And thanks for sharing that you store your XDC on the Decent Wallet. That is a good point. Decent. I've never used the Decent Wallet. I have heard people use it. I just know that more people prefer Ledger and so on, right? Whether you have the Nano or whatever you have the other ones. But I do know one of the consistent complaints was having to manually make a folder instead of it having it like the automatic mechanism. All right. If Quant is blockchain agnostic, why does it need ETH? That is a very, very good question. So my thing is the original contract for the token was written up in ETH. And the main thing is this. So, and this is not BS. Okay. So I want to state this because that's kind of a curveball, and it's also like 4.5 hours, but it's a great point. So as far as it being ETH, right, you need to hold that particular QNT. What is it? You need to hold Quant's ERC20 token, which is the QNT token, for the licensing fees for Overledger. And then from there, it gets converted. Now, some people say, well, why did they set it up that way originally? That's also a very good question. So maybe there'll be a future deep dive, but that was, to my understanding, that was part of the whole incentive to kick in a utility from one point to another. So like ERC20 token, you hold the QNT token that's based off of, should say base, that literally is the ERC20. You use that for the licensing for Overledger. I understand for people from a investor point of view, it's like, well, for retail, why do it that way? And that's a good point. But I'm just saying, don't shoot the messenger. That's the way I interpret it. That's why they have it set up. And again, that's part of one of the many utility layers they have, and so on. And again, it was for it to kick in on the utility to convert that to the QRC standard. But as far as why don't they just do that from the very, very beginning? Because if anything, you got to understand okay, here's the answer. Sorry, I know it took a while. Also 4.5 hours into the show. By doing it this way, they go with Ethereum. By doing it the other way, they would have had to have made their own blockchain. And here's another perfect example. How many times do you hear Gilbert Verdian outline, all right, Overledger is it's an operating system, it's blockchain agnostic. I'm just going to throw this name. I talked to Carol Jackson of XYZ project, and she was telling me that their particular project, here's what they want to do. They want to be able to scale. It's going to take 3 to 4 years to get this all done. But with Overledger, since it's blockchain agnostic, we are able to allow you to scale within like 8 months and solve what you need to do, et cetera, et cetera. Why is that? Because on traditional blockchains, right, you would have to have another blockchain, right, that would oversee that to get it to happen. So by making your foundation through, I guess you could say, Ethereum, and I do get this, they should have, Tim Shays pointed this out, other people pointed this out. Well, why don't they just do it through XDC? I don't have the answer for that, unfortunately, and that is a good question. But I don't know. I guess that's something on my own deep dive research. I'll put that on my list because that does get brought up. I have to look more into that. But to my understanding, that was the regional reason why. It allows them, for their foundation of what they got going on, to not have to even worry about making their own blockchain and put the resources together on focusing on their operating system, which is Overledger, instead of, hey, here's the money we have to build a blockchain for that to happen. So, and knowing that, think about how that would sound. All right. So if you're blockchain agnostic, you have your own blockchain, you have Overledger, then if anything, you're blockchain agnostic separate from your own original blockchain, but you have other projects that come in. I don't know. Again, it's just a back and forth thing. People are going to say, well, then why be on Ethereum? They had to pick something. And I will agree with you on this. Why the heck do they pick Ethereum? That's a great question. All right. Let's go further down. All right. Eric says, can you create ZenFin account on Nano Ledger? You can, but it makes you send funds to Ethereum address. Maybe because originally it was on that particular contract. You got to keep in mind, XDC was originally a fork of Ethereum. So to me, that does make sense. But if you want, I've also heard, unless they update the software, that you have to manually make a folder for XDC. And then, of course, that pisses people off. They're like, well, what's the point of me even having a ledger? I might as well go with, who was it, Eric? Yeah, it was you, Eric. You mentioned Decent and so on. So, yeah, I would roll my eyes on that one, too. That's ridiculous. I meant if it says moderate on CMC, I misspoke. Oh, that's okay. It's something that gets brought up quite a bit in regards to the whole thing with Ethereum. So, again, guys, I don't really have that particular answer. But I do know that's just my takeaway from it and so on. To me, that does make sense. You also got to keep in mind, if you want to look at it from a broader perspective, all right, when it comes to quant, they do have everything set up in which they take in all the legacy systems of Ethereum and so on. But as far as it being an actual ERC20 token, yeah, some people, Ted of Lit Capital, he point out, at the end of the day, he understands Overledger, but is it just basically like a glorified layer 2 wrapped Ethereum? If you're going to focus on that, I guess that's what you focus on. But I look at quant from the perspective of what they do with interoperability, and so on. So I think they chose Ethereum based on ease of access, get as many adopters on the most used blockchain. Then when time comes, and move on to their own. Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it too. You got to keep in mind, why do so many projects, let's face it, the meme token projects, why do so many of them build on Ethereum? Because it's basically the standard template for that ERC20 token standard template is, I guess, like you just mentioned, very easy to build on, ease of access and so on. Maybe it is a lot harder to with code to build like on ZenFin's XDC and so on. But at the same time, ZenFin's XDC is a fork of Ethereum. So, I'm not a dev. I don't have those answers, but these are all very, very good questions. But at the end of the day, I just want to, point out, like, some people, that's a make it or break it for them for quant. But again, my thing is 100 plus blockchains interoperable. Is that done through an ERC20 token? No. Some people say, well, technically, yes, Max, it is. No, it's through Overledger. That's the key thing. So it's projects they're wanting to build or become interoperable, it has to be done through the Overledger operating system, not through an ERC20 token. And that part is true. All right. ERC20 Talk Now, starring yours truly, Maximus. All right. Just kidding. Bad joke. All right. Let's kick it back into, believe it or not, we have more coverage for you tonight. I know you're like, what? Really? Yeah, really. So we have this whole thing with MTech. We talked about that. Brought you to some extended coverage. We do have some Casper news for you. We're just talking about Casper. It's funny how things like that work. It happened last night. Somebody was new to Casper, want to learn more about it. Here is the Casper news you're looking for. Lionel Richie. I know you guys are like, what is he talking about? All right, so the X Frontier, a big milestone for the Casper community on the soon to launch new Casper wallet. Great work. We are Team Make. MS Stewart and Casper Wallet excited for the future of this ecosystem. Now, I've gone ahead and fast forwarded to the parts that I felt as though was good. But it says, don't forget to test the wallet out during the open beta, which is between March 15th through the 29th. If you want, since we're on the subject of before of wallets, right? Remember we just talked about that? You guys were talking about XDC. We're talking about some of the other ones, right? Decent. Well, you can test this specific Casper wallet between March 15th and the 29th. So we roughly have about 9 more days left for testing. You can sign up at casperwallet.io. And this new Casper wallet, which is CSPR open beta exclusive NFT, is linked here on a demo. And if anything, I fast forwarded to this particular part because this is 13 minutes long. And we're going to get into the part where we have the goals for the Casper wallet, because that's the juicy stuff. There is more to it on this about, their open play book and how to do all sorts of things, transfer Casper, if you happen to take advantage of this. So I'll let you know where that's at. And you're going to want to basically go into step 4 where you fund the account, and then step 5 to transfer that Casper to the particular wallet. So if that's you, that's later on into the video. But for now, I want to show you guys some of the goals of the Casper wallet. So let's go ahead and play that. It's not super long. It's only about maybe 3 minutes. Here we go. Smash that like if you haven't done so. This is the news update in regards to Casper. Thanks for joining us tonight. Here we go.
Let's review what the goals were for the Casper wallet. We were approached by the Casper Association to basically start working on the let's call it Casper Signer, the sequel. The goals for the Casper wallet were as follows. Essentially, it needed to have all the features of the Casper Signer. We wanted to have an intense focus on ease of use and UI and UX and convenience. The Casper wallet provides full support for BIP32 and BIP39 based mnemonic key phrases, and we made the derivation compatible with Ledger. So you can use your Casper wallet 24 words on your Ledger and vice versa as a first step in providing sort of compatibility with hardware wallets. Obviously, we need to provide a compatibility and upgrade path for legacy Casper Signer users, so you can still import and use your Casper Signer keys. And then generally better compatibility. So the Casper Signer and actually most other crypto wallets, wallet extensions out there in not just the Casper ecosystem, but more broadly, are focused on Chrome browsers only, and Chromium engine based, right? So also Brave, etc. Casper Wallet is from the get-go compatible with Chromium based browsers, so Chrome and others, Firefox or Mozilla, as well as Safari and WebKit browsers, essentially covering all desktop browsers, which in the especially in the enterprise world is important because for those of you familiar with working with large enterprises, their users are typically not free to choose what browser they use. So having full coverage there is important, and mobile is to follow. So that's sort of those were the goals for the MVP. So the roadmap that we're really excited about includes things like native token support for ERC20 or fungible tokens as well as non-fungible tokens, a massively better and more informative signing experience. Right. So through
so of course it gets more into the roadmap and so on, which is cool, don't get me wrong, but I just want to point out some of the goals in regards for this particular wallet. He did a good job explaining this. We are subscribed to at least I am, to the X Frontier. Good content creator, right? We covered some of his
particular videos from Casper from last night. So if you end up going over there, give him a shout out from Max, the CTN. Tell him let him know he's doing a really good job. And I love his coverage that he's bringing for Casper. So, I mean, he's really, really doing a good job with his Casper coverage. Great content creator. Go ahead and follow him. 1.72K subscribers. And yeah, glad to share that with you guys. I'm going to kick it into more of a particular news coverage because we need to wrap things up when we get a chance. We have some elk for you. And at the beginning of the show, we had Rio. So here's some elk. We do cover elk, and you may think, well, this is not ISO 222. The key thing is it's a gem, absolute gem, has less supply than Rio. Well, what is Max talking about? I just tuned out. I don't know this Rio and elk. I'm going to go shoot a deer next. I think I come with Bambi Inu. No. This is real utility. Okay, so there's a new listing alert for elk, and oh, by the way, elk has less of a supply than Rio. Rio has 75 million total. This has less, way less. I think almost close to half less. Fully interoperable with multiple chains. Yeah, are you kidding me? All right, so look here. Here's a new listing alert. Shout out to Mike Cornwell, and it's also his friend who is CryptX, who originally introduced this. So elk is now on Archly and has been brought along the power of ElkNet. Not only can you create and vote for elk pools, you can now use elk to transfer across ElkNet and buy ARK, allowing you to bridge your funds between Arbitrum One, the BNB Chain, Phantom, Kava, Optimism, Polygon, Telos, a lot more than that. There's even XRP. Man, there's a lot, right? You can even do Doge. I mean, it's crazy how many ones. I mean, it's like it's a whole grocery list, and it's not just like a few projects. I mean, we're talking standout ones. So from there, you can convert back to ARK and continue to participate in the Archly flywheel. Learn how to bridge your elk here. If you choose to do so, they have a tutorial. But yeah, Archly new whitelisting on Elk Finance. Elk is now available to create pools to vote on for the Arbitrum One, BNB Chain, Phantom, Kava, Optimism, Polygon, and Telos chains. As additional bonus, you can use ElkNet to bridge ARK. Cool stuff. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and retweet that. So that is the ARK, or I should say, Elk Finance update I wanted to give you. Now, in regards to elk, real quick, we'll pull this up for all you newcomers who are like, I don't know what the heck this guy's talking about. I mean, I came here for ISO 222, and I get it. At the same time, we give you some bonuses. No, we're not paid by Elk Finance or anybody. So elk is sitting slightly under 16 cents, a rank of 4,004. And the key takeaway is some of the things you see here. It's up 85%, unconfirmed market cap of only 298,000. Now, I want to show you attention here. And here's why I want to point my attention to this. So we covered Rio. Rio is one of the standout ones right now. Right? Covered Rio at 8 cents. Rio is well up over 30 cents right now. 75 million on that total supply. Tied into Wall Street. Big players. Got a lot of things going on. The tokenization of real estate. Okay? Now with Elk Finance, we'll get into the website one more time. It's a kind of reiteration of last night. This is one I'm looking to personally get into. It's not financial advice. I'm not telling you to do anything, right? Please don't sue me, right? But the thing is this, right? In our community, we point out ones that from time to time that we feel as though are micro cap gems. We focus on the blue chips, right? XRP, XLM, Quant, all that stuff, all good stuff. There's something to be said about this particular one because this max supply, like you see right here, is only 42,424,242. Now, this is a typo, of course, on the total supply right here. But again, this is roughly close to half of what Rio is. There's not many of these, right? Now, you may be thinking, well, if that's the case, then this just might be an example of good utility, but no one's going to be using it or trading on it. I get it, get where you come from. That is a good point. But again, with more adoption, again, understand, this is not something that has billions of tokens. That is scarcity, right? And so here's the thing. You go to the website, Elk Finance. Remember the other website we saw? No offense, Mike, with the the XRP gold looked like it was put together in the late 90s. This is a high quality site. And this is where what's Elk Finance? This is where Avalanche meets. Polygon, Phantom, Ethereum, Optimism, Arbitrum, Kava, Heco, Gnosis, Binance Smart Chain, KuCoin, OEC, Harmony, Chronos, Telos, Elastos, Moon River, which by the way, that is a good project. I always thought about getting into that one. Fuse, IoTex, another good one. All chains meet. I've done other particular intros in regards to this. It's a DeFi gateway. I mean, you could get more into this. Do more of your own research in regards to this. You'll be glad you did so. Actually, I will pull up the CoinGecko listing real quick because you may be wondering, well, what about that whole? Oh shoot, I didn't even share that real quick. My bad. I wasn't on the right tab. My bad. But see what I'm saying? Look at this. Where all these particular ones meet. Look at that. Is that not impressive? It is impressive. All right. And then I'll show you real quick the one on CoinGecko. Hold on. So let me pull up CoinGecko. And I'll pull up Elk. Share this tab instead. Oh, I don't mess up again. No, not Zigzag. I don't even know what the heck that is. It's up 15%. There's so many projects out there, right? All right, so so CoinGecko is not as user friendly as CMC. I mean, it's okay though. All right, so here it is. Here's Elk, and let's see what we got. Total supply, 42 million. Circulating supply, 11,871,000. We don't see anything but the max supply, but that's okay. That's all right. So I thought I'd at least pull that up for a brief moment. All right, I'm going to take you back. And if anything, I'm going to share this tab instead. Let's bring up the site again real quick. Or actually, it's not. That's not what I want to show you. This is what I want to show you, the markets. So this is kind of, again, a reiteration of what you saw on the website. Look at all these pairings. This is where we get the expression fully interoperable with like literally all chains, almost all chains. Crazy stuff. Look at all these pairings. Even with Uniswap, Circle Elk, Pancake Swap, Wrap BNB Elk, the Kyber Swap, Matic Elk, Wrap Matic, right? You have Tether Elk, Circle Elk, Dai Elk, Wrapped East Elk, Binance USD Elk, Wrapped Avalanche and Matic with Elk, Poly Doge with Elk, Trader Joe with Elk, Kana with Elk, Radio Shack Elk. I know you may think he just keeps doing this, but this is a big thing in my opinion. Aave Elk. Just mention some key ones. Ethereum Elk. Cardano with Elk. XRP with Elk, Sushi Swap with Elk. I mean, come on, guys. I mean, I don't know. To me, that's impressive. Oh, yeah, even Chainlink with Elk. Where's that one? Right here. Yeah, Chainlink with Elk. So, I mean, it literally feels like it's all chains. Think about how many projects would love to be able to do that. Think of how many meme coins, right? That are ERC20, right? It's a big deal for them to even bridge over to like Binance Smart Chain, right? Where you could have the option to also buy that. What about with Elk? All this is already done. All of it. That is super impressive. So I understand the whole thing about like, there's not enough volume. Only 57,000. Again, it's part of like more people just simply need to know about it. So, this is why I would like to share with you guys. Like to cover it and so on. I may do a proper video on it in the future, but this is one I'm looking to personally get into. I get it. Some people say it's a little bit of hopium, but here's the thing. Would it be hopium, like real true hopium, like a lot of garbage meme tokens, right? If that would be real crazy hopium if we had a max supply that was in the billions or trillions, right? I wouldn't even mess with this if that was the case. That's not the case. This has a very, very extremely low supply of only 42 million of these things. And if you've been following micro cap projects, trying to find the gems, this, in my opinion, is a real true gem. And that's what I'm looking to definitely get into. So, and here shortly, I'm not talking about like I'm going to wait like a month or two or anything like that. I'm looking to get into this very soon. Elk, Rio, and LCX are my must-haves. And after that, I'm just stacking from here on out with what I have, which is roughly 50 some odd projects. All right, glad to share that with you guys. Let me jump back in the comments. Thank you for everybody who's still here tonight. Just My Style says, anyone have that link to the video that was shown? The guy who said there are no ISO tokens. I want to share that with another community to show them how the wallet works or what's the name of it. Oh, the one at the very beginning. I don't have that one anymore, unfortunately. So here's the thing, because when I have a bunch of tabs, I mean, I have 16 gigs of RAM, don't get me wrong, but with like Google Chrome, if you leave the tab open too long, so each tab uses like, I think, a minimum of 256 megs of RAM. So then it, Google Chrome has, I don't know if you're in the IT, has like it has memory leaks. I hate to say that. So it expands. So I don't know. Some people say, well, just get more RAM, and I will do that in the future. But my thing is, I mean, I have 16 gigs of RAM for streaming. That's more than enough. So a lot of times I don't keep all the tabs open. And so eventually, if I'm done covering the news, I'll click out of that tab, and I have on a recording anyway. So if I wanted to like make a recording of that, I'll just obviously make a recording of that. But for some of you like yourself who wants me to go back and give it to you, it doesn't really help you out too much right now. So I'm sorry about that. But in regards to the guy for Casper, I can give you a link to that particular guy. Give me just a second. So let's do the history. Hold on. And I believe I got that. Hold on. Where are we at with that? I believe I got that. Oh, no, I don't, because that was shared from Twitter. No, I don't have that one anymore. X something another. What was his name? Hold on. The X. Oh, man. He's like the X Factor. Hold on. The X Factor Crypto. Is that his name? Let me see. No, it's something like that. It's not quite that. I apologize. All right. If somebody could hook him up with that in the future, I'll try to remember, like, just in case, maybe keep one of those open. So sorry about that. River, that's why I was laughing earlier. While we're sharing, he says, I just finished my packed lunch. That was a while ago, though. 10:54. Where were we at on time? About roughly 15 minutes ago, you posted that, huh? All right, I'll look back into the video. I was just hoping someone knew the name of the wallet that he was showing so I can look it up. Oh, okay. Very good point. All right. Let me see if we got anything left for you guys. Anything at all. Hold on a second. So we talked about the CTN network site. Hold on. So Crypto Smith, JC the man. Let me see if we got anything else. I'm just kind of going through what I have real quick. Just a second. We might do a plug for us. Congress. Man, we talked about a lot tonight. All right. Yeah. All right. Yeah, we're gonna start wrapping things up. Believe it or not, we are approaching 5 hours, and that's just too long. So in reality, don't expect me to do this every night. All right. Basically, this because of what's happening with ISO 222. So here's a plug for station identification. And again, check out ctnnetwork.net if you haven't done so already. It's our brand new site, and you can go over to there free. Doesn't cost you anything. Here's another particular area I would like to show you guys. So you can go to CTN Studios, for instance, and I think we could probably start doing this tomorrow. So there's a call-in feature, and for the first hour of the show, you can call in, and let's say, for instance, like traditional radio, you want to be on voice chat, if you will. Either you don't have to show your face, right? Or if you do want to show your face, you could come on and you could we could talk about like whatever you want to introduce, but that feature is there. It will connect you to Larry, so make sure you have your question and all that ready. So anyway, I want to point that out. On top of that, you can message other people from our community here, right? Say you're not a big fan of Twitter, but yeah, check us out. We have an area where you can post articles and links in our forum, and we have crypto news, all sorts of stuff there. We're trying to get this out to more people before they can actually use it. So thought I would share that. On top of that, I want to point out some of the recent videos that we have that were listed. We have some of these ones right here. Hold on. That is not it. This is it. I'm going to release some more videos for Jasmine and a few other ones. But today's videos, 500 million tokens sent to Binance. Like, huh? It's just a quick Jasmine update where you got 1,100 views. That's cool. Nexera tokenized structured products. That IBO digital is a very important one. And if anything, check it out for yourself. Pretty cool stuff. All right. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and stop the share on that. And hold on a second. Let's see where we're at on this. I'm just going to read a few more comments, and then we're going to wrap things up. All right. Just My Style says, anyone have that link to the video that was shown? The guy who said, oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. You just finished your packed lunch. All right. Just My Style says, I'll look back in the video. I was just hoping. All right. Yeah. Sorry about that. Good night, crew to River. Hopefully you enjoyed your nice packed lunch. Night G. Coin Operate. What's up, bro? Well, we are wrapping things up. The Coin Operate. I hope I see more of you some other time. Thank you to each and every single one of you. This was one of the biggest shows that we did. I think we came close to hitting the 100 mark. I'll have to double check. We did have about 100 people watch it earlier. Know what you have. Know why you hold it. Know the research you did. Don't get scared if things don't pop off immediately. Do not panic. Stay the course. We're so close to where we need to be. There's one thing about certain cryptos giving you a few extra bucks, and then there's a difference between the ISOs, the QFS, and the generational wealth that you want to get to. If you missed out on Bitcoin, this is your second chance. That's the way I personally look at it. Not financial advice, but we'll all get there by bringing each other the news, working together as a community, and on top of that, educating ourselves about not just ISOs, but the gems that are out there, whether it's Rio, Elk, and so on. But the focus is stay on course, just like that guy from Star Wars, right? Exactly. All right. I'll read a couple more comments before we go. Great stream as always, Max. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you very much. All of Crypto hung in there with you for 5 hours. Great show, Max. Well, thanks, man. That's awesome. You guys rock, man. It's very humbling to see people who appreciate the content. Coin Operate, thank you, brother. I seen your Jasmine, your channel on updates. Thanks, man. You took the jump from live to record to live. It always puts a smile on my face. That makes it all worth it. That made my night, Coin Operated, that we had another person who appreciates the record that wanted to jump to the live. That just totally made my night. You want to know what makes my night? It's not just super chats and stuff like that. I mean, all that stuff is great too. But when people jump from the record to the live, that tells me you like the content and you want to participate with our community on a live show. Have a great night, everybody. Pay attention. I'm sure you will to tomorrow and the next few days. I think it's going to be big. Can you feel it? I know I can. Anyway, I won't keep you anymore. Smash that like on your way out. And if anything, please check out the CTN Network site. Follow me at DPG Maximus on Twitter, and as well as Larry at Crypto Talk Now 21. We appreciate having you here. Over and out for now.